Lasting God Almighty, turn your ear to our prayer. You are the only truth we know, and you are our friend, our only Savior, our helper, and our freedom giver. We gather again in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the way, the truth, and the life. Give answer to our prayers when we call upon you. Listen to what we say, because you said, I will do to you what I heard you say. Turn your ear to our prayers, O Lord. We have completely lost our trust in the contraption called Nigeria and in all her political actors. We have been seen as the poverty capital of the world, and our lands have turned into river of blood. All our political rulers and authorities have completely failed all of us. But our trust is only in you. We want to be free from all causes, generational pattern of failure, because we are created by you for a life of peace and freedom from all demonic slavery, freedom from powers and forces of darkness, freedom from enslavement, freedom from economic and political domination. Right now, Lord, we, your children of the southern and middle belt of Nigeria, are being crushed underfoot through the decay and total failure of our political actors and the Nigerian system itself. There is too much hunger, anger, impoverishment, unemployment, frustrations, killings, insecurity, rise in criminality, cultism, nepotism, subjugation, marginalization, ritualism, search for good life in cruel and inhuman manner, dehumanization, lack of rule of law, and so many inhuman activities. All these ills and decay are being traced to an illegal, illegitimate, imposed, fraudulent document called the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, which we didn't consent to as a people. We thank you immensely for the great gift of freedom you have given to us in NINAS, which has become a vehicle that will drive us towards a referendum. We stand with you, the truth, and we don't let ourselves be burdened again by any yoke of slavery, or be weighed down by those who knowingly and willingly commit a coup against all of us, your peoples, in the south and middle belt regions of Nigeria, because you want us to live abundant life. Cleanse us and cleanse our respective ancestral lands. Guide and guard us to begin anew, for we know that our cries for total freedom from oppression and brutality have reached you. Most Holy Father, grant us peace, unity of purpose, and the tenacity to bond together in love against all our adversaries. May your love and blessings reign in us now and always, in the mighty and wonderful name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Nigeria is at the point of no return. Former U.S. diplomat. It said the country is in its last phase. The Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, and the Harvard Kennedy School in the United States have said that Nigeria as a nation is at a point of no return, having showed all the signs of a failed nation. The organization, which made this disclosure in a research finding released through its senior fellow and former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, Ambassador John Campbell, and Mr. Robert Rodberg, who is the founding director of Harvard Kennedy School's program on interstate conflict and President Emeritus World Peace Foundation, said Nigeria is currently in its final phase, from which it would eventually collapse. The organization said their position was not based on emotion or the fancy of using pejorative words that describe the situation, but on a body of political theory developed at the turn of this century and elaborated upon case by case ever since. Its report said Nigeria has since moved from being a weak state to a fully failed state, having manifested all the signs of a failed country, including the inability of government to protect the citizens, large-scale violence, and festering insurgency. According to them, President Muhammadu Buhari admitting that the federal government has lost control of the situation is the first step towards the restoration of stability. The duo warned that Nigeria's failure as a state comes with negative consequences for peace and security in West Africa sub-region, as well as Europe and the US. Nigeria has long teetered on the precipice of failure, but now, unable to keep its citizens safe and secure, Nigeria has become a fully failed state of critical geopolitical concern. Its failure matters because the peace and prosperity of Africa and preventing the spread of disorder and militancy around the globe depend on a stronger Nigeria. Its economy is usually estimated to be Africa's largest or second largest after South Africa. Long West Africa's hegemon, Nigeria played a positive role in promoting African peace and security. With state failure, it can no longer sustain that vocation, and no replacement is in sight. Its security challenges are already destabilizing the West African region in the face of resurgent jihadism, making the battles of the Sahel that much more difficult to contain. And spillover from Nigeria's failures ultimately affect the security of Europe and the United States. Indeed, the thoughtful Nigerians over the past decade have debated often fervently whether their state has failed. Increasingly, their consensus is that it has. The report published on foreignpolicy.com on Tuesday said the report further says there are 4 kinds of nations: the strong, the weak, the failed, and the collapsed. According to previously published research estimate of the 193 members of the United Nations, 60 or 70 are strong. The nations that rank highest in the listings of Freedom House, the Human Rights Report of the U.S. State Department, the Anti-Corruption Perception Indices of Transparency International, and so on. There are 3 places that should be considered collapsed: Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen. 80 or 90 UN members are weak. Weakness consists of providing many, but not all, of the essential public goods, the most important of which are security and safety. If citizens are not secure from harm within national borders, government cannot deliver good governance, the essential services that citizens expect to their constituents, things that citizens expect from their government. Possibly a dozen or so states have failed, including the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Central African Republic, and Myanmar. Each lacks security, is unsafe, has weak rules of law, is corrupt, limits political participation and voice, discriminates within its borders against various classes and kinds of citizens, and provides educational and medical services sparingly. Most of our failed states are violent. All failed states harbor some form of violent internal strife, such as a civil war or insurgency. Nigeria now confronts 6 or more internal insurgents, and the inability of the Nigerian state to provide peace and stability to its people has tipped a hitherto very weak state into failure. According to political theory, the government's inability to thwart the Boko Haram insurgency is enough to diagnose Nigeria as a failed state, but there are many more symptoms. At a bare minimum, citizens expect their states to keep them secure from external attack and to keep themselves within their borders. The bargain that subjects long ago made with their sovereigns was being kept from harm in exchange for allegiance and taxation. When that quid pro quo breaks down, a state loses its coherence, its social fabric disintegrates, and warring factions subvert the social contract that should provide the fundamental foundations of state. Nigeria now appears to have reached the point of no return. Indeed, few parts of Nigeria are today fully safe. The report added. John Campbell is a former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria. And then I take it from here and add that who feels it knows it. Nigerians can testify to the fact that the country has collapsed long time ago. And the last 7 years have witnessed a state in which the central government is a direct sponsor of terrorist activity by the Fulani terrorist herdsmen. The central government, through the Chief of Defense Staff and National Security Advisor to the President, provided over ₦1 billion funding to Fulani herdsmen terrorists through their parent owners, Mieti Allah. Elements of terrorists are in the government, including the current president, Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Issa Pantami is still the Minister of Communication, a non-terrorist sympathizer. There are other elements. There is even the Sheikh Abubakar Gumi, whose father was playing the same role that he's playing now, establishing terrorist groups, now called bandits. They are all over the country. Nigeria's fall is already known to Nigerians, but nobody wants to call it out straight. It's unfortunate that Nigeria is still existing while people are being killed in hundreds. Muhammadu Buhari is sending sympathetic comments to Ukraine or to Europe. Wherever calamity hits people, Muhammadu Buhari, through his pressmen, will release some kind of condolence to those countries. When hundreds of his own citizens are killed or kidnapped, he will say nothing. They want to kill all these things so it doesn't get out of the door to the rest of the world. And so it's up to Nigerians to make the right call and decide, demand, and insist on a binding multi-regional referendum. That's what it's all about. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. NINAS has done most of the heavy lifting. Check it out at www.ninasvoice.org for guidance and steps and processes leading to referendum. That is what will give Nigerians lasting solution. Not creating more states or more local governments or who becomes the next president. This foolishness have got to stop. This state of confusion has got to be seriously addressed. It's been your guy, Stephen. Have a very pleasant day, wherever life finds you around the world. Listen to Femi Falana, the attorney, as he speaks on the rogue Constitution of Nigeria, the criminal document that allowed foreigners to invade the country by the invitation of a sitting government of the country. Like when the government becomes the #1 enemy of state, you have the situation that you have in Nigeria where ISIS will now find the country a very good place to move in. That the loss of Nigeria occurred essentially when Muhammadu Buhari got into office. That was the final death knell on the coffin of Nigeria. Here.
The what the National Assembly has continued to do is to amend an illegality, the so-called 1999 Constitution. It is Decree 24 of 1999. Signed, when you see the so-called Constitution, deliberately, the man who signed the law, you won't see his signature. That's fraud. Because when you read the law, the person that signed the bill into law, his name will be there. He will sign, and then the date of his signature. Decree 24 of 1999 was signed, promulgated by General Calamity on the 5th of May, 1999. But today you will not see his name in that document. It's a fraudulent document. Now, and what is that document saying? It said, we the people of Nigeria have enacted, made, and given to ourselves this constitution. No, that is not true. It was given to us, imposed on us by the last set of military dictators, headed by General Abdulsalami. And because that document is okay, for members of the ruling class, all of them, regardless of political, ethnic, regional, or religious inclinations, they are all comfortable with the document. So the status quo is okay, including all those who are campaigning now to be president. It is to retain the status quo and perhaps adjust it here and there. That is the only thing they are saying. So those who are contesting, particularly on the platform of the ruling party, are saying, we are going to continue. We want to continue the programs of the Buhari administration that has put our country under. Nigeria has become a huge job in the Committee of Nations. And so for any set of people to say you want to, package this rickety vehicle, not to panabit it, it's not going to move. So when they are talking of continuity, it can only be a continuity of disaster, continuity of injustice, continuity of corruption. They are pardoning themselves now. I'm sure you are aware. A man came to power and said, I'm going to fight corruption to you. Now, the only two governors that have been jailed, you now say you want to pay after stealing billions of naira. And somebody asked me this morning, Mr. Fallon, what is your reaction? I have no reaction. So what do you mean? My reaction is that all criminals, all thieves, all petty thieves in our prison should be released. Oh! Yes! Yes! You know why? Because under Section 17 of their Constitution, there shall be equality, equal rights for all citizens.
Including petty thieves.
And Section 42 of the Constitution says there shall be no discrimination on the basis of class, gender, whatever. So you can't take out two people on the basis of the fact that they belong to the ruling party. It's illegal. You take them out and leave the rest there. I can assure you, if the government does not release others, and I'm going to suggest to lawyers whose clients are likely to be left in custody to go to court and challenge the discriminatory treatment meted out to their own clients. Because just 2 weeks ago, a Nigerian was jailed for stealing noodles and spaghetti. 5,000 naira in Abuja. And he pleaded with the judge, I have no food. And the judge jailed him 6 months with 20,000 naira fine. Who do we ask? I asked a lawyer in Abuja to pay the fine. But we are talking of justice and fair play. And that was the oath of office taken by this guy. That we are not going to be fair to any citizen. So, if you want to pardon your friends, you must also extend presidential pardon to all thieves in Nigeria. Because if the big thieves are being asked to go away, you must also extend that facility to others. Apart from...
See, that's why I call Nigeria a crime scene. And Nigeria is not just a crime scene to Nigerians, but a danger to the rest of the world. Because out of Nigeria, we've gotten a young man that was flying from Europe to North America, wearing bomber in his body, because that's the way he was raised. Nigeria's problem will spread to the rest of the world if the rest of the world chooses to do nothing about it. Nigeria's case is far worse than Ukraine-Russia conflict. Nigeria is home to ISIS, the Islamic State. Nigeria is home to ISIS that got chased out of northern Iraq and Syria. They relocated to Nigeria. They have taken over Boko Haram. And there are other emerging terrorists, including Fulani terrorists, in Nigeria. The president is operating under current constitution that gives him massive powers to run Nigerians as he sees fit, as he likes. Sometimes he says they have attained the optimum level. They have no idea what to do again. And yet he's still in office. How does that happen? When someone said that there is nothing more they can do, they are done. They should be out. And so Nigeria's constitution is the document that have allowed Nigerians to become slaves right in their own country, having an enemy of state presiding as the president of the country. One who is interested in other nations' affairs like Niger Republic, where the parents of the president emanated from. Nigerians need to wake up. The following warning has been in circulation in the last few years. Unfortunately, Nigerians are not thinking, or they are not seeing, or they are not reasoning, or they are not paying attention to what matters. That Nigeria is getting encircled by foreign terrorists that are being imported into the country by the presidency, by governors like Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State, who has been rightly fingered as one of the commanders of the terrorist groups, especially the Fulani terrorist groups. That Nigeria is getting encircled by ISIS, Boko Haram, and other emerging terrorist groups coming from the Arewa states, going across Nigeria. Their plan is to overpower indigenous Nigerians and take over Nigeria and Islamize it and reduce it to even below Afghanistan. That's their mission. Here is what a man who is alive to what is going on had to say about Nigeria, and ignoring it will be to the destruction of those that are not taking things serious as they are happening.
And they develop action plans for North Central, indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says Christianity in the Southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. They say it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us, and that's all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran, and it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja.
Maybe this is why we have people from Abakaliki hiding in the forest of Imo State and Anambra State, killing and destroying and eating the flesh of our people in Anambra State and Imo State out of Abakaliki in Ebonyi State. Now you can establish the link, the nexus between what is happening in Anambra and Imo State, traceable to people from Ebonyi State, and the role of Islamization and Fulanization. This is it.
And they develop action plans for North Central, indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says Christianity in the Southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. They say it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us, and that's all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran, and it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja. It was carried live on NTA. The governors of Sokoto and the governor of Bauchi gave each one of them 5 million naira each. Your governor, Rochas Okorocha, gave them 2 million naira. Ex-governor Juzo Kalu gave them 1 million naira. Of course, Rochas now turned around and said no, that he did not give them any money. Something that NTA carried. I've had the privilege to go to some parts of Igbo land and do this presentation. I have told the Igbo brethren, don't expect bomb. There will be no AK-47. Expect Naira rain. They will pump money into Igbo land. And they are pumping money into Igbo land. If you are from the East, please get in touch with our people there. Tell them everything is not money. Don't sell your birthright. 3 plans for Igbo land: encourage Muslim businessmen to go into partnership with the Igbos, encourage Igbos to become cattle rearers, encourage Igbo girls to marry Hausa Muslims. That's the plan. They have activated it. I'm telling you something that was planned 30 years ago. And as you are sitting down here, if I ask you, can you show me the strategy document of the church? The church has no plan. We are just trying to draw up one now. The church has no plan. Islam has put its own in place 30 years ago. They are implementing it step by step. Southwest. Islam said concerning Yoruba land, both Islam and Christianity are superficial. That is, if a Yoruba man tells you he's a Muslim or if he tells you he's a Christian, you say, don't mind him. It's not a serious one. He's not committed to any other religion. That the real religion of the Yoruba man is traditional worship. Their strategy for Yoruba land is that they will start an Islamic movement that looks like Christianity. That Islamic movement will be meeting on Sunday morning. They will call themselves brothers and sisters. They will do wedding like Christians. They will do vigil like Christians. They will do praise and worship like Christians. If you buy land for your campground on Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, they will buy their own land. When you are having your Holy Ghost service, they will have their holy service without the ghost. So that in the process of time, the Muslim in Yoruba land will see no difference between Christianity and Islam. When you now go out on evangelism and you are trying to convert Muslims, they will tell you, Kilode, they are serving the same God. Why? Whatever you are doing in the church, they are doing in the mosque. OIC agenda. It's been in place. You are seeing it with your eyes, but you don't know what you are seeing. 30 years ago. The question now is, what is your response? South, nothing much. All they said is, let us look for radical youths in the South. Give them scholarship in Arab nations, convert them, and send them back. Their first experiment at Sadi Dokubo, it worked beautifully. They've taken hundreds of youths from Niger Delta. They are in Kuwait, they are in Dubai, they are in Iran. They are there now, and they are taking them, and they are giving them scholarship, giving them money. Those ones that come back, they will come back. They may not convert to Islam, but they will have a soft spot for Islam. Go to the south, to the north, to the Niger Delta now. If you are from Niger Delta, go back home and find out how many houses in your town were owned by the indigenous 10 years ago, and how many houses in your town are owned by Muslims. You will be shocked. They have bought nearly all the houses. In Niger Delta, Port Harcourt, Yenagoa, Bayelsa, they are buying properties there. Why? They want the oil and the gas. We are looking at it and we don't know what we are seeing. When Islam plans 25 years in advance. They are master strategists. It is the church. Jesus Christ says the sons of are wiser in their generation than the sons of light. It is true. It is the church that doesn't plan. They strategize, they plan, they have laid the foundation to take the whole of Nigeria. But it is not too late. My brother, it is not too late. That God is still talking now, it is not too late. So let us wake up and pick race and reverse whatever they planned to do. I've mentioned, let me quickly read this one out for you as I round up. OIC wrote a letter which we were able to get a copy with the seal of Babangida on it in 1990 February. 2 points there that I want to draw your attention to. Point number 3, Babangida was instructed by OIC, place total ban thereafter on all form of worship by Christians, Ahmadiyas and all tribal religions. 4, impose Sharia law on Nigeria. This was in 1990. Islamize all universities, colleges and schools and courts of law in the, now can you see it please? You can't? In the Federal Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria. They've changed the name of the country. It's not Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is Federal Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria, with the Sultan of Sokoto as the spiritual head. Wake up. This is how it is worldwide. Terrible rage against the church. Worldwide. Mr. Olisa Agbakoba is already fighting this in his individual capacity. We may not have time to talk, but I quickly need to mention this. October 1988, the Christian Council of South Africa wrote letters to leaders of the church in Nigeria, warning them, now let me read it out for you, that there is a proposed plot by northern Muslims and the Arab OIC supporters to destroy churches, carry out mass murder of Christians in Nigeria with more intensity in the northern states of Nigeria. I was at the West African Theological Seminary doing this presentation when one of the elderly lecturers there got up and said, that is correct. I received a copy of this letter in 1988. I made copies and I gave it to leaders of the church. But the question is, what did the church do? Nothing. 1988. And what was described by the Council of Churches of South Africa in 1988, we are seeing it with our eyes. Carry out mass murder of Christians in Nigeria with more intensity in northern states of Nigeria. It's not a lie. So if anybody thinks that Boko Haram is restricted to the north, go think again. Unless the church rises and stops them, Boko Haram will come to the south. You know, they came to Osun State a few weeks ago. I hope you heard the story. They brought a bomb inside a bank in Osun State. People were vigilant and they saw that 2 Hausa men who came carrying a bag left the bag and they walked out of the bank. So people ran out and they called the police. And the police came and saw that it was a bomb and they defused it. I'm sure you've not forgotten that last year they came to bomb the Third Mainland Bridge. I'm sure you remember. They were to bomb it on Friday. God exposed it on Wednesday. You've forgotten? Aha. They don't give up. The church holds the key. But before the church can pray, and God will hear, and God will answer, the church must first and foremost return to repentance. The church must first and foremost return to discipleship. The church must return to holiness, because we cannot continue like this and expect God to hear us. Pastor, let me go. I think I should stop, because if I continue, I keep seeing things that I think so. Before I leave, let me mention this. There are 50 nations in the world that persecute Christians. 50 nations in the world. As of today, the worst nation where Christians are persecuted is Nigeria. Nigeria carries 66% of all the Christians killed worldwide. I'm not even quoting Nigerian sources, I'm quoting World Watch List. They said between November 2011 and October 2012, we recorded 1,201 killings of Christians worldwide, which gives an average of 100 killings a month, of which 791 happened in Nigeria. 66%. Which means persecution of Christians is worse in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Egypt, Libya, all of them combined. It is worse in Nigeria. If it has not gotten to you, it's on its way, but it will not get to you. My job is to give you this information so that you can go and reassess your Christian life as an individual and as a church. I show you this map. This is the map of Africa. Every area that is green there that has Muslim majority today used to be a Christian nation. The church fathers, early church fathers were based in North Africa. Islam overran everybody. Islam is pushing down, Christ is pushing up. We are meeting at that red line. 90% of all the conflicts in Africa take place along that red belt. 90%, which proves that primarily every conflict in Africa is primarily a religious conflict. It's not a political conflict. It's Islam pushing down. And if you look carefully, that is where the middle belt is. And that's why I'm appealing to Christians in Nigeria, particularly in the South. Plateau State is our responsibility. Benue State is our responsibility. We must do everything possible to reinforce Christianity in the middle belt. Because if Islam should penetrate middle belt, the South is gone. Thank you very much for your attention. I give you a prayer point. If you will open your Bible to Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 11. The Bible says that the God that did not create the heavens and the earth. That's what I want you to pray. Thus shall ye say unto them, the God that did not make the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth and from under this heaven.
There is no way out of Nigeria except the South going for referendum with Middle Belt. When you hear the Northerners, these terrorists, when you hear them talk, they speak of the North, the type of North they used, the one they said the minorities of the North will be their willing slaves. There will be willing tools in their hand for them to dominate the rest of Nigeria. Today, even as Benue State, Plateau State, Taraba, Nasarawa, all these middle belt states, including Southern Kaduna, as they are coming under attack by these bloodthirsty Fulani terrorists, their spokespeople actually have courage to speak of the North. Like they are talking about the 19 states that's supposed to be in that North that has been broken a long time ago. The North, what is left of the North today, is a minority state, 12 states. They are 12. They are a minority because the Middle Belt has been separated from their own calculations by the killings that has been targeting Middle Belters. And so these minority Sharia states, we need to subject ourselves through referendum to have a clear separation, a demarcation line, to enable our people have sovereignty to protect our people all over Nigeria and all over the world. This is what it's all about. Nigeria cannot avoid this from happening. Thanks and have a great day. This is your guy, Stephen, speaking. I can't wait for the referendum vote to happen. Nigeria can never escape it. Otherwise, the alternative will be greatly a very painful experience. It will be a dire consequence upon Nigerians.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and without much ado recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with a ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against a secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case, which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held a solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNC team visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Because what you are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what you are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk, he now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Jaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now say, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
No, I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1966, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will reverse, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they have conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we'll do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
if at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and people, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all of them.
Be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to 75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the Arewa is not speaking for
anybody.
No,
they all have vested interests. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. There is none of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see this process. No, because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
I commend him. To prove you right or wrong, is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked, in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse, would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this. It is either all or nothing. Do you think
there is no halfway? There is no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people. In saying that we the people, we are saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja to the exclusion of the owners. If you come to the provisions inside the Constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices up to the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the Treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
Mr. Nadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is to
allow
the ethnic nationality
and have this discussion without what you are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abacha held a conference. But Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nnadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work.
I suspect that very soon some states will be taken over by these Fulani men called bandits. I suspect that very soon the presidential villa will be handed over to them. This is a plan. Nobody should deceive me. I'm more than 60 years. Nobody should deceive me that it's just bandits are just coming here and making this thing. It is a plan to hand over to these Fulani men who are called bandits, so that there will be no election. This federal government, not that it is insensitive, is working towards an agenda that they have planned to Fulanize this country and take over. It's not even about Islam. They are using religion as a shield to Fulanize. And this is not right.
What the governor of Benue State, Autumn, is saying is exactly what had actually taken place in Afghanistan right before our eyes. Afghanistan soldiers, while being armed and equipped by the Americans, were actually committed to the Islamic takeover of Afghanistan. And so, when the D-Day came, they all shifted sides and switched to the Mujahideens, the Islamic fighters. And that's how the entire country got subjected to Islamic takeover. Same thing is cooking and on its way to happening in Nigeria. Those who bombed the train from Kaduna to Abuja are the same terrorists that will take over the Asharok. The presidency of Nigeria is sitting on nothing but on a shifting sand. All their collaborations, all their collusion with terrorists will backfire, and that will be the final takedown that is coming upon Nigerians.
The recent urgent alerts by NINAS, remember the Ruger alert by which we shut down the amendment targeted at so-called autonomy for local government areas. Then the 6-part alert, in which we were looking at all the other game plans and permutations, the things, the hidden things the enemy is doing to prevail. The alarm of today, the alert of today will be concerning the invasion and the conquest that is being driven. The caliphate invasion, the caliphate conquest designs. And we take our bearings from the attack on the train, the people abducted and the demands being made. We saw the videos making the video making the rounds of one of the victims, the managing director of Bank of Agriculture, who is from that part. He's from because there's Nigeria is now one huge battlefield divided into two parts. And it is that Caliphate Sharia part and the rest of Nigeria in the alliance of the Nigerian indigenous nationalities operating together as NINAs. Now, that kidnapped victim, that abducted victim from that train attack, came speaking in a video organized by the terrorists. What we are reading from what was said, because he said that their demand is not about money, and that the government knows what those demands are. And since nobody is willing to talk to us, in the kind of event it is, the president and the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should have been the one addressing us even on a daily basis on what they are doing about the situation. But nothing is forthcoming several days after. And so we are reading the situation as best as we can, and it is on account of what we can deduce. We're entitled to that because we are the ones in that danger. We are the ones being threatened by this onslaught, by that terror group. And we're coming to this alert session of today from the perspective of our deductions. What are we seeing? What is our what can we perceive? What is our supposition in all of what we already knew before this new broadcast from their camp of terror? And so that question of making a demand that is known to the federal government, we are sure that people like Gumi, who used to be their state spokesman, whether he's still in that role or not, would know what those demands are. But our president certainly does know. He must know. If he doesn't know, he should tell us he doesn't know. But if they say that the government knows, and 3-4 days after nobody has said anything, we assume then that the government knows what those demands are. In the same vein, we saw Malam El-Rufai, the governor in Kaduna. We heard when he talked about going to 14 different countries to offer money to people who are coming in from across to kill people under his watch. Does that not tell us that Malam El-Rufai must be amongst those who know who these people are, where they are coming from, what their demands are? We allege that he must be one of those who know. And we know how close he was and he is to the ones in Abuja. And if we go back to Dr. Lafia and what he said about what they gathered from those people in terms of what is happening now, are those now the things happening? Did Melafia not tell us that one of the governors in the north is the commander of? So in all of that, somebody cannot pretend. People cannot continue to pretend that these things are not were not said or are not happening. Or is it the Pantami that we know his connections with all of that? He's the one in charge of our database, documenting people who have flooded into our space. His own people, the Fulani, documenting them as Nigerians. And we saw the recent attempt at amending the constitution to, liberalize the, indigenization. What you just, after 5 years of being in an area, you can just be registered to become indigenous of the place. At a time, INEC will be conducting elections in the local government areas. At a time, the federal government will be, sending money straight to the local government areas. But we suspect that those demands will have to do with land and our sovereignty. Land in the sense that we've been told repeatedly by all of those who should have been managing the crisis, who should have been helping push back the armed forces, their commander-in-chief, President Buhari, the minister ministers, the defense people, the military people, all of those, the spokesman of the president, they've all told us repeatedly that if we want peace, we must give up our land. And our land in this sense is not one small patch of farmland. Our land here is our sovereignty. They already said that this place belongs to them. We saw the governor in Bauchi on national TV saying that Fulani from all over Africa belong here. And we know what Pantami is doing, how they are documenting them. We saw our president throw our borders open, compromising our sovereignty in the sense that all of those people who poured in to Nigeria at the time, people who already declared, in the conquest march they have been carrying out, there's no doubt that it's an ethnic cleansing operation that is being done. And when you ask, where's the federal government in all of this? Where is the military in all of this? You go back to General T.Y. Danjuma, who told us in March of 2018 that what he sees is a collusion with this invading force by the government of the day and the military of Nigeria. Let us put the two and two of it all together to see the danger of the fall that emerges, that we are being invaded in a manner that is self-evidently being supervised by the federal government of Nigeria. That is what we see. If anybody has explanations different from what we have, those people should come out now and tell us. Silence is not an option in this matter. Body language does not communicate anything than affirmation of the issues of the charges we are raising. But the people at the receiving end, those who are targeted for this slaughter, must now take responsibility for their own lives. The demand that has been made by the terrorists for the persons they are holding in captivity, and the articulation of that demand by that victim of that train, I will say victim in quote, because we are entitled to read all kinds of things in between. Is he an innocent victim of that situation? Has he become the spokesman of the people to now say the government knows, and he will be saying, yes, he may have been speaking under duress, but what if not? What if there's a scheme? What if there's a collusion at that level? These are the questions we must ask. And we are saying this not to entertain people. We are saying this that we are at war, and the people who are the victims, who are the targets of that enemy that is invading, seem to be distracting themselves with all kinds of things. Some are still talking about the election in 2023. Over which country? The country that is being overrun, the country that people are being slaughtered in this number across the length and breadth by the same invading force. Then we come to why nothing has happened to push back this invasion. We see that our president, who had for long been life grand patron of Mieti Allah, the same Mieti Allah that proudly takes responsibility for the activities of Fulani herdsmen, the fourth most deadly terror group on the face of the earth. And that same commander-in-chief president, who already is their patron, grand patron, life grand patron, will dip hands into the treasury and take 100 billion naira in our very view to hand over to that Mieti Allah. Where did that money go other than to finance the operations of the Fulani herdsmen? We're establishing the connections between the people who are doing this terror and the government that is supposed to be defending us from them or pushing them back from us. Against the backdrop of the collusion alleged by former Chief of Army Staff General T.Y. Danjuma. So our interpretation of the whole situation is that it appears as a script playing. Looking at Afghanistan and hearing what had been said by the people who we are looking up to as our government, we saw the spokesman of the president not too long ago, I think, what's his name again, Femi Adesina, who says, look, you either give up your land or you give up your life, advising all of us to please give up our land so that we can have our life. If there's a demand now that is not money, because they said that their demand now is not money. So we are asking very loudly, what is that thing that is not money being demanded by these terrorists who appear to be enjoying some collusion from the government of Nigeria. And if anybody was thinking that collusion talked about was in 2018, in this very week of April, in the first week of April, 2 times I saw with my eyes on live national TV, first on AIT and then on Arise TV, where a retired captain of the Nigerian Army who had left off from the military intelligence wing was telling Nigerians and the whole world on live TV that from his involvement, from what he knows, that the government of Nigeria, the military of Nigeria, has the capacity to, cordon off this terror and take them out. That the capacity is there, the men are willing and able, but that there's a problem, that their commander-in-chief does not seem to want to solve that problem. That the commander-in-chief, our president, is the reason why the military, because he's also the one who has to, give direction, who is the one that should be leading the fight. So if he's the reason why the military that has the capacity to stop this is not stopping it, the Umar, I think the name of the captain is Umar Babangida or so, on AIT, today is 7th or so, this was 4th and 5th of April in 2022. Live national TV on AIT. Let somebody find out whether there was some captain retired, Umar Babangida, that went on national TV to say from what he knew, from what he was dealing with in terms of offering advice both to the federal government, to the military, to the governors who have to manage the crisis, that there is capacity to solve the problem, and that Nigerians should be asking their commander-in-chief, their president, why that capacity is not being deployed. That the president is the reason why the military is not doing anything. And if you take it, further back to the collusion that was alleged, you could see very clearly that there's corroboration of all the suspicions by people who are now involved, people who can tell that there's something wrong with the whole situation. And if this president, a Fulani man, is presiding over a federal government in which Fulani invaders are turning up, everything that can stop them is in place, but they are not being stopped. And even with the latest incidents in which the airport in Kaduna was struck, and then in 2 days the train was struck, the day after the train, they still came out to that expressway to block it, and then somebody in Kaduna was telling us they were just crossing the road. We're entitled to think aloud the way we're thinking now. But if anybody thinks that people are just going to fold their arms until they are slaughtered to the last, that's not going to happen.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, you sign the petition. Better work, oh, sign the petition. Clean water and light, sign the petition. Security, sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh, sign the petition. Housing project, sign the petition. Hope for the future, sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders when they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pata pata. Waiting we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't dabaru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninasfn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
The worst that could happen to Nigeria has actually happened to the country, and that is having a very bigoted mind sitting at the leadership position of the country in the person of Muhammadu Buhari. This guy is an Islamist, a tribalist. He's anything but a nationalist. He's a wrecker, like a destroyer. He doesn't build. We don't know how many of his 150 head cow remains now, because it was 150 as he claimed through his asset declaration back in 2014 before he contested the election of 2015. He claimed to have 150 heads of cows. We don't know how much it has depreciated or increased up to this point. A lot of things have been destroyed under this guy's watch. He's very, very nepotistic to the point that he thinks it's about him. He sees himself as the one that we measure loyalty, who is loyal to him. That has become the measure by which officials of state are nominated or appointed for being loyal to him. Nigeria is doomed. And Nigeria has always wobbled, but under this guy, Nigeria went down, like hit the iceberg, and the ship went under. And today he thinks it is by his will that Nigeria will continue to operate one corrupt, deeply corrupt, crime-sustaining national police. He doesn't see the need for state police. In fact, he's trying to take over local lands, local community lands, to bequeath to his Fulani terrorist kinsmen who are doing everything to destroy the country under his watch. In fact, like you are going to hear shortly, mass graves have been known to be in existence in Aba, Port Harcourt, military barracks across the east, across the southeast, Asaba, Onitsha, Enugu, Mbo, Nnewi, Agwata, Ekulobia. All these places, people have been killed and buried in mass graves. In fact, it is this government that criminalized the now outlawed indigenous people of Biafra. It is the current government that started killing members extrajudicially until things got to where it is today. Buhari never meant well for Nigeria. That's why Kaduna, where he resides, has been going through ethnic cleansing. The Fulani, after reducing the population of the Christian Southern Kaduna indigenes, have now faced the Muslim Hausa indigenous communities in the northern part of Kaduna. They are killing them. The Shia members were killed in their hundreds in Zaria and Abuja. Muhammadu Buhari makes terrorists out of non-terrorists and then romance actual terrorists who happens to be his own kinsmen or the Kanuri-owned and funded Boko Haram. ISIS has also found home in Nigeria. There are other emerging terrorists presently called bandits across the 12 Sharia states. Nigeria is now a foregone conclusion as a country that has gone. And so what we've been asking all this while is to have this thing done properly, like the interment of Nigeria to be done in a very peaceful way, so that each can go to their place and manage their affairs. I mean, a lot of people don't even understand what it means to maybe part ways with Nigeria. It doesn't mean that people will move from a house located at 123 so-and-so street, maybe in the north or in the west or in the anywhere. You don't have to move. It's just sovereignty for the regions to protect the citizens wherever they may be around the world. Because Nigeria has failed. Nigeria has failed the people. Nigeria has failed the citizens of the country, the indigenous nationalities. In fact, the Fulani's plan for Nigeria was to dubiously take over the country and render the people slaves, for them to end up in internally displaced people's camps. or IDP in neighboring countries. This is what Muhammadu Buhari came to do. And that is what he's been using the military, every instrument of state, to pursue. He's given them millions of dollars. Dedicated radio station, all kinds of policies, trying to take over shorelines and lands all over the place, forests, to accommodate terrorists who are hiding behind cows. Listen to this and be the judge.
Muhammadu Buhari was once Nigeria's military head of state. He took power in the mid-80s, overthrowing a democratically elected government, and went on to launch a brutal dictatorship which lasted till his own lieutenants removed him in a coup, citing corruption, his parochial approach, and a tanking economy as their reasons for toppling the draconian regime. 3 decades after his draconian reign in the mid-80s, General Buhari, working with some power-hungry sponges in an opposition party, railroaded himself into the office of President of Nigeria in 2015 through an election that human rights activists, civil society groups, local and foreign observers noted was marked by massive rigging, voter suppression, and irregularities. Some Nigerians assumed that President Buhari would come into office and run the country successfully. They suggested that Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the vice presidential candidate, would be in charge of the government, while Buhari would be a figurehead. They were sadly mistaken. Not only has Buhari locked Osinbajo out of crucial security meetings, the vice president from the south, a Christian clergy, has been completely undermined and sidelined by the Islamist cabals that have followed Buhari into Osinbajo. And the president is on a dangerous crusade to destroy the Nigerian economy, destroy her institutions, institutionalize nepotism, and discard the constitution of the country. The sum of Buhari's actions, since he took office in May 2015, threatens to break up the country. Here are 10 reasons why Buhari is a calamity for Nigeria. The economy. President Buhari has failed to set up a competent and credible economic team. Apparently Buhari is more interested in pursuing a personal agenda rather than a national one. In December 2015, Buhari prepared and presented a budget to the National Assembly amidst great fanfare, only for experts to shred the budget and point out irregularities, inflated costing, and outright corruption in Buhari's budget. On social media it was tagged #BudgetOfYams, that is to say that Buhari and his cronies intend to steal and loot Nigeria's resources in the course of implementing the budget.
That has continued till now.
Still on the economy, several companies in the country like Guinness, UBA, Diamond Bank, have either closed up or downsized. This has led to massive job losses and increased hardship in the country. Unemployment rate in Nigeria climbed to 12.1% in the first quarter of this year, Q1 of 2016. Inflation has risen to double digits under Buhari's leadership, 13.7% Q1 of 2016. JP Morgan Chase delisted Nigeria from its local currency emerging market bond indexes tracked by more than $200 billion of funds, after Buhari's restrictions on foreign exchange transactions prompted investor concerns about a shortage of liquidity. Corruption and round-tripping. For months Buhari has created a parallel market for the dollar in Nigeria. The astronomical margin between the dollar rate fixed by the federal government, then 197 to $1, and the parallel market, then 320 or N360 to $1, has been inimical to business operation. In the meantime, there are reports that Buhari's family and friends have received hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars at the low official rate, and they sell at the high market rate, making a killing. While this is going on, businesses are shutting down, employers are retrenching and laying off staff because they cannot access foreign exchange, and Buhari and his cronies feed fat through corruption. GDP has tanked. For the first time in 12 years, the country's GDP has dropped to a negative value, minus 0.36%, in Q1 of 2016. We have Muhammadu Buhari to thank for that. Crashes in the stock exchange. The seemingly endless losses recorded, 1.15 trillion lost in Q1, in the Nigerian stock exchange is not good news to local and foreign investors. Foreign investors have fled. Local investors have withdrawn. Power, power, power. Many commentators noted that Buhari wanted power for power's sake. He has proven them right. Muhammadu Buhari is only interested in being president. He has no interest in ensuring that the system works, institutions are built to remain strong, education and healthcare is strengthened, or that even competent people are appointed into his cabinet. He told the BBC Hausa service that he appoints friends because they are loyal. For a country of one to have this man as president is a calamity.
Oh yes.
An illiterate in Aso Rock.
He's a curse
Around
upon
the
Nigeria.
world, secondary education is basic.
With his Fulani committee.
It is even compulsory in developed countries. The basic qualification a literate person is expected to have is a secondary school certificate. For some reason the Nigerian constitution says that the basic qualification for the office of the president should be a secondary school certificate. It turns out that this former military ruler does not have one and has used every trick in the book to circumvent presenting one. He has played a fast one on the Nigerian people. Being a scam artiste is one thing, but not having the basic education to run the office is destroying the country. By the time Buhari leaves office, he would have pushed Nigeria 120 years back.
Of course.
And to think that Nigerians in Nigeria and the diaspora are so well educated. Human rights abuses. The human rights abuses by Buhari and his government have been alarming. Unarmed peaceful protesters have been shot and killed. Human rights activists uncover mass graves of victims of the Nigerian army brutality in Kaduna in the north, and in ABA and Onitsha in the southeast.
Yes.
Countless people have been arrested and jailed simply for daring to criticize Buhari. Buhari's enemies have been arrested and jailed on trumped-up charges. UK Telegraph has just published an article that reveals that the Nigerian president is using foreign aid meant for Nigeria to fight his political opponents. He lacks the presence of mind, credentials, education, and enlightenment to be president of Nigeria. It shows in his actions. You can rig yourself in, but you cannot scam your way into delivering good governance. Interfering with the judiciary and destroying it. Under Buhari, there has been flagrant disregard of court orders by agencies domiciled in the presidency, especially the EFCC, Nigeria's Anti-Graft Commission. Buhari has shown an interest in lining up judges who will try cases against his enemies and opponents. The attempt to beat the judiciary into submission is contrary to the principle of separation of powers. Buhari himself said in a presidential media chat that he doesn't obey court that go against his personal beliefs. If this is not a calamity to Nigeria, I don't know what is. Failing security situation. The inaction of the presidency towards the carnage committed by Fulani herdsmen around the country is sickening. Muhammadu Buhari's tribesmen go round the country killing, looting and raping women, and taking over farmlands. The president has been silent. Is Nigeria about to turn into another Darfur? Buhari claims Boko Haram is technically defeated, yet they are still waging attacks on soft targets and controlling communities in the northeast. Buhari promised to rescue the Chibok schoolgirls within 3 months as president. He has failed woefully. The blame for the renewed hostilities in the oil-rich Niger Delta region can be put on Buhari. He has failed a leader. Buhari has destroyed Nigeria's national image. Nigeria's image globally has been adversely affected by the president's remarks during his foreign trips and during interviews by international press. It is a disgrace. During his visit to Benin Republic in August 2015, while addressing the Nigerian community in Benin Republic who asked if they could come home and contribute to moving the nation forward, he responded thus, "Stay where you are, don't come and add to our problems." In September 2015 he said that ministers are noisemakers that do not do any work. There have been too many gaffes. Each day with Buhari brings another gaffe that destroys Nigeria's image further. In summary, Buhari has destroyed Nigeria. He has set the country back. Before Buhari, Nigeria was a developing nation. Now under Buhari, Nigeria is a destroyed nation.
Yes.
He is a calamity to Nigeria.
Yes. It's sad. This is the reality of Nigeria, unfortunately. Join Ninas and look forward to freedom. Nothing else can surface in Nigeria as it is right now, except referendum, multi-regional referendum vote. That's what Ninas is making sure that everyone comes to this realization, that multi-regional referendum is unavoidable. That's the only lifeline left for all the nationalities that are facing terrorist attacks, being powered by Muhammadu Buhari and the Fulani Committee in Nigeria.
I was on a gig or on a show as a musician, as a recording artist to one of my friend and my brother to Kogi State, Kaba. And we had a nice time. So I said, okay, should we travel by air? But I said, Kogi, if we travel by air, we have to go through Abuja and come by road. So by road from Abuja to Kogi is another few hours. So let's all of us just enjoy the ride. So we took a minibus for about 9 of us. We branched in Akure, everywhere, enjoyed ourselves, musicians, artists. So just 20 minutes to the town of Kaba. We saw like a road. In fact, I think a minute we passed a military checkpoint. So when we saw a military checkpoint, not even a police checkpoint. So when we saw the road, so we were moving, thinking that, look, this place should be safe. Just after like 2, 3, 4 minutes, it was a bit of a bumpy road, but everybody, is the normal road that people travel as, so I said to myself that, should we go? This road looks like, but we saw people passing the road. So we forged ahead and we were going. But I noticed like a Fulani man in front, by the roadside. So I didn't really know what it is exactly. But,
How would you know he was a Fulani man?
Yeah, first of all, I grew up in the north.
Okay.
Yeah, I started my primary school in Jos. No, in Kano, went to Jos. I went to Kaduna. So I'm a bit, familiar with the northern style and stuff like that. And, to crown it, I'm a musician that has traveled. I've traveled all over the country and all over the world. So I knew, I know that they rear their cattle and everything. So I was just going. The more I approached the man, the more I was uncomfortable. And I was looking at my mirror, looking at my back. So when we were almost close to the man, I stopped. The man double-crossed the road with an AK-47.
Wow.
Yep. So I looked at my mirror, my rear mirror, to look at my back. So as I was trying to reverse, 3 other people came from the back. So
were they in a car or still on that bumpy road?
On the bumpy road, they came out from the bush. We're in Kaba already. So as I was trying to go back, I couldn't go back, couldn't go front because I noticed that they were carrying AK-47, cutlasses and machetes and everything. So they smashed, I was the one driving.
Wow.
They smashed my glass, both the screen and everything, with a big cutlass, and they cocked the gun. So at that point, we surrendered, and they marched 9 of us into the bush. 9. I've got 2 ladies, 2 female backups, so we were marched into the bush, and their faces were painted, 4 of them. So what they did was that they just say, you, and the first miracle God gave us was that the ladies were separated from us, and 3 others. So they marched 4 of us into the bush at around about past 4, quarter to 4. So that was how the whole thing started, like a joke. So they destroyed the car.
So one of my boys went back to the military checkpoint that I talked about earlier on for help. They couldn't get help.
He was able to escape?
No, they just took 4 of us and left 5 of them.
Oh, they took 4 and left 5?
Yes. Me and 3 other inclusive, they took us, they kidnapped us. So we started trekking. So I was talking to them in Hausa, and you ask me, why do I know that they are Fulanis and Nijers? Because, in Hausa, you can differentiate some Hausa language from the other one.
Yes.
Yoruba and Ijebu. So I know because I lived in the north. So, but they can still speak Hausa, but not like our. So I started begging them, and, they were torturing us. That's even not the problem. So we trekked. Our first trekking was from that junction of that Kaba. We trekked for about, since about past 4, quarter to 4, we trekked till about 1 a.m. non-stop. Wow. Non-stop. And one of my backup, which I don't want to mention, his name is a male. As at that time, he is a bit on the big side. He was losing breath, trekking for, So he told me that, Sati, I would like to, let me just end it up here because my tongue is already, is dried up. I can't manage everything. So they were telling me in Hausa that, look, meaning we will kill him. It doesn't cost us anything, that he's been delaying our movement, that we're supposed to be covering some miles at every point in time, that he's been delaying our movement. So I was begging them, they will smack me the gun on the head, on the hand. I was begging them so my talking drummer had to carry my backup singer, because he's lost everything. He said he wants to die. So they told me in Hausa that, okay, what they want to do is that if this guy is going to delay their movement, that they will kill him and sell his body parts.
Are you serious?
Yep. They said they are going to sell his body part, that since it's just disturbing us, that now, in my presence, the people that will come to pick his body parts, they will come, they will sell, so they are not going to lose. So with faith, we didn't even know what we were doing. We were just doing everything with faith that, well, this is the end. Because 4 of them were carrying AK-47. As at that 1 a.m., they took us to a bush. We didn't even know where we are again, but we had trekked from about 4 till about 1 a.m. the next day. So when we got to where they had to, because it's late in the morning, very, very late in the very dark, in the bush, in the thick of the bush. So they lit up sticks for us to have lights and ray, bonfire. They tied us, 4 of us together. So my drummer now was telling me that, boss, you know what? We can overcome these 4 people. We are 4, they are 4. That this gun is not normal gun. The euphoria of the attacks and everything, we didn't even know whether it's a real gun or not. So they were telling me that, boss, let's run. I didn't know what came on me, because naturally I'm not always afraid. But I was just relaxed that, we are 4. If we run, they know this bush. We don't even know where we are. And do you know where we are?
Where?
They took us from Kaba. We're already at the Ondo Bank.
What?
We trekked from Kaba to Ondo Bank, because it was in the morning that we realized that we have trekked from Kogi to Kaba, to Ondo. Because when we woke up in the morning, I spoke to them in Hausa, where are we? They said we're in Ondo, that this is Ondo.
Oh, they were even interacting?
They were interacting. One was 24, one was like 26, one was like 28, one was like 29. And 4 of them, they don't live in the same states. One is staying at Ekiti, one stays in Kaduna, one stays in Kogi, and one stays in Ondo. They don't stay in the same place. Anyway, so as at that point, they tied the 4 of us, and one was in our front with the AK-47, one was in our back, one went into the bush, and one was cooking. I don't know what they were cooking. They were cooking some drugs.
Drugs? Wow.
I haven't seen the drugs. I'm 52 years old. I've played music for almost 37 years, if not more than. I have played with everybody in this country. I haven't seen such a drugs. They were high on drugs. And they were speaking their Niger language, because I understand a bit of Adausa, Okay. So my drummer was telling me that, boss, let's run. I said, no, let's be calm. What if we run and we couldn't make it. So when we woke up in the morning, very early in the morning, we now saw the gun. Thank God we didn't run. We saw the gun. We discovered that it was real AK-47 that has several cartridges. When I mean cartridges, you know, some of these guns, when they load the cartridge, one can shoot like, this one shoot like 10. I saw it not because they're telling me. And I said, God, thank God that because if we had run, we are 4. Do you understand? We thought that the gun wasn't, is like so that was how the journey started. So in the morning, they were beating us. As at that time, we already, they did. They said we should start. So they will go through all your phones, you know, and call your contact, ask you, they will give you the phone to call people. You know, one of the things I must say here, and honestly, I'm not afraid to say it, each time somebody ring our phone, they will take the number and they will dial some network to know who the person is.
Are you kidding?
Yep. So that tells us that they are not actually doing it on their own.
They're not illiterate either.
Well, they are not illiterate. They know what they're doing, even though they are not educated, but they understand what they're doing. And this is a cartel. This is a networking thing. They speak to the people in the communication world, in the network, you know, because they were telling me that, Allergy, all this money, they're asking me, because they started from 40 million until about 5 million on the third day. They said that they are not the only one that are going to share the money. The military, the police people, the communication, because each time somebody calls me, you know, they will collect the number and they will speak to somebody in the network to know
where that person is calling from, who the person
is. In fact, when they took the 5 million,
how did you even come up? How did you even come up with the money being in that thing? How did they get it? Was it transferred?
That's another story. They brought it cash to them. They told me that they will know if the money, if there's a tracker following the money. You know, it's a serious thing. That's why when I heard about the Kaduna attack, you know, my spirit just went back to what I went through, because I know what the people will be going through now. It's something that is hell. There's nothing to define it than is hell. Now listen, you know, the funniest thing is that we were walking around. We trekked out of the almost 72 hours. We trekked for almost about 50 hours. Because each time you spend like 7-10 hours in a place, they will tell you to move to another location. They have people that is talking to them, monitoring their location. You know what I mean? So it's not just, it's something that is unheard of in this country. You know, because my 5 band boys that were left went to report to the military checkpoint. My immediate elder brother is a prince, is the king. So he too was already connecting people. You know, if you are, honestly, I'm sorry to say this, I don't have any other country, but if you are kidnapped, you're on your own. It takes God for you to come back. Let me tell you another thing that happened is online. After I was released, because our release was purely a miracle, the Oba, one of the Oba in Ondo, 3 days after I was released, was killed. The Oba of Ifon.
I saw that.
That's right. He went for a meeting, and on his way back, they shot him dead.
Just like that.
Just like that. So this thing is not just ordinary. They can't kidnap you without the help of some certain key people, communication, military, when they took the money, they flipped the money, because there's a way they will know whether the money is being tracked.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's in my presence. They even gave me 5,000 allergy. Gashi. Shiga mota da shi, zaka bi nan. I will pass this place and pass this place, and I will escape. I told them that how do they know the roadmap of the bush? They said that they can trek anywhere in Nigeria without getting to the express.
Wow.
Yes, because I experienced it for 3 days. Because they picked us from Kaba. Then we got to Ondo, we got to Auchi Bank, we got to Kogi Bank back. They brought us to Kogi Bank, trekking. You know, because it's shorter to trek from that end than, because they know all the roadmap, because they are naturally...
They are bandits. Their job actually is within the forest.
That's right. And you see why each time where they are negotiating, they have people that they talk to. That this is the nature of the negotiation, this is everything. So it's not just ordinary. It is sad that the country that I belong to, that I'm serving, I've been playing music for over 3.5 decades in my country. I've had opportunity to stay in abroad with a green card, but I can't. This is where I belong. I feel great being in Nigeria. But guess what? Every of my friends all over the world now, they tell me, say, boss, you want to kill yourself in that country? Let me tell you, I just had a daughter 3 or 4 months before that kidnap. And I said that is this the last thing? Because it's not something that you can. As I'm talking to you, I'm already feeling traumatized.
I'm even having headache just listening to this.
Do you understand what I'm saying now? The
Story.
second day, we were in Ekiti, the Bank of Ekiti. They said, are we hungry? You know, another side of the story is that for about 28 hours, we didn't have anything to eat. So, but because we've been trekking, you needed water and fluids. So we don't have option than to, because they know everywhere within those states, 5-6 states of that area. So we had to drink water that they used to clean their cow. We drank it. I took it. So the second day they said, yeah. And they are used to it because they are on drugs. They are fetish, because while we are walking, I was asking them, aren't you guys tired? You know, as a Yoruba boy, there's something we call kanoko. You might not know what it means.
What does that mean?
It means that you can decide to trek from here to Ibadan and the road will be shorter. And they told me that that's what they are. Because this guy, they jazz a lot. I was with them. You know, at times I wish I didn't experience it. But at times I thank God experiencing it and God sparing my life, our lives, I mean. Because, you know, you don't know the freedom you have sitting down. This is what you want. Because we had to be forced to take such water. In fact, we were drinking it with happiness because we lost fluids. We were passing out, basically, you know. So the next day, they told us, when it was second day, they said, do we want to eat? What do you want to eat? So somebody went to the market in Ekiti State, because we've left Kogi. You know, Kogi, Ekiti, Ondo, they share boundaries, yes. Auchi. So I said, where are you going? You know, by the second day, they were talking to me a bit, because I can communicate a bit in Hausa. And yes. They too they are not fluent in Hausa, but you know what I mean. Yes. So they told me that their father owns the land. That's deep. They say their father owns the land, and since they are not getting what belongs to them, this is what they resulted in doing.
I don't understand it.
Okay, because they said Fulani owns Nigeria.
How is that?
You know, whether true or false, because I was just listening, you know, and they said that this place belonged to them from whether 16th or 18th century, and all of a sudden, they are not getting what belongs to them. So they have resorted to kidnapping, adoption, and everything. And they said they only do 3 jobs. They kidnap, they join Boko Haram, and they do rituals. I said, what kind of rituals? Yeah. They said, what kind of rituals? They say, when they kidnap somebody and people can't really come to get them, or fortunately or unfortunately, it resulted into death. So they cut their body part and sell it. That was why they told me the first night that if one of my guys slowing them down, they are going to kill him and cut his body parts. And now they will still make money. They are not going to run. They are not going to lose anything. So I wasn't arguing with them, because who dare you to argue? As at that time, we're already in heaven, because we already knew. In fact, we had zeroed our mind that, well, that's the last. Because, in fact, I remember we've said our last prayer more than 30 times.
Are you serious?
It's not something I would want my enemy to experience. So one of them went to the market for almost 5 hours, because they had to trek from the thick forest. So by the time he came back, he brought a gari and a palm oil and mixed it and said we should eat.
What? So they actually they do business in the same markets that we go to buy.
They live like normal
They live like normal humans
amongst us. The guy went to the market and came back. He went to the market, bought the gari and the palm oil, and he came back to the forest about 5-6 hours later. So when he brought the palm oil, I told my guys, how do you eat? So some of them had to rush the gari. So we were just taking the gari, and they said we should start to trek. Now, every time they want us to trek, they will smack us with the gun, and everything. So we started. They've been prior to now. They've been negotiating. People will call in, and I remember my boss, my pastor, will call in, and he will be praying for them that leave my son. Each time he calls in, after 3 or 4 times that my Oga calls in, I'll be praying that he should not call in, because
are you serious? He's calling to pray.
He's calling to pray. They will beat us after his call. They will beat us mercilessly. Say that man, he's just praying, with faith that, look, leave my children. I have no money. They will beat the hell out of us. That your God that is always calling is praying that
Was there any time that the security operative even called, or did anybody reach out to the police, the army?
There are 2 of my adopted mom that I wouldn't want to mention their name. They've made several efforts to the government, and they called. They were able to locate where we are. But what was said was that if they attack where we are, because we are many, they might be able to rescue, but they might lose some of us.
That's what they said.
That's what they said, because one of my auntie, mother, adopted mom, I don't want to mention her name, and I want to thank her especially, and few of the first ladies, they tried. They did all what they could, because they couldn't believe that it's happening to Tosin, that they know. When you hear this thing, is a different thing.
When it happens to someone that is close to you.
And I think few days to that time, I spoke to the first lady, which I wouldn't want to mention her name. And she didn't know. Is it Tosin that they are talking about? And for months, she couldn't even talk to me. She told, is this my own Tosin, And I remember the first lady in Lagos, after I was released, she called me to Marina and said, Tosin, we need to talk about this thing. This is not tidy. We need to find a way to help people that it will happen to. I mean the first lady.
Okay, and after that, so before I even come to the aftermath, how did they collect the ransom?
Well, when they eventually said, okay, we should look for 5 million from 40 million, that was the last day, which is the 3rd day. So special thanks to friends, colleagues, pastor, everybody, there's nothing I can practically do. So they put the money together, my pastor, everybody that I wouldn't want to just mention them. I appreciate my colleagues. In fact, first of all, the gospel industry was thrown into pandemonium and chaos. I remember Sami Opozo, Nathaniel Bassi, Big Bolaji, BJ Sachs, all of them, they didn't even know. That 3 nights, they don't know where they are. They were just praying. Because, by the grace of God, I'm not just one of the bottle in the industry in that regard. So Nathaniel, everybody was praying. Sam Opozo, I remember when they called Sammy, they told Sammy that they just kidnapped your friend. Sammy had to swear for the guy that called him that, I think you are joking, because Tosin and I spoke 2 days ago. We're on a project. And the pastor called Sammy back and said, Sammy, we are not joking. He said, you guys must be mad. You can't joke with me that they just kidnapped Tosin because we spoke 2-3 days ago. So just for you to know the way it is, everybody was...
Were they speaking in English when they were making this call? Or you actually called them? Or they made the call?
I know. I reached out to my assistant in church, and God bless his soul. God bless his soul. Afolabi, okay, wonderful guy. He did a great job for that 3 nights, because He was the one interfacing with these kidnappers and reaching out to my friends, family, and everything. He did a wonderful job. It will have been God too. So when we put the money together, they transferred the money. The people I was going to perform for, they had to transfer the money for them. They too, the event was just in a mess. That's another story for another day anyway. Because imagine they're preparing for events. So the event was just sorrow, pandemonium, and chaos. People, their blood pressure was skyrocketing. They took some people to hospital. Everything was upside down, And they transferred the money to somebody in Kogi. And, if I will bust, to my surprise, they said we had to rent somebody that will carry the money.
Yeah.
Because majority of the people that carry the money, they don't even come back alive. The kidnappers might kill them. So we got somebody, the guy charged us, and they brought the money. So the kidnapper said they only need the number of the person bringing the money. And they will know whether the money is tracked, whether the person is tracked, they will know. And I was chatting with them in Hausa that how would they know? They say I should keep quiet. They say their intelligence is higher than we that went to university.
Obviously, because from what you're just saying.
So when they were bringing the money, they collected the guy's number. They called the guy's number. There's a way they will call the number. There's a way they will speak their language to some network, and so they will be tracking the person bringing the money, knowing how many people they are coming, because they can see all this. They are professionals. So when they brought the money, they instructed the guy where to put the money, where they will meet him. So they collected the money and brought the money to my presence from the guy, and they released the guy. When they realized that the guy
was practically neutral,
the money wasn't tracked, because even if they collect the money and the money is tracked, because there's something that they will use to track the naira, that you know the location. So they discovered that, in fact, we were already begging them, because the people in Kogi that we went to perform for, they said no, they will track the money. I said we were begging them that, look, money, let the money just go. Let the money go, because we are with them. We've been with them for 3 days. We know how intelligent, how sharp, how connected they are. So we begged them that they should never track the money. Let the money go. So eventually, nobody tracked the money. We gave them the money. So they collected the money, checked the money. They flipped one like this. I don't know how they tracked the money. So they flipped the money and said, hey. So they now came to me. They said they are sorry.
They now apologize after receiving the money.
They said it wasn't people like me they wanted on that particular day. That was when I knew that I wasn't set up. But they said that I was just their food for that day, and they had to just make money. They said, okay, you know what, Allergy, got 10,000. They were telling me the route to pass. Unfortunately, as they released me, another kidnapper wanted to kidnap us. I'm talking before God of my creator. That, I'm telling you, because when they released me, when I got to the express, my guys were tired. They couldn't, because we have to walk from the bush, maybe another 45 minutes, 1 hour outside. So we were trying to look for a taxi, So we saw another bunch of kidnappers. They are everywhere. They have network everywhere. So I now said to God that, is this in Nigeria? Because I lived in the north.
How did you escape that? How did you know they were kidnappers?
Okay. So when we got out from the bush, we saw other people on the road, same road. And we were afraid because of our experience already. So we were looking for taxi. So the taxi couldn't come. So we were running on the road. We don't want to wait on one spot. As we were running, they were running after us. So a taxi came. And in fact, we were dragging one of my boys when we rushed into the taxi, because the taxi didn't practically stop. So we were now asking the taxi guy that the people running after us, he said there are another set of bandits.
This is not good.
Absolutely. This is
worrisome.
I grew up in Kano, in North, in this Jos, Kano, especially Jos, is like London.
Yes, that was what Jos used to be.
About 47, 48 years ago, I practically grew up in Jos. I went to Baptist Primary School, Jos, Baptist Primary School, Nasarawa, Kano. So this is a different story entirely now.
Now, when you came out,
yes.
did you have conversations? Did you approach the security arm of government, or you already gave up?
Well, you know, like I said, I'm a prince. My elder brother, a king, was already talking to the king in Kaaba, talking to everybody. Then, by the grace of God, you know, my people in Lagos, you know, my excellencies, they were already trying to see what they can do, which they did. To be candid, the only report was that that place is dangerous. If they attack the place, because we are many, they need to attack the place wisely. And what if they can't get 4 of us out, and in the process of rescuing us, they lose other people? But you see, they are talked to security agents. But what I can categorically say is that those people are working not by themselves. They are working with the people giving them guns, with the security agent, with the networks. I experienced that. Do you understand? So even if my people are trying to help me, they too, they are getting information from security agents and network.
Of course,
and that's why they change their location every few hours. We change location for about 5-6 times over 3 days. Changing location. And we might trek at 7, 8, 10 hours to just go to another place.
Yes, we go on to the next alert because we are in a battle, we are caught in a war. And these broadcasts are battlefield instructions. Those who will listen may be able to save themselves and their own people from the damnation, from the carnage coming their way if nothing gets done. And so we come to the question of this 2023 election that everybody is throwing all over the place. The general overseers in the church asking their people to go and get a PVC. Others saying there are millions of them who will vote in one direction, forgetting that the entry point is controlled by the enemy that has a dog in the fight. Now, we continue to dissect the things that are being done, but that which many do not understand. The election 2023 is actually the third plan in the hierarchy of Plan A, Plan B, Plan C being executed simultaneously by the enemy in that fight. And if you want to know who that enemy is, look at this map again. Look at this map very closely. The caliphate that imposed that 1999 constitution which tie up the rest of the country, the rest of the land, which confiscate the sovereignties of all, which sees the assets of everybody, which sees the right to work those assets, which sees all the guns in the land. That caliphate that imposed that enshackling constitution, that apartheid-like constitution, are the ones trying to take us to election to save the life of that constitution, which the rest of us in their alliance have defeated by the constitutional force majeure activation of 16th of December in 2020. We have defeated the 1999 constitution. Everything going on now is that those who were drawing governmental powers and authority, mark the words, powers and authority. And if you want to understand it, you go to section 14.2a to see the relationship between the two. Those who are illicitly drawing powers and authority from the constitution, the fraud of a constitution validated by our signature implanted without reference to us. They are the ones who are trying to save that constitution by going to election that will validate the life of the constitution one more time, that will renew the life of that constitution. The rest of Nigeria, in that alliance of the South and Middle Belt, that want to save themselves from the damnation, from the extermination that is coming upon them, from the conquest that is being executed against them, the ethnic cleansing that has been unleashed against them, are the ones saying they will not go to another election under that constitution, insisting that we must go to transition now to terminate the life of that constitution and to restore the sovereignties of those
whose sovereignties have been confiscated by sheer force under the code name Nigeria. The Nigeria we negotiated died in 1966. The Federation of Nigeria is no more, but there's a country still pretending to be Nigeria in place. There's that country in place, but there's no federation. And so the federal government that have been, all the federal governments that have operated since the collapse of the Union Agreement in 1966 have been illicit federal government. We're not at all talking about the personnel who is president. No, we're talking about the federal government of Nigeria in a situation where the federation had collapsed and we are running a unitary system. And so we come back to what are the things, what is this enemy doing? What are the rest of us doing? Like I said before, there is a plan A, there's a plan B, and there's a plan C, which is where the elections come. This caliphate is already in full ferocious swing in their plan A of invasion and conquest. That's their plan A. That they will come upon everybody having laid claim to the entirety of Nigeria, saying that it belongs to them, that they are born to rule others, and that Fulani from everywhere all belong here. So that in the ethnic cleansing campaign we see, sweeping southwards, they want to conquer the place outside what that constitution permits, outside what they have gotten by way of the constitution they impose. Because if they conquer physically, their hold on the land will not be based on the constitution. They know that constitution has been defeated. Where it is the South and the Middle Belt that do not know. They are still hanging on to that constitution. The people who know have since moved on to Sharia in defiance of that constitution that says there should be no state religion. The people who know have since moved on to building, integrating. They know that the union is at an end. They are busy integrating their part of the country with Niger Republic. That's why the railways that are connecting Niger, that's why the refineries we don't have that are being built there, that's why the railways we don't have that are being built there, that's why the road networks we don't have that are being built there. That part of the country, that caliphate north, is being integrated with the Niger Republic. Of course, we know where the Buhari himself told the people that went with him in the cross-border operation at the time he was GOC, the 3rd Division in Jos, across the border. He told them that his family originally came from the Niger Republic. So we all know, and there's no offense by being of Niger origin, or Abacha being from where he is from, or all the other ones in between. Now, the danger we are pointing out now is that the financing for the heavy infrastructure that is being put in place now is coming from loans obtained in the name of Nigeria by this sectional agenda. Billions and billions and billions of foreign loans that have been deployed to integrate the economy of the Caliphate North with Niger Republic. And those monies are being borrowed against the assets of the alliance. Some of those, agreements, loan agreements, especially one with China that's written in Mandarin language, also puts in a clause. I'm sure you will remember the controversy when it arose, that there's a clause to cede sovereignty to China if they do not pay the money. And these are all the things being signed over our heads by people who have their own agenda. They are not doing so on our behalf. They are doing so for themselves and to our own damnation. These are things we need to put on the table so that they know that we know. So that those who are giving them the money will also know that they're just putting their money at risk unnecessarily, because from the time in December of 2020, the force majeure that raised a caveat to the international lending community not to lend any more monies to this disputed project called Nigeria until we sort out the sovereignty dispute that has been raised. Some have listened, they are not offering any loans. Others are not listening, and they are throwing loans to people who may not be on the scene at the time they come for their monies. That's by the way.
But back to the main issue of what are the 3 plans that are being pursued? Because our people know about only one, the election of 2023. That is number 3 in the hierarchy of, in the order of importance, in the order of, execution. The first is the one that is going on now, raw conquest. Overrun them, become the owner of the place, everybody on their knees, and then other discussions will come. That's plan A. Plan B is one in which the same people that are pretending not to have the capacity to contain the terror that is going on are going to compromise our security further by this kind of thing they're already doing, to the point where they will assume martial powers. We saw when the Attorney General wrote a memo that leaked to his principal that they should suspend the Constitution. They want more, they will require more powers than currently available to them in the Constitution of now, so that they can advance their conquest more rapidly. And the way to assume that depth of power is compromise the security situation to crisis, to chaos level, such that they will say, oh, in the face of what has happened with security, we now declare martial law. They can launch a coup. They can do the kind of thing we saw in Afghanistan. They can just suspend their rights and all of that. That's plan B, and that is closer. The way they are going, the kind of carnage we see may come to where they say, oh, on account of this level of insecurity, we now suspend, all the rights, like we saw in 1984, and all of that. So that is their plan B, and they're working around the clock to get to that, so that they can continue their conquest unchallenged by the inhibitions placed by this constitution, as bad as it is. The plan C, which is now again a decoy for driving the plan A and B, is the election of 2023, by which they have occupied the thinkers and political merchants of southern Nigeria and Middle Belt. Oh, whose turn it is. Meanwhile, even being the plan C, they are thought in the hierarchy of options, they already secured the outcome for themselves. They're in control. The caliphate is in control of the 2 parties. The caliphate is in control of INEC and the military that will, and police that will carry the ballot boxes, and the returning officer that will announce who won, those who will count the vote. They are the ones printing the PVC. They are the ones that will give whoever they give. They know the demographics. If you are 10 million in an area and they give you only 3 polling booths, there's a maximum number you can return from that area where you think you have those numbers. They may also give 50 polling booths to an area that has less than 3 million people. And so they get numbers that will outweigh the ones you got from. So these are all the kind of gerrymandering that have been going on in our electoral processes, which is why the results are always baffling. But we are now laying them bare on the table for those who are pinning their hopes on going to win election. And that is where the men of God in the land who are telling people to go and get their PVC, they are not listening to us now that the constitution by which the winner will govern will render the lives of their flock more unlivable. They are going to continue to be killed. They are going to be more impoverished the day after that election, no matter who wins. But the people who are inviting you to that contest, the APC, they have already abandoned this. The carcass of APC that they've left behind, like they left the carcass of PDP behind in 2015. They've all moved to where they want to go. PDP today, a Fulani candidate in the person of Atiku is likely to emerge in that PDP platform. So they drag you to the point where there's a semblance of election, and the world will think that there's been a contestation, but they're in control of the outcome. And that's why part of what they're doing is to make sure they keep throwing it up as the most urgent thing to do, and our people are jumping, buying form, waving PDP and APC flag, whereas the people they are contending with already settled the outcome of that election by seizing the 2 political party platforms and seizing control of INEC and the military and police. That's the security services. So whatever anybody is thinking, this broadcast should get to reach all of those who are inviting people to elections. The political merchants, if you know anybody in PDP, from the chairman to the national officers to the governors, all of those who are mobilizing you now, including women leader, church leader, let them see this video that the people they are coming to compete with already settled the outcome. Their strategic pursuit is to keep that constitution that killed the rest of us and impoverished the rest of us, alive. Whereas we have defeated that constitution by what we have done, and we can actually go to where we decommission it and free our people from the bondage. Take them to referendum in a transition so that they decide whether they want to continue in this union, and if yes, on what terms. That's where we now begin to talk about the degree of autonomy acceptable to them. But they first have to vote whether they want, by referendum, whether they want to remain in union with anybody or not. And then if the preponderant, if the majority say they want to remain, then we go to that's when the question of the kind of constitution that will be used to moderate that union will come up. It's not now. And so let it be made clear to all that those who those from the south and the middle belt, who in the face of this invasion, happening to us, these killings that are coming upon us, this ethnic cleansing that is already ongoing, are distracting everybody by talking about the election, which is something the outcome has been predetermined. There's nothing you can do about the caliphate has a dog in the fight. They have a candidate in the election. They are the ones who conduct the election. They are the ones who print the PVC. And whoever wins the election, when they do win, will have to swear to defend and uphold that constitution, meaning that we are back to where we are. Meanwhile, there's no slowing down in the conquest they are driving. And they need you to be talking about the election where they are overrunning you, like we have seen. You saw them in Kaduna Airport. You saw them in train station halfway to Abuja. You saw them the day after the train station attack that they blocked the road heading closer to Abuja. We hear that schools in Abuja have asked parents to keep their children at home because the security situation, that's now Abuja. The day they blocked the Lokoja highway, nobody's able to escape from Abuja. Let those who are thinking that is far away from them listen now. Let those who see this video make sure it gets to the general overseers of the church and all of those doing party, whether it's APC or PDP or ABGA or Mega Party or Youth Party. All those things are in the plan C of this enemy that is determined to wipe us off and take over our lands.
Nigeria is finished. These are all warning signs. These are all warning signals that is being sent to Nigerians. Unfortunately, what Nigerians does with it is what will determine their future. Act now or it will be too late. Please, I want to apologize to our listeners up front. The reason I have been mentioning the rogue franchise that has destroyed essentially our place, that has caused Nigerian military to be wearing rags along the road from Port Harcourt to Anambra State. You will see them even beyond. You will see Nigerian police essentially not showing up in uniform. Instead, they are scared of the unknown gunmen. Places like Olo are completely destroyed. You will see broken glasses as you come to an intersection in Olo where Nigerian police and other security agencies are extorting our people, taking money from them right at the middle of the road. In fact, they are using POS to transfer money to Nigerian police and the Nigerian Civil Defense, Custom, Army, immigration and prisons. You can name it, anything that is bearing arm in Nigeria. They are on the road collecting money from Port Harcourt to anywhere you're going in the southeast or south-south. But in Olo in particular, the place is destroyed. Olo is the epicenter of the war that is going on between Nigerian military and members of the ESN and unknown gunmen and known gunmen. All those things, all those people like holding people on the middle of the street and snatching their vehicle and continuing wearing red gowns or black gowns or blue gowns, all kinds of things going on by our own people, on our own people. I mean, that's against what other people are very envious of the Igbo people. The Igbo people are known to be very productive people. That's who we are. People may wonder why I'm mentioning Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB and the joke they're playing on our people. It's because I just went through the whole experience firsthand. You know, here's a simple definition of economic activity. An economic activity is a process that, based on inputs, leads to the manufacture of a goods or the provision of services. The very things others are envious of Igbo people is what the IPOB using ESN ex-cons who escaped prison at Owerri or somewhere there in Imo State. They are using unknown gunmen, including the Nigerian military and police. They are joining in the game. And what you're seeing is that there's a lot of insecurity in our place. To go from one place to the other, you will see a dozen or more police checkpoints along the way. Within 30 minutes drive, you can see another police checkpoint from the one you are standing on right now, like 300 meters away. The very things others are envious of Igbo people, which is economic activity, is being shut in by a group that claims to be fighting for Biafra. Our people on Echezikwe Chiche, like Ndibai or this in Zuzu. That the people that are destroying you wouldn't be the people trying to save you from current danger in Onia, which is Nigeria, because Nigeria is a dangerous place to be. As a country, as a land, the way it is now. In fact, the land is so hot, like if you go to River State in Port Harcourt, you will be feeling like not stepping out on the street for the rest of your life. Because it is very hot. The flames are setting the place on fire. Now, how could you destroy the things that others are very envious of you? The thing that made the Hausa man to be jealous of Igbo people. The thing that made people to sell land many times over to Igbo people in Lagos. I saw it. If you buy land, the moment you go to dig in to do anything, they come again and tell you they are Omonile and they start demanding money. The Igbo were making trade and making money to buy these things. I saw Alaba market when it was only the electronic side. Before the madness that went through there. Now, if you turn out to be a movement that is looking for the salvation of Igbo, and you start destroying and shutting Igbo people in every Monday, in fact, they shut them in 4 days last month because of what Nnamdi Kanu had a court appearance. I mean, is this about Igbo people or a war from Nnamdi Kanu against Igbo over the killing of his parents? Because he blamed Igbo for the death of his parents. Is this a war between the haves and the have-nots? Is this a war between the people that broke out of prison and those that have not committed any crime yet, that haven't gone into prison? What is going on? We are made poorer and weaker by their attacks. Igbo must fight back and secure our towns and villages from invading criminals waving Biafra flag like they really are working to realize an independent state or an independent state of Biafra. Which one are they looking for? To put Igbo in a state or a federation, a nation that is called State of Igbo? Are they trying to put us in a particular state, or we are becoming people, a nation, by their actions? This has been your guy, Stephen. Have a nice day. On insecurity, the governor of Benue State points directly to the right direction, that the federal government of Nigeria is an accomplice. By Autumn. February 10, 2022, today. Benue State Governor Samuel Autumn on Wednesday said the reason for his constant cry was that he was not elected to preside over displaced persons or dead bodies. Autumn stated this when he received in audience the Director General of the Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, Mrs. Cecilia Gaya, who couldn't come by herself but was also represented by Goodluck Audu. The governor said, having foreseen the danger herdsmen invasion on communities might pose to the nation, he decided to raise the alarm, and his administration came up with the anti-open grazing law. I must add that Benue State has seen a lot of killings by the Fulani jihadists, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, brought into the country, and some paid by the governor of Kaduna, Nasser El-Rufai. He admitted it on a live TV appearance that he traveled to countries in Africa to pay these people money to stop killing, yet they're coming. So he was funding them to come and do their job that way. And the federal government opened up the borders for these criminals to come in and kill people all over the place, going as far as the Akwa Ibom, southeast, south-south, middle belt, lower Niger territory area, Oduduwa land. Sunday Igboho is in jail because of these people, their activities. And for trying to stop them, they planted gun and everything and invaded his house and killed a few number of people, and killed animals too. Nigerian government officials are animal abusers, just as they are abusing their own people. That's why the priest will sit in the water, the fake priest sit in the water, telling people to essentially drown animals in order to make money. Anyway, the governor saw something happening and made a law for open grazing through the state assembly. He said his allegiance was to his people, and he lamented that he faced death threats as a result, but was not afraid of death. Autumn said, "At 61, I am no longer afraid of death. In fact, I have prepared my will so that if I die, my people will not fight over my property." God bless your heart. I feel so sad when I try to make public what is happening in Benue State and across Nigeria, I must add, and people castigate me and insult me, but I remain committed to serving my people. Which southeastern governor can open his mouth and say this boldly, that he remains steadfastly to serving his people, other than attending to the caliphate's business interest and the British business interest in our area? They don't care about our people. That's why criminal gangs are taking over the southeast, killing people at Umuchu, at Kurabia, at Uga, at Onitsha, at Aba, all over the place. They are invading Newi, everywhere. They are killing our people. And they claim to be fighting for our liberation. They snatch vehicles in the open. Police are on the run. Police, the so-called police, maybe that's why they are taking less bribes now, because they cannot even take bullets anymore. They see unknown gunmen, they run. The roads of Imo State is now dominated by police that are not wearing uniform. You can see them wearing all kinds of rags, like disguising themselves so that the unknown gunmen don't recognize them easily. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDPs, that is internally displaced people's camps, and dead people. And if something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. Well, Governor Otam, I must advise you here, if you ever tune into this People's Channel, Lower Niger Territory Radio, if you ever hear it online, there is a group that is championing the deliverance of your people in the Middle Belt as well as in the Lower Niger Territory and Oduduwa Nation. That group is called Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Hook up with the leaders of this group and have a chat and take it from there. Referendum is achievable for your people to be secured. It is done all over the world. Eritrea did it to get out of Ethiopia. South Sudan did it to get out of Sudan, which is now North Sudan. East Timor did it to get away from the chokehold of Indonesia. Scotland has done it once in my lifetime. I saw them go to vote, but they failed. Quebec did it 1995. They also failed by a percentage point or so. Europe have always gone through referendum to resolve differences. UK went through referendum to get out of the European Union just not up to 3 years ago. So many countries has gone through this process. Africa's own must not be different. That is what we serve the people of Benue State, people of Adamawa, people of Taraba, people of Plateau, people of Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Yoruba land. Sunday Igboho will not be in jail now if Nigeria has been a just society. And it is because of that we call for referendum, a multi-regional binding referendum to be supervised by the United Nations. That is the vote our people want to vote for. Not who replaces Muhammadu Buhari under the same constitution of 1999 that is fully rejected and repudiated by all our people in the Middle Belt, Oduduwa land, and Lower Niger Territory. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDP camps and dead people. If something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. On the training of civil servants by ASCON, Autumn said the civil service remained the engine room of any administration, as it was responsible for the success and failure of any government. So what is the situation with Nigeria? Leadership failed Nigeria, leadership that is based on a very criminal document, the constitution that allows idiots to rule over princes and princesses. Forgive my French. This is what has destroyed the country further. And since nothing good can come out of this 1999 constitution, the right decision to make for Nigerians is to stop further election, to repeat the same cycle all over, because another thief can only come to protect the interest of other thieves, just like what they did in Abia State. Orji Uzor Kalu robbed Abia State, and at the end of the day, he replaced himself with another crook, who after robbing the state, now put this other one that talks about hot water and pouring hot water on the asphalt to cause road well built to start melting. That's what do they call him? Ibazu from Ngwangwa. Anyway, the whole thing is this. For us to know true freedom, we must go through referendum. Anything short of this is a waste of time. And the government knows that this is the right solution to take. They know that things are not going very well, but they are just deceiving themselves, carrying on as if everything is okay. Nothing is okay. Nigeria is in crisis. Nigeria is in deep crisis. Nigeria is imploding from within. There's a lot of hatred among the people. The people are feeling insecure everywhere. There is a lot of horrible things going on. I saw flaring going on at Port Harcourt. If you come out in the night, you will know why Port Harcourt is hot in the afternoon, because there is flaring going on all over the place, gas flaring by oil companies. Fire is burning in the city. The pantries, the palm fronds are getting burnt. Literally, you can see it burnt. The grass, the green, everything is looking like it's burning up. In a country where oil and gas is being extracted and nothing is being enforced to protect life and the environment. Nigeria hates everything in Nigeria, including the land. That's unfortunate. This has been your guy, Stephen.
Ekene m unu. Abụ m nwaada onye Igbo. O nwere ozi dị mkpa nsị ka m nweta n'ụbọchị nke taata. Nke onye Chikwanya Zelu. Ụmụada Igbo ekenekwa m unu. Ndị nne, ndị nna, ụmụ okorobịa, ụmụ agbọghọbịa. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla ya na udo. N'ụbọchị nke taata, o nwere ihe m si ka anyị tụlekena n'ozi na ije nnwere onwe anyị na-eje. Na mbụ, achọrọ m ịkọwa nwa obere ihe. Nke ahụ bụ one ndị ka anyị bụ. Anyị bụ ndị Igbo ka anyị bụ ndị Biafra. N'uche nke m ma sị na anyị bụ ndị Igbo. Maka na Igbo nwere asụsụ, Igbo nwere omenala, Igbo nwere ntọala, Igbo nwere ihe eji wee malụ ha. O nwekwanụ ofu ebe ana. Ọ bụ ndị Igbo nọ ebe ahụ, nke onye ọwụna ma a na-akpọ nọ ana Igbo. Ya bụ n'ụzọ na njem nnwere onwe nke anyị na-eje. Ọkwanụ ihe bụ ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ right anyị. Na anyị eji aka anyị si na ka o esi wee dịla anyị mma. O nwelu otu njem nnwere onwe anụnwa nke jikọtara ma ndị Yoruba ma ndị Middle Belt ma ndị nke nọ n'ebe a na-akpọ Lower Niger nke a na-akpọ Ninas. Ha nwa na-eje njem nnwere onwe n'obodo a na-akpọ Nigeria. Abịa na Lower Niger ebe ndị Igbo so, enwelu ọtụtụ ihe a na-akpọ ethnic nationalities. Ndị a bụ ndị gboo na ndị ọkpụtọrọkpụ nwelu ana nke ndị bekee na-akpọ ancestral land. Anyị wee jikọọ ọnụ maka na anyị nwabụ ndị Igbo ama mmenwu eso anyị, ndị Ijọ ama mmenwu eso ha, ndị Efik ama mmenwu eso ha, ndị Ibibio ama mmenwu eso ha, ndị Bini, ndị Shan, ndị Urobo, ndị Ikwere, ndị Obolo, ndị Ogoja, ndị Ugep na ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche ama mmenwu eso ha. Ọkwa ya ka anyị ji wee jikọọ aka ọnụ wee sị ka anyị nọdụ n'otu a na-akpọ Lower Niger Territory maọbụ Lower Niger Block. Ozi ndị Lower Niger na-ekwu na-ewetalụ ndị niile anụnwa bụcha ndị nwere asụsụ dị iche iche na ihe eji mara ha n'ụzọ dị iche iche bụ ndị Lower Niger Block wee na-asị na ọ dị mkpa ka anyị welu kene uche, akọ na uche wee nụba ọgụ a. Ha wee na-asị na tupu anyị enwere onwe anyị na o nwere akwụkwọ eji achị a na-akpọ constitution na Nigeria, na anyị ncha niile ya asịgodu na nya bụ constitution na ya akwadoro ya ana tupu anyị asị na anyị na-enwere onwe anyị. O wee bụrụ na o nwere usoro eji emenya bụ ife. Adị usoro ahụ eji eme bụ na ntụnye aka a na-akpọ election, ụfọdụ na-akpọkwa ya selection, na anyị ama ntinyezi aka na ya ka akwụsịgodie ka anyị wee dozie ihe mebiri emebi. Anyị dozicha ihe mebiri emebi, anyị wee gabazie ịtụnye aka wee sezie na ọ bụrụ na nke 2023 anụnwa na-abịanụ, maka na onye ọbụla akpọrọ afa na ọnya nwa meriri na ntụnye aka ahụ, na ọ ya ejekwa ṅụọ iyi na ọ ya akwadokwanya bụ akwụkwọ eji achị bụ constitution. Ma ị na-ejedu ntụnye aka anwa nke ịtụnyere atụnye, gịnị melụ? Oke igbu mmadụ anụnwa ka ọ bụ agụcha akwụkwọ enweghị ọlụ, ka ọ bụ oke ịgba straịk, ka ọ bụ ajọ ụzọ, ka ọ bụ enweghị ụlọ ọgwụ, ka ọ bụ agụụ, ka ọ bụ iwe na ọnụma, ka ọ bụ ajọ omume dị iche iche, ka ọ bụzi ogbugbu a na-egbu ndị otu Kristi, ka ọ bụzi alụ kwọ nwa n'azụ na-aganụ n'obodo ahụ a na-akpọ Nigeria. Kedu nke a ga-akọba ghara ibia? O wee bụrụ ndị a sị na ha bụ ndị politishan, ndị mfoju akpa, ndị sọsọ m ga-ebi, ndị sọsọ mụ na ụmụ m ga-ebi. Ụfọdụ n'ime ha, ụmụ ha na ezinụlọ ha anọ na Nigeria wee na-aghọrọ mgbọ Nigeria na-atụ ndị obodo dị iche iche. Anyị wee na-asị ka anyị wee natakene na aka ọgbakwa na ụlọ na anyị na-eji ịtụnye ya bụ votu, maka na ịtụcha ha nwa akwụgo ndị ya achịnụ, andị ọkwanụ ndị otu political parties anụnwa bụ ndị na-eme nyawu selection nke a na-akpọdo constitution. Ọdịdị na Nigeria anyị enwedo akwụkwọ ahụ eji achị ka ọ bụ nke ndị amị wetalụ si n'iwu megide n'ọnyanwa ka anyị eji na-achị anyị. Ọnyanwa bụ nke anyị na-enejedela anya ka o nwere ọzọ dị n'azụ ụlọ, ka o nwere ọzọ dị n'etiti mụ na gị. Akwụkwọ anwa eji achị a na-akpọ constitution, onwekwe mgbe anyị ji wee mee ya bụ ndị Igbo, ndị Ishekiri, ndị ndị Urobo, ndị Ijaw, ndị Ishan, ndị Bini, ndị Ibibio, ndị Efik, ndị Ikwere, ndị Kalabari, ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche, ma ndị TV, ma ndị Yoruba, ma ndị Jukun, ma ndị Idoma, ma ndị obodo ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche. Anyị wee na-asị na ọ ka mma ka anyị gee ntị ihe ndị NINAS na-ekwu. NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. O nwere ozi dị mkpa ha na-ezi. Ka anyị tụdagara anya ala, ka anyị gee ntị ihe anwa ha na-ekwu. Anyị asịkwa na Nigeria ya agbabi gbarie kịrịkịrị, mana anyị na-asị ka a kwụsịtụgodu mbinye aka anụnwa a na-akpọ election na selection. Ka anyị hazie ajọ ihe niile dị na Nigeria, ka anyị hazie ya. Onwekwa onye ọzọ ya hazie, ọkwa anyị nwa bụ ndị nọ n'obodo anwa, ọkwa sọsọ anyị nwa ya hazie. Ọ bụzie na eweta nke a na-akpọ referendum, anyị ebinye aka ma anya ya eso ka anyị a na-apụ. Ọkwa ebe ịtụnye nke gị, mụnwa atụnye nke m, onye ọzọ atụnye nke ya. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, ka anyị nachigha eke n'azụ tụleke n'ihe a, ka anyị maa ma ụzọ anwa ọ bụ ụzọ ga-enye anyị nwere onwe, ka o nwere ihe ọzọ anyị na-achọ. Anyị achọkwanụ ọgụ maka anụọ n'anya bụ ọgụ. Anyị achọkwanụ mmadụ ịnọkwanye bunie egbe, bunie ọgụ, bunie mma, bunie ihe ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche na-agbagbusi onwe ha. Anyị achọghị ya. Anyị chọrọ ka ọ dịrị nwoke mma, dịrị nwaanyị mma, dịrị okenye mma, dịrị ụmụaka mma. Ọkwanụ maka ọdịnihu ka anyị ji ekwu ihe a. Ya bụ, ka anyị gee ntị. Ndị niile na-eme politiks, ọkwa onye pụta ọzọcha echi niile ofu onye ahụ apụtakwa zọkwa another one. Ọchịcha ofu onye ahụ apụta, ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ recycling of individuals. Ọ bụ sọsọ ha maka esi eme politiks. Ma politiks a na-emekwa na Nigeria abụkwa ya. Maka politiks nke ha na-eme otigbuo zọgbuo, ejide mmadụ ibe gị ebunyụọ ya anya. Onyanwa ka o esi dịrị anyị mma, biko. Ya bụ ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ, gị kenenụ ntị na ozi NINAS na-ezi. NINAS sị ka chelugodu nọ, ka anyị hazie ọkụ a na-agbanụ, ka anyị tụnyụọ ọkụ a na-agbanụ, ọkụ a na-agba n'ime obodo a na-akpọ Nigeria. Ogbugbu mmadụ ọdụzi ka ọ na-ewute. Ọ dịghịzi dị ka ihe anyị eji ọnụ na-ekwu, maka na ụbọchị ọzọ gafetakwa a na-egbu mmadụ. Ọ dịzie ka ọ bụghị Chineke kere mmadụ. Chetakwa na Chukwu kere anyị n'oyiyi. Chetakwa na ahụ mmadụ niile bụkwa ụlọ mmụọ nsọ. Ọkwa ihe akwụkwọ nsọ gwara anyị. Ihe anyị na-agbakwa n'ọsọ ahụ ka ọ dịrị onye ihu mma, dịrị onye azụ mma, ka ọ dịrị anyị ncha niile mma. Ndị a na-eme politiks, biko kachetụnụ, kakwasagodunu ngwa ahịa ụnụ a na-akpọ political parties, ka dobegodunu ya n'akụkụ. Ka anyị hazie ajọ ihe niile adakwasịrị anyị n'obodo ahụ bụ Nigeria. Ọ bụzie na o kweghị anyị njikọta, anyị agbasaa. Ọ bụkwa na o kwere anyị njikọta, anyị ekwuo na ka o esi wee dịrị onye ihu mma, wee dịrị onye azụ mma. Maka na obodo ahụ a na-akpọ Nigeria, ọkwanụ obodo na-eme ka ndị ụchụ gbalụ, mana ụchụ agbagha mmadụ nọ na ya. Ya bụ, biko geenụ ntị n'ihe NINAS na-ekwu. Ndị Igbo, biko geenụ ntị, ma nwoke ma nwaanyị, ma ndị nọ n'ime afịa, ma ndị ụmụ akwụkwọ, ma ndị ụka niile, ma ndị niile na-achọ nwere onwe. Geenụ ntị ihe NINAS na-ekwu. Anyị ncha niile chọkwa na ihe a na-akpọ referendum. Anyị weta referendum ahụ, anyị tụchaa ya, anyị sị na anyị ka ya nọ n'ime Nigeria, anyị anọdụ. Ọ bụkwa na anyị ya apụ, anyị apụọ, bido ịhazi ana anyị, bido ịhazi obodo anyị. ka anyị ncha niile wee bie ndụ Chukwu kele anyị. Ọgwụkwanụ ka ọ ha m n'ọnụ. Udo dịrị onye ọbụla ka ọ dị. Ndị be anyị ndị Igbo ekenekwanụ m ụnụ ọzọ. Asị m ka m chetala ụnụ na tata bụ ụbọchị izu ụka gwụrụ, ụbọchị ọnwa gwụrụ, na ụbọchị afọ 2021 gwụrụ. Ka m bịakwa kọwakwala ụnụ ife dịkwa mkpa onye ọbụla kwesịrị ịma. Afọ 2021 agafee na tata. Ọmanchi ya azụ ọzọ. Anyị na-abanye afọ ọfụ 2022. Wee welu ekene pụrụ iche wee na-abịa n'ozi a dị mkpa m chọrọ izi unu. And onye nwetakwa n'ozi a ya biko ya tụsa ya ya mee ka onye Igbo ọbụla, ka nwoke ka nwaanyị, ka nwa okorobịa ka nwa agbọghọ, ka ụmụaka, ka okenye, ka onye ọbụla nụrụ ya. Udo dịrị onye ọbụla. Ife anyị na-ekwu n'ụbọchị nke taata bụkwanụ ka ọ ga-esi wee dịle onye iru na onye azụ mma. Na mbụ, ana m ekene ndị gegolu ntị, ndị ghọtalụ ife a na-eme, tinyekwana ya uchu ka fa nwee ike ka ndị ọzọ nlụkwa ya bụ ozi. And ozi a bụ ozi ọma, ozi dị mma, ozi nwere onwe. Maka na onye nwe anyị bịalụ wee sị na mmụọ nsọ adakwasa gị, na o dokwaziri ya nsọ, wee zigi ya ka o jenye ndị ụmụ ogbenye nni, ndị agụụ na-agụ ka onye juo ofe afọ, ndị eji eji ka fa nwere onwe fa, ndị na-aya ọya ka fa dere, ndị akpọchiri akpọchi n'ime mkpọrọ ka atọrapụ ha. Otu esi wee kpọchie anyị ncha niile, ma ndị Igbo, ma ndị Yoruba, ma ndị Awụsa, ma ndị TV, ma ndị Ikwere, ma ndị Urobo, ma ndị Ishekiri, ma ndị Bini, ma ndị Ishan, ma ndị Ibibio, ma ndị Idoma, akpọchie anyị weluki tụnye n'ime ọkụ. Ndị ahụ kpọchikwala anyị bụ ndị Fulani. Ya bụ ọsọ nke ndụ anyị na-agba, maka na ndị Igbo si na ọsọ ndụ ada agwa ike. Ọsọ ndụ afọ anyị na-agba, anyị ga-agbalu ya n'isi. Ma ị dịkwa nkwadebe ịgba ya bụ ọsọ? Ị dịkwa nkwadebe iso ndị ọzọ gbabagolo ya bụ ọsọ na otu jikọlụ ndị Middle Belt, ndị South West, ndị South South na ndị South East? Ekele ya eke. Ndị South East na ndị South South nọ n'okpuru ngalaba Lower Niger Block. Ndị Yoruba nọ na Odua Block. Ndị Middle Belt bụ ndị nọkwa n'okpuru Middle Belt. And anyị ncha niile nọ n'okpuru Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. Ozi ekene na ozi nwere onwe na ozi udo NINAS na-eweta kemgbe o kwesịghị ịba n'ime uche onye ọbụla, ọ kachasị ndị Igbo, nke nji asụsụ wee na-akọwalụ ndị Igbo na-ekwenụ ka ọnọdụ dị. Ụfọdụ ndị Igbo anyị na-azọ na ha ga-eje ịchị obodo ahụ Naijiria, mana ka njụọ, nke achịrị achị, kedu isi na ọ dị ya? Ị ya achị, kedu akwụkwọ ikike iji achị? Ọkwa akwụkwọ ikike nke a onye ọbụla gbagolu sege gbaa anya ụkwụ na-achọzi ịnị eni ka unu na-ejezi ka unu wee weli echipa. Ọkwa chakadu nke unu na-egwu onwe unu. And ndị ghọtara nụ asịgo na fama ntụkwa, na fama mbinyekwa aka ọzọ na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị nke na-abịa n'afọ ọzọ bụ 2023 ịgabada echi ụgwọ niile a na ego niile a na-ebikọsị kedu ka ị ga-esi wee kwụọ ya? ị na-agada echi ka ije napụ ndị bọntụrụ ịnapụ ha ọchịchị, napụ ha ụzọ ha si apịchala ego. Ọ dịghị ka onye ekwu omume. Kedu ife kpatara na unu bụ ndị Igbo ndị asị nọ ndị isi afụrụkwaba okpu, ndị isi aba okpu, ndị bekee na-akpọ big wigs? Kedu onye mere unu big wigs? Ihe unu bụ ndị isi aba okpu, ndị okeke ntị ike. Unu na-eje ọchịchị apụta kpọọ Ogbonni ya ọnụ, kpọọ ji ụzọ Kanụ, kpọọ anyị mpayọs anyị m, kpọọ Sam ohu abụ nwa, kpọọ Peter Obi, kpọọ Rochas Okorocha. Kedu ha? Kpọọ Dave Umahi, ndị ya eji jeze ọchịchị Naijiria. Isi ọdụkwa ụnụ mma. Onye ga-atụnyere ụnụ? Ọ ndị Igbo ya atụnyere ụnụ? Ka ndị Ijọ ga-atụnyere ụnụ? Ka ndị Yoruba ga-atụnyere ụnụ? Ka ndị Yoruba? Ọ bụ nke a ka a na-akpọ na mmadụ fụchala ebe anya na-echi ọzọ na-aga ebe a na-arụ agwụ, na mmadụ fụchala ụzọ sala asa na-aba ime ọhịa. Ọ bụ nke a ka a na-akpọ ndị dala ofeke, ndị na-amarọ mgbe e kere nkụ ụkwa, ndị oji isi kala ụmụnna. Unu na-eji achị ọchịchị, iwu megidere nye anyị ọchịchị, nye anyị Naijiria, ka anyị chi anya, ka anyị dozie ya. Ebe ka a na-eme ya eme? Natabanụ anya luo na ana. Natabanụ bịa sonye ibe ụnọ kwupụta na 1999 constitution a ndị Caliphate, ndị Fulani dobelu ha na ndị Britain kpara ka nkata wee kechie anyị ncha niile n'aka na ụkwụ na adịrọ na ya. Sonyenụ n'otu Ninas, sonyenụ n'otu nnwere onwe, sonyenụ n'otu a na-akpọ self-determination, na anyị nwa ga-ajizi aka anyị si na ka anyị ga-esi wee chie onwe anyị ka obodo wee dị mma. Unu eso na ndị na-egbu egbu, solonụ na ndị na-azọ azọ, solonụ na ndị na-echepụrụ ụmụnne unu, ndị agbata obi unu, ndị ikwu na ibe unu, ndị enyi unu, ndị na-echele unu ezigbo echiche. Sonyenụ na ya bụ otu. Sonyenụ n'otu eziokwu. Unu esonyere na ndị na-akụ asịrị na ndị asị. Sonyenụ n'otu ụmụ ife. Unu esonye na ndị ọchịchị, maka onwere ebe ọdụ anyị aga. Ya bụ ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, tụsasịkene na ozi a, ozi nke nwere onwe anụnwa anyị na-ekwu okwu ya, bụ ozi niile na-asị bụ na-aga. O tegokwa wee na-asị na 2023 anụnwa ndị Fulani na-alala anyị na-alakpu ka ejije tụọ bịa aka sị na anyị na-achọ onye ga-achị isi obodo, na aka gị na ụkwụ ga-adịrọ na ya. Gbakọta na ya azụ, maka na ekwugide okwu a 100 years. Ọ bụrụ ha na-anapụ akwụkwọ ikike eji achị bụ Constitution 1999 Constitution ka nọ ebe afọ, onwekwa ebe mụ na gị ji azụ aga. Sọsọ ihe ị ga na-anụ bụ ajọ akụkọ. Egburu onye a, eniri ebe a, echebiri ebe a, anụrụ ọgụ ebe a, ikọnọmi adịrọ mma, ụmụ akwụkwọ na-agba straịkị, onye gụcha akwụkwọ ọma nweta ọrụ, nke ị nwere enwe ama nkwụ gị ụgwọ, ngwa afịa na-agala ọnụ, esizie ngwa afịa isi obodo oyibo wee weta. Refinery asị gị na ya ewenye ego eji ego fuel, a ga-ewenye ya. Ọkụ ịma nwe, ezigbo ụzọ ịma nwe, ndị omekome a na-awụbata n'ike na-egbu gị. Ịma nwezi ike ihe eji wee chekwaa onwe gị, wee zụọ onwe gị. ị na-afụ ihe a na-akpọ nnukwute ụchụ ọgbụgba, a na-agba onye iru na-agba onye azụ. Bịanụnụ ka anyị nọdụ wee sị kedu ka anyị ga-esi wee gboo mkpa, kedu ka anyị ga-esi wee mezie ihe niile emebiri emebi. Ọ bụkwanụ na tigbuo zọgbuo nke o ji bụrụ ọgụ, nke o ji bụrụ ịmapụ mmadụ isi, nke o ji bụrụ ịta anụ mmadụ. Ndị Igbo biko ọkwado anyị ka ọ tọrọ, ọ tọzikwelu n'aka anyị. Ọkwa onye ji onye na ana jikwa onwe ya. Ndị Igbo unu si ha na tata ka ozi ọma batara n'ezinụlọ m, nnwere onwe adịgo. Tata unu matara eziokwu, nnwere onwe adịgo. Taa unu nụrụ onu ya, unu akpọchina obi unu. Ọkwa akwụkwọ nsọ kwuru ya. Mana ndị Igbo asị na ọ bụ ana ji ogu jide ọfọ, ka ụfọdụ ndị omekome na-emelụ ụsị, ndị sị na ha na-achọ nnwere onwe n'ụzọ adọrọ mma, n'ụzọ tigbuo zọgbuo, ndị sị na ha na-achọ Biafra, ndị sị na ofu onye bụ mezaya ha, ndị sị na ọ bụ ofu onye bụ supreme leader ha, ndị sị na ọ bụkwa na ọ bụ ha supreme ha. Ọdawa ite ọkụ, anyị wee na-asị ofu onye amanyekwa anyị nnwere onwe. Ọkwa mgbakọta mụ na ụnọ anyị ncha niile ga-ejikọ aka nọdụ ana wee sị nne ka o ya esi wee dịrị anyị mma. Anyị ncha agaghị n'ime ya. Ya bụ ndị ndọrọ ndọrọ na ndị a na-akpọ politicians n'echi ya na anya n'azụ, gegodunu ntị ihe ndị obodo na-ekwu, gegodunu ntị ife ndị nwaanyị na-ekwu, gegodunu ntị ife ndị nwe obodo na-ekwu. Ọ bụkwa unu nwe obodo, ọ bụkwa unu ji ndụ onye iru na onye azụ, ọ bụrụkwa unu bụ ndị ga-asị na-ekwe ka mma esi wee dị. Ọkwa mnwa ya eji aka ma anyị ncha niile nọkọ ọnụ, anyị ewee sị na ka o ya esi wee dịrị anyị. Ya bụ ihe anyị na-ekwu, ife ndị nne na-atụ na-ekwu kemgbe na-ekwu bụ na ajọ ife niile na ụchụ dakwasịrị ma ndị Middle Belt, ma ndị Yoruba, ma ndị Lower Niger. N'ọkwa akwụkwọ eji achị nke Obasanjo na ndị ugwu kpagidere kpagide nkata wee kpatuo ya, wee kechie anyị ncha niile, wee tụtụrụ ke kpọchikọ anyị. Mana anyị na-asị bịa kpọghee nya bụ ụzọ mkpọrọ, kpọghee nya. Ndị ọzọ na-agba. Ndị Igbo nkwapụ unu ka ọ tọrọ, gbawakwanụ ka ibe unu, solukwanụ n'otu Ninas, asị ekwu unu bịa lụba ọrụ dị na ya. Ife asị unu na-alụ anwa na emechabaghị n'ọkwa ka unu bịa solu wee tibe mkpu na anyị chọrọ ihe a na-akpọ referendum. Ndị Igbo ọkwa bụ unu ka ọ tọrọ, welukwa na anya dolo edo chọrọ ife darịnye na mmiri. Geenụ ntị ife ndị na-asị na-ekwu. O nwerokwa onye ọ bụ nke ya iche, ọkwa nke anyị ncha, ọkwa anyị ncha nọ na ya. Unu sizikwe na unu ga-eji ịma afọ na ana gbuo ikpere kpọọ isi ana yọba ndị Fulani ha nye unu ọchịchị. Nke a bụ ife ndị oyibo na-asị dead on arrival. Ọbakwa unu na unu ga-afụcha ebe ọkụ na-agba, na-ejedanye n'ime ya. Ka anyị ncha niile jikọke n'aka ọnụ nataba n'ụlọ, anyị natalụzie n'ụlọ. Ndị chọziri ịzọ ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azọba, anyị eme n'akwụkwọ ka anyị esi wee chie onwe anyị, ka ọ bụdụ na ife dị mmadụ adị ụfọdụ ndị mma, ka ọ bụdụ na ezigbo ndụ ada atọ ụfọdụ ụtọ. Kedu oge anyị ga-ebegide akwa a bedebe? kedu oge anyị ga-atagide ikikere eze a tadebe? Kedu oge anyị ga-anụgide ajọ akụkọ nụdebe ya? Kedu oge anyị ga-amalitebe wee bibe ndụ nke Chineke nyere anyị ka anyị bịa? Nya bụ ụmụnne m, ụmụnna m, ndị ukwu, ndị obere, ụmụ akwụkwọ, ndị nọ n'ime afịa, ndị nọ n'ebe dị iche iche arụ ọrụ, ma ndị si na ha bụ politicians, ma ndị ụmụ okorobịa a na-eji were na-eme ya bụ ndọrọ ndọrọ, ndị a na-akpọ political thugs. Onwekwa uru ọ bara unu. Ndụ gị dị Chineke mkpa. Ndụ gị dị ezinụlọ gị mkpa. Ndụ gị dị ụmụ gị mkpa. Ndụ gị dị nne gị na nna gị mkpa. Ndụ gị dị ndị ikwu na ibe gị, ndị enyi gị, ndị na-echere gị ezigbo echiche. Ọ dị ha nnukwute mkpa. Welu ndụ gị a wee mere ife. Join kenenu. Sonye kenenu ndị Ninas. Ka unu ghọta ebe a na-eje. Na Ninas na-edupụta unu n'ụlọ mkpọrọ. Ọ na-edupụta unu ebe eji unu eji. Geenụ ntị ihe Ninas na-ekwu. Geenụ ntị ifefa na-ekwu. Na ọ ga-adịrị nwoke mma, dịrị nwaanyị mma. Ọ ga-adịrị okenye mma, dịrị nwatakịrị mma. Ọ ga-adịrị onye ọbụla mma. Mana gegodo na ntị. Anyị achọọkwa tigbuo zọgbuo. Anyị chọrọ ka eji nwayọọ lachaa ofe dị ọkụ. Ninas ji ozi ọma abịa. Ozi nke eziokwu. Matakwanụ na eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ozi nke ife. Matakwanụ na onye nwe anyị bụ ife, bụrụ ike nke anyị. Ninas ji ozi nnwere onwe wee na-abịa. Geenụ Ninas ntị. Geenụ Ninas ntị. Geenụ Ninas ntị. Unu esonye soro n'ife a na-eme. Ọ ga-adịrị anyị niile mma. N'aha Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị. Amen. Biko inweta ozi a, tụsaa anya ka onye Igbo ọbụla nweta ya, gee ntị, sonyekwanụ n'ife a na-eme. Daalụnụ.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Augusta Anasike. An open memorandum to the conveners of the January 4th, 2022 Oka Grand Political Dialogue. The tragedy of Igbo chasing rats while the Igbo house is on fire. Written by Barrister Tony Nadi from the perspective of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. Today, the January 3rd, 2022. Number 1. At the time the rest of Nigeria is vigorously debating the urgency of addressing the damaged and unworkable unitary constitutional basis of Nigeria ahead of any further national elections, and amidst the trenchant demand for the immediate fundamental reconfiguration of the master-servant union of death that Nigeria has become for most of its constituent components, it is a tragedy of monumental proportions that people parading themselves as Igbo thought leaders are still wallowing in the mundane and most nauseating debate about how Igbo must take its turn at the presidency of the decomposing Nigerian Federation. Number 2. When I received an invitation to the so-called Oka Grand Political Dialogue, I raced through its contents in the misplaced hope of finding a better proposition than those that had been bandied around over the years by these group of conveners. Lo and behold, it was the same lame, jaded, and beggarly arguments about the inequity of excluding the Igbo from the presidency of Nigeria at the time a remedy called self-determination is being pursued as of right by the Igbo and other ethnic nationalities whose sovereignties are currently trapped in and confiscated by the Caliphate suzerainty, operating the unitary caucus of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. Number 3, that remedy of self-determination is inalienable, whether within the context of a return to pre-1966 regional autonomy level in Nigeria or the emergence of independent units of successor state entities as may be dictated by the outcome of regional self-determination referendums indicated in the 5-point proposition of December 16, 2022, NINA's Constitutional Force Majeure CSF proclamation. This remedy restores the sovereignty of the Igbo and other constituent components of Nigeria and does not depend on kneeling or prostrating for anybody in Abuja, Sokoto, Ibadan, or anywhere else, whereas the Igbo presidency gambit being canvassed by the conveners of the Oka Grand Political Dialogue depends entirely on the whims and discretion of a vicious and implacable enemy. Number 4, the main basis upon which that self-determination remedy is being pursued by the peoples of the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria, cooperating in an alliance called the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, is the illegitimacy of the so-called 1999 Constitution, being that the authorship of that Constitution was fraudulently imputed to we the peoples of Nigeria, meaning the constituent components of Nigeria. Number 5, it is noteworthy that all the lamentations of Igbo land in post-war Nigeria, including political exclusion, infrastructural degradation, economic strangulation, atrocious quota system regime, and a wide range of other forms of marginalization, flow directly from the unitary constitutional arrangement imposed on Nigeria since 1979 by the Caliphate-led alliance of 1967, which styles itself the federal government of Nigeria. As the Victory Charter from the 1967 to 1970 war of genocide against the Eastern region, which in a desperate self-preservation bid declared itself Republic of Biafra May 30th, 1967, after 1 year of targeted mass pogroms that began July 29, 1966, and especially following the abandonment of the agreement reached in Aburi, January 1967, to resolve the Nigerian Union crisis. Number 6, from the foregoing, it should by now be clear to all that the grave constitutional grievances of the Igbo in Nigeria are fueled by the iniquitous imposed unitary constitutional arrangements, and so it must by now be also beyond question, especially amongst the Igbos, that the solution to the Igbo misery in Nigeria lies in the wholesale dismantling of the current imposed constitutional structures that operate like wholesale dismantling of the current constitutional structures that operate like shackles and manacles against the Igbo, and not in the Igbo taking a turn at the presidency of Nigeria and under the same constitution embodying Igbo damnation. Number 7, at a time when the countrywide consensus against the 1999 Constitution is already building up to the threshold of shutting off the possibility of a further round of national election in 2023 under that Constitution, in a setting that puts forth a firm framework and determination time frame for the orderly decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, it is inconceivable that any group of Igbo thought leaders would be summoning the kind of political jamboree that the Okagram political dialogue represents to brainstorm and strategize on the totally meaningless pursuit of Igbo presidency. Number 8, at a time the push towards a comprehensive victory over the 1999 Constitution and its caliphate preparators has been narrowed down to only one main task, namely halting the doomed voyage to 2023 electoral round. The proposed Oka gathering of January 4th, 2022 is the worst kind of disservice anyone can do to Igbo land that is already bleeding profusely from the equally meaningless Biafra restoration campaign anchored on ignorance, lies, propaganda, and violence. Even as the 1967 Caliphate-led alliance, already defeated by the Nilas Alliance, is struggling desperately to railroad the rest of Nigeria to another round of national elections in 2023 as the only viable strategy left for that caliphate to avoid a comprehensive defeat staring it in the face. Number 9, a review of the December 2021 Arise TV interview. You can view the link later, in which Akim Baba Ahmed, a notorious arrowhead of the irredentist Fulani think tank called Northern Elders Forum, was in some hollow but disingenuous sophistry hoisting the 2023 election as a life-saving necessity for all Nigerians, will show this caliphate desperation veiled in dozens of blackmail, threatening Igbo assets in Abuja and elsewhere in the north, and reminding the Niger Delta of diminishing importance of oil and gas. Number 10, to compound matters, the conveners of the January 4, 2022 Oka Political Dialogue, which listed as its collaborators Afenifere Group, Yoruba Council of Elders, YCE, Middle Belt Forum, Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, Igbo World Assembly, IWA, and also wants to launch what it calls Power Shift Movement and the Nigerian Youth Ballot Movement, which openly targets the largely ill-informed younger generation with the tantalizing sub-theme of powering 2023 youth ballot revolution. Number 11. This is particularly evil because it means taking advantage of the younger generation, which, for no fault of theirs, do not understand the central role of Nigeria's imposed unitary constitutional order to the dysfunctional Nigeria they live in, the debilitating and dangerous Nigeria they constantly seek escape from, and the ongoing mortgaging of their future by the caliphate operators of Nigeria. This younger generation is, by this dubious youth ballot revolution campaign, being hauled by a wicked, self-seeking older generation into the 2023 electoral train. Number 12, for the avoidance of doubt, this open memorandum is addressed to the conveners of the Oka Grand Political Dialogue, who describe themselves as co-hosts, namely the Igbo World Assembly, IWA, and the Anthony Ejiofor Basilonkwe faction of the World Igbo Congress, WIC, which in 2021 placed an advertorial in the Guardian newspaper of Nigeria hailing the so-called Eastern Security Network, ESN, floated by the rogue Biafran franchise. The memo is addressed to the invited guests, many of whom are actively involved in the most urgent campaign for the immediate fundamental reconfiguration of the damaged constitutional basis of Nigeria ahead of any further national elections in Nigeria. Number 13, to the guests, especially from other parts of Nigeria, invited to Oka to strategize for how an Igbo president of Nigeria can emerge in 2023. May I request you to ask your Igbo host whether the Igbo Paramount Council and pursuit at this time is for how one Igbo person will become president Nigeria, or for how the unworkable unitary constitutional basis of Nigeria could be reconstructed in self-determination for all. Number 14, if any of them tries to suggest that both undertakings can be pursued simultaneously, then tell such a person that Tony Nadi says he or she is being dishonest and that the role they are playing now is tantamount to aiding the enemy in a war against their own people. And number 15, as for the Igbo conferees heading out to participate in the so-called Oga Grand Political Dialogue, let it be clearly understood that the Igbo presidency undertaken at this time is like Igbo chasing rats while the Igbo house is on fire. This is written by Tony Nadi, today, January 3rd, 2022. And this was read by Dr. Augusta Nosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Did you know that Peter Afunanya is DSS spokesperson, Onyema Nwachukwu is Army spokesperson, and Frank Mba is police spokesperson?
They are serving as spokespersons to Nigeria's DSS, Army, and police, while the same forces are serving as occupation force, killing and burying people in mass graves in the southeast. They are joining the Fulani in making sure that the population of the southeast is reduced, and that not just southeast, but in the south, southwest, and middle belt, they are continuing on genocide across Nigeria. These are the things that will see to Nigeria's end, and we want nothing other than a binding referendum that will take place across the Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa land, and middle belt, to decide our future moving forward with Nigeria.
This is protesting for Nigeria.
Listening as an American was being interviewed by a member of NINAS during the UN General Assembly in New York, where Nigeria government went to hire foreigners to counter-protest the justified right of citizens to protest against their government's mishandling of what's supposed to be a country. That's what NINAS is all about, to arrest the drift going on in Nigeria. Nigeria, instead of listening or doing the right thing, went to hire foreigners, paid them to come and counter what was going on. And the man was interviewed.
Oh, for Nigeria? Yeah. For a stronger Nigeria, say Nigerian Christian, not target of genocide or ethnic cleansing. So what part of Nigeria are you from? You're not a Nigerian. So how then you're not a Nigerian and you're protesting for Nigeria?
Well, anybody's black, you know, say, protest for them.
Well, you know, when you got to protest with the information and the stuff that is happening. No. So how do you know that Nigerian Christians are not the target? How did you know that?
I don't know.
So why then do you have the placard?
Well, look, I'm going to tell you something. I protest for anybody. I help a lot of people.
So you were paid to do this?
Yeah.
Or you were paid to do this?
Yeah, I just joined in with everybody.
Because you didn't know.
Black, white,
I understand. It is good to support brothers, to support the culture, but also it is also good to protest and pass the right information, right?
It's a lot of information going out here. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people twist a lot of things up. Yeah. I don't know for sure what.
Well, you got to do a little bit digging.
However, you know what I'm saying? I'm just here to help everybody out.
I understand that. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're doing what they ask you to do. Yeah. At least you're paid to do this, and you're doing what you get paid for.
No, it's not about pay. You know what I'm saying? It's just about.
Through referendum.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back about 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered in several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. furtherance of the Chronicle Consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union. In 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus, at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NINAS and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninasffn.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with NINAS, call the number 0823 425 4584. or 070-5924-9885.
Here's an article by Malcolm Omirhobo. I don't know how to pronounce it very well. He says, to avoid a failed state, Nigerian elites must mobilize and enlighten the youth masses to seek a people's constitution that guarantees justice for all. The Lagos-based lawyer Malcolm Omirhobo has asked and answered the most poignant question regarding the fast progression of Nigeria into becoming a totally failed state in recent years. The learned gentleman asked this question because he sees the Nigerian elite core, who constitute the intellectual and economic backbone of society, as too reticent in addressing the complex conundrum in which the country is mired. The aloofness and nonchalance of the elite core enable and facilitate the entrenchment of a corrupt governance order that has, with time, translated into all the woes of today's unitary Nigeria. Omirhobo has no doubt that if nothing is done sooner to remedy the situation, Africa's most populous country shall become a failed state. He then asks, who will suffer if Nigeria becomes a failed state? He concludes that the same elite core who prefer to play the proverbial ostrich now by failing to speak out against misgovernance and maladministration of the country should bear the brunt of the existential miseries of living in a failed state, but in a polity that is driven by crass opportunism, greed, and narcissistic instincts, hardly have the time to stop and reflect on anything that can interfere with the ongoing feeding frenzy at the center. The elite core are perceived by society's underdogs as active collaborators, and thus the main beneficiaries of the oppressors ruling over everything at the very top. In a failed state, those who wield power now shall be able to devise the means to protect themselves and their immediate cronies. The elite class, comprising professionals, technocrats, administrators, and the merchant class, is left to its own means after all the institutions of governance collapsed nationwide. Chief Omirhobo spoke plainly as he painstakingly details the travails awaiting the Nigerian elite in a failed state. For the underclass, the writer quipped, he that is low needs fear no fall. He that is low needs fear no fall, or he that is down needs fear no fall. The elite middle class shall experience the most trauma if Nigeria becomes a failed state today. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, and the political economy. I'll go over that again. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, and the political economy in general. But as we already know too well, common sense is not a common commodity, particularly in Nigeria. To read Malcolm Omirhobo's article in full, go to the LNC USA website homepage and scroll toward the bottom. This brief was prepared by Dr. Okenwanwosu.
Here are some things that happened Tuesday, 28 December 2021, where OBJ spoke something about the oil and gas in Niger Delta. Yunugo, the president of the Ijaw National Congress, INC, Nigeria collapsing under fraudulent 1999 constitution, INC chief tells Obasanjo. Professor Benjamin Kaba has berated former President Olusegun for using the 1999 constitution of Nigeria to justify his claim that crude oil and gas in the Niger Delta territory belongs to the country and not to the people of the region. Okaba, who spoke to the morning show program of the Arise television on Thursday, described Obasanjo's position as a second thought as it contradicts its earlier argument that the mineral resources of the Niger Delta were given by God for all Nigerians. He urged that the former president could not be relying on a constitution that had been variously rejected and described as a fraud and a military document imposed on Nigerians. Ukawa further said that the unitary character of the 1999 constitution, which Obasanjo deliberated, had become the major reason Nigeria was collapsing on all sides, as the constitution remained a faulty foundation for the country. He said the Nigerian 1999 constitution, which Obasanjo is now relying on, is a product of unrepresentative drafting and, to a large extent, must be the provision therein are military driven, so the constitution is fraudulent, satanic, and it has not served anybody any good. In fact, the 1999 constitution is a foundation for the collapse of Nigeria. Every fabric of Nigeria, the economy, educational system, infrastructure are all collapsing. Reforming will not save the situation. We need all over restructuring, because OBJ talked about reform and he believed that will help to normalcy the Nigeria. But we know that under a constitution that is faulty, not people-driven, but hurried put together a few weeks before the ascendancy of OBJ to power in 1999 cannot do us any good. So the various agitation across the country are clearly evidence for the Nigerian to work. We must do away with the constitution and go back to the basic. And in a federation, resources ownership, focal federalism are paramount, and every constitution that talks about federalism and does not recognize ownership of resources by the people is faulty. The INC chief stated that Section 140 of the 1963 Constitution, which Obasanjo made reference to, is in an open letter of reply to that of Ijaw Nation leader and the elder statesman Edwin Clark, who talked about the 50% of the proceeds from natural resources to the region in recognition of their ownership of the resources. Okaba contended that the former president was representing a class of people who had fought so hard to sustain a system that is colonial military driven and serve hegemonic interests against the interests of the people of Nigeria. He further said, so the 1999 Constitution remained an arbitrous, a problem, and is the reason why we were where we are today. And those who are fighting tirelessly to sustain the status quo are doing it for a self-seeking purpose to protect their hegemonic interest. It is hard time we restructured and allow people who feel dissatisfied with the current system to seek self-determination. If not, like we said earlier, if they make restructuring impossible, then they made the rebundling of Nigeria inevitable.
Self-determination is the answer for Nigeria. Are you angry about the jihadist genocide in the Middle Belt killing Christians for land grab? Are you angry that Fulani herdsmen are trespassing onto your farms, killing, stealing, and destroying? Are you angry that you are a citizen of a country that is now the third most, should be second, most terrorized in the world, with Boko Haram, ISIS, Fulani herdsmen terrorists, and Al-Qaeda all operating from the same zone. Are you angry that you carry the passport of a failed country? Then you should join those seeking self-determination for ethnic nationalities. With self-determination, each ethnic nationality has the power to decide how we want to live and control our future, including resources. Self-determination is our self-defense. Join Nina's voice.org. Nina's voice.org. There's a lot riding on this. Now, here is why it gets really interesting. An MPA chairman drags Buhari before Abuja court over 1914 amalgamated treaty. The Nigerian Bar Association chairman, Ilesha branch of Osun State, Barrister Kami Ajibola, has dragged President Muhammadu Buhari to the Federal High Court, Abuja, over the president's refusal to release to him the certified copies of 1914 amalgamated treaty and 2014 confab report, the one convoked by Goodluck Jonathan. Ajibola had, through a letter dated September 22, 2021, and acting based on the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act 2011, asked the president to release the said documents to him within 7 days. The human rights lawyer who filed the suit asked the court for an order of mandamus compelling the president to make available certified true copies of Nigeria Amalgamation Treaty of 1914 and Nigerian 2014 National Conference report. Besides, Ajibola in the suit number FHC/ABJ for Abuja/CS/1425/21 asked the court to compel President Buhari to supply information on why the federal government will not convene the national conference where Nigerians will be given free and fair opportunity to discuss issues relating to the unity and harmony of one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. This is my comment. I have never seen anywhere any country is described as indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. I mean, this is impossible. Nigeria did not fall from heaven. Nigeria is the work of, like, the creation of people. It was a business of the UK. And then we, the indigenous people, are beginning to wake up from our slumber. And then we're asking questions, what's going on? This is not right. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Let's get our people involved. Let's go to our people, ask our people, what do they want? Do they want to be like, do they want Nigeria to continue going this way, or they want something better? Do they want a better deal? Do they want to, like, see real true change happen to them? In the middle belt, in the lower Niger territory, that is the former, the current southeast and south and we need a binding multi-regional referendum, a vote, a very simple democratic demand. It's a democratic process. We cannot just force ourselves, being together when it's not working. It's not going anywhere. According to him, based on the present circumstances where there are breakdowns in the nation's governance with insecurity, nepotism, terrorism, and unemployment, among others, the court should decide if Nigerian people can still continue to live in unity and harmony as one country, and on what terms and conditions. This guy is essentially telling us what Lower Niger Congress, NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, has been all about over the years till this moment, and until the mission is accomplished. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have a free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country. Again, I reject this word, indivisibility. No country is beyond division. Not on this world, not in this planet. There is no country that is to be said to be beyond discussion, that there should be no discussion about its existence, about its continued as is. If there are areas within that country that doesn't feel like belonging, that should be a reason for referendum. Canada did it some years back. In Quebec, Quebec voted to separate. Their vote failed by 1% maybe. Something with Scotland. Countries vote for this is a democratic process. British people do it. They do it in Canada. They do it in UK. They do it in Europe. In fact, Britain is the last country that seceded. Britain essentially voted and separated from the European Union. They are still coexisting. They are not after each other's lives. They are still doing business together. They are still relating. They are still members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. They still do other businesses together. There is no fighting between them. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country, rotational presidency, and other acts of governance. He particularly mentioned issues relating to the Igbo nation, where he alluded that there was a calculated plan to treat them as an outcast out of the nation's presidency. The NBA boss said he was in court because by the placement of the constitutional duty, every citizen of the country has the right to make positive and useful contributions to the advancement, progress, and well-being of the community where he resides. 100%. No date has yet been fixed for the suit filed on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Let me say that there has been other suits that were filed many years ago. The Nigerian government has only gone to court to block those cases from moving forward because they have no credible counter to those demands. And it has always been about the unworkability of Nigeria. Now, what we have at hand is referendum. Let those that have ears hear and react to it and respond and continue to ask for information on where to go to find direction. Ndi Igbo, I'm an Igbo person. Ndi Igbo are not asking for rotational presidency. We are asking for referendum vote against current constitution of 1999 upon which Nigeria is operating. We are asking for referendum, a binding referendum vote for Ndi Igbo to vote on whether to continue in Nigeria, along with in the South and all Middle Belt and Oduduwa land. All these people are asking for referendum vote, not rotational presidency, not president of Igbo extraction, because in a functional Igbo land, in a functional Lower Niger territory, in a functional Middle Belt and Southwest or Oduduwa nation, citizens from any other country that decides to move to Lower Niger territory and nationalize and become a citizen can vie for the presidency of the Lower Niger territory. And I believe Oduduwa nation will equally consider citizens of theirs from any other part of the world that supports the existence of the nation and is obedient to the rules will contest for the presidency of Oduduwa land, as long as it is for the progress of those regions. So we are not interested in Nigeria's presidency. Maybe I'm deflecting the tires of the one Nigerianists, especially the Nzuko Mona people, among others. They are behind the visit by Chief Amechi Mbazulike to the presidency begging for Nnamdi Kanu's release. They are behind that disgraceful visit because it reduced us greatly in a way they probably never thought about. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. But we need a binding referendum Let's make Nigeria better. That's the way to do it better. Let's go for referendum. Fix a date and give enough time to educate our people on what is to come. And they will go for it. Sudan did it. Yes, they are still having problem on both sides of the divide, but it's okay. Whoever finds the way out first will get better. Whether it's South Sudan or North Sudan. They should figure it out, but in our own case, we also need to trigger that process to start figuring it out because we're not getting anything right now.
NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force measure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NINAS and the constitutional force measure, sign the petition at www.ninasffm.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with NINAS, call the number 0823-425-4584 or 070-5924-9885.
International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, finds it unexplainable that the U.S. Department of State did not redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, and treated it as a country with no severe religious freedom violations. This is contrary to what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. Fulani terrorists that are being powered by the government are still going across state lines to kill and replace communities. USCIRF is disappointed that the State Department did not adopt our recommendations in designating the countries that are the worst violators of religious freedom, said USCIRF Chair Nadine Mienza. While the State Department took steps forward on some designations, USCIRF is especially disappointed with the removal of Nigeria from its country of particular concern designation, where it was rightfully placed last year, as well as the omission of India, Syria, and Vietnam. We urge the State Department to reconsider its designations based on facts presented in its own reporting. Pursuant to International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, the countries the State Department designated as CPC, country of particular concerns, are Burma, China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that is North Korea, Eritrea, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. All besides Russia previously had been designated USCIRF. All besides Russia previously had been designated. USCIRF recommended CPC, country of particular concern designation for all 10 in its 2021 annual report, and also recommended that India, Nigeria, Syria, and Vietnam be designated as CPCs, country of particular concerns. This is done annually. It is reviewed every year. The State Department placed on its special watch list SWL, Algeria, Comoros, Cuba, and Nicaragua. USCIRF recommended in its 2017 annual report that Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Egypt, Indonesia, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Turkey, and Uzbekistan also be placed on the special watch list. USCIRF recently released a fact sheet reiterating its country of particular concern and special watch list recommendations, which explains the religious freedom violations in these countries, supporting USCIRF's recommendations. While USCIRF is concerned about the lack of designation for countries, USCIRF recommended Russia's designation for the first time as a CPC for engaging in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom is welcome. USCIRF has proposed this action since 2017. For years, USCIRF has raised the alarm regarding the Russian government purge of non-traditional religions and religious freedom repression, said USCIRF Vice Chair Nuri Tokel. USCIRF also applauds the inclusion of Algeria in the State Department's special watch list designations this year, which USCIRF has recommended since 2020 due to continued enforcement of blasphemy laws and restrictions on houses of worship for minority religious communities. USCIRF also welcomed the State Department's designations of 9 entities of particular concern, EPC, entities of particular concerns, which are non-state actors that engage in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom pursuant to IRFA. USCIRF recommended the designation of 7 of these actors, including Al-Shabaab that operates in East Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, that axis, Boko Haram of Nigeria, the Houthis in Yemen, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, which might probably include ISWAP, a branch of ISIS, Jamaat Nasser al-Islam wal-Muslimin, which is JNIM, and the Taliban in its 2021 annual report. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of Masab members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. I mean, it's all going. You know, the union is going down. You know? So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate.
Nigerian Union dispute: the folly of building on a rickety constitutional foundation, by Tony Nadi, Ninas, January 7, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, wrote as follows: knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree Number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federating constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling off the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty. The voice of the peoples in the Lower Niger Territory. Today, we look into some current affairs. As we all know that Nigeria, as currently constituted, is supposed to be a secular state. But in practice, it is very far away from the reality. The 1999 imposed constitution is a master-slave document, and that makes it a monster. And it has become toxic to the indigenous peoples. And the peoples in the alliance territory are saying that 1999 constitution must be decommissioned. Christians are relegated to the back seat as infidels and slaves. So, we want to roll out some facts that most of the strategic positions and appointments are controlled by the northern Fulani Muslims. And the examples abound. Number 1. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Senate President is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Speaker of the House is a Muslim, but from the South. The Deputy Speaker of the House is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Secretary to the Government of Federation is a Northern man. The INEC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, a Fulani Northern Muslim. The President, Court of Appeal, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. EFCC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. President, Federal High Court, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. National Security Advisor is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Army Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Air Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Northern Muslim. The Comptroller General of Customs is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Defense Minister is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Managing Director, Nigerian Ports Authority, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Managing Director, NDIC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller General Immigration, Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Nigerian Correctional Center, Prisons, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Fire Service, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Director General, NYSC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. In addition to the above, the highest looters are found in the north, mostly Fulani Muslims. The richest in Africa, Aliko Dangote, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. 85% of petroleum marketers is a Northern Muslim. may be dominated by the Fulanis. 80% of oil block owners are Fulani northern Muslims. 99% of Almajiris are in the north, mostly the Fulanis. Highest rate of girl-child marriage are in the north and practiced mostly by the Fulani Muslims. The fourth world most deadliest terror group is the Fulani herdsmen, Fulani jihadists in the north. Boko Haram is a terrorist group controlled by the Fulani northern Muslim. They are killing Christians and moderate Muslims in the north. Fulani herdsmen and Fulani militia are terrorizing farmers and Christians, mainly in the north and in the middle belt and south. 90% of Nigeria's past presidents and heads of states are Fulani northern Muslim. Nigerian membership of OIC was arranged by the Fulani northern Muslim. The poorest states and the educationally backward areas are in the north, controlled by Fulani northern Muslim. Fulani are culturally nomads. 2023 general elections is another game they plan to play against the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, otherwise known as NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. They urge you to obtain PVC plastic cards while they hold all the money and AK-47 and AK-49 to control your lives, assets, and sovereignties once you vote them in. So, why should you allow yourselves in the South and Middle Belt regions to keep empowering the Fulani Caliphate domination by participating in the general elections that renew the life of the same Caliphate imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution? This is a big problem that needs an urgent solution. So, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has offered a legitimate non-violent strategy, and it is a movement of the owners of the land. You in the Middle Belt, you in the Southwest, and you in the Lower Niger territories are urged to join NINA's movement today and exercise your inalienable right to self-determination. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. Join the movement today and say no to 2023 general election. Say no to 2023 general elections. For more information, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org and www.lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening, and tune in always and listen to Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from enslavement. Apparently, it is your voice of liberty.
For delivering uncolored report on the NSAS shooting at Lekki on October 20th, 2020, members of the panel are now getting essentially targeted by agents of Nigerian government. They are being unfairly persecuted already just for coming out with their report that heavily indicted the government of liars. Since the submission of the NSAS panel report to the governor of Lagos State on November 15th, 2021, members of the panel have become subject of vicious attacks by those suspected to be agents of the government. All manner of allegations have been heaped upon panel members, some of whom have been called unprintable names. I can confirm that no member of the panel lobbied to be appointed into the panel. As a matter of fact, in my own case, His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, appealed to me to accept my appointment, which I saw as a call to national service. The primary reason the governor gave to me then was that he wanted men and women of integrity, independent and not subject to manipulation, to be on the panel. Just today, my attention has been drawn to an interview by a senior counsel to the Lagos State government to the effect that panel members collected bribe in the course of the assignment. It is unfair, ungodly, and least expected of the government and its lawyers. The Lagos State government asked for 2 weeks to enable it to release a white paper on the report submitted to it by the panel, and we have been waiting, but it would seem that the Lagos State government has now unleashed mindless propaganda upon panel members, whilst at the same time asking for restraint from the general public. I have in my custody certified true copies of all proceedings of the panel and all exhibits tendered before the panel in respect of the Lekki Tollgate investigation. I urge the government to call its agents and lawyers to order so as not to provoke aggravated responses. It is unfair to seek to denigrate people's hard-earned reputation on account only that they accepted to render selfless service at the behest of government. If the government and its agents are not restrained from attacking others, nothing stops us from defending our integrity. I should not become a victim of unwarranted attack just because I accepted to serve the government and the outcome of that assignment did not favor the expectations of the government. Suffice it to mention that I worked with men and women of unblemished integrity and am proud to be associated with them all. I therefore appeal to His Excellency the Governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, to call all agents of state to order and keep to his promise to us to release a white paper within 2 weeks and to send the unedited report of the panel to the National Economic Council. Signed by Ebun Olu Adegboruwa, SAN, Lagos, Lekki, Lagos, November 18, 2021. So Nigeria now will resort to attacking the panel members like they didn't deliver the kind of manipulated report they were most likely hoping for. The report has turned out to be a huge embarrassment to the government, to the military, to the police, to the federal government and their agents, especially Lai Mohammed and the rest of them who has been in denial, lying and continuing in their lying ways. So, here is a panel member now coming public, exposing the hypocrisy that is the Nigerian system, that system that is condemned never to work well. Very sad. Sucks to be Nigeria. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, yesterday argued that Nigerians would be disappointed if they were expecting the United States to treat the country the same way it treats Israel. Akinyemi was speaking against the backdrop of a threat by the United States to invoke the Lahi statute against Nigeria if there are established cases of human rights violations against the military and police, as opposed to its measured silence on alleged cases of similar breaches by the Israeli government. Now, this is my take here. If the case of Nigeria is to be compared with that of Israel, and then you consider the fact that Israel is fighting for her very existence against those that would want to destroy the country and wipe it off the map, it means that internally in Nigeria, Nigerians are faced with a very dangerous system whereby those in government are the enemies of Nigerians. And they are using the instrument of state to kill Nigerians who are demanding for the right leadership, who are demanding for respect for their own lives. So how do you compare the two? Anyway, Bolaji Akinyemi continues. He said this during an interview on The Morning Show, a program monitored on Arise News Channel. This day's broadcast arm. The renowned professor of international affairs stated that the dynamics of the relationship between the United States government and those of Nigeria could not be compared. Some security experts recently described the development as a clear case of double standard, as the United States had said Nigeria risked arms embargo for alleged violation of the laws on armed conflicts in the fight against banditry, terrorism, and other forms of violence in different parts of the Federation. Speaking in an interview with CNN International after a tour of some African nations, including Nigeria recently, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken had said that his country would apply the laws against Nigeria if the allegations were found to be credible. However, while being very critical of Nigeria, the United States was said to have vetoed over 50 United Nations Security Council UNSC resolutions critical of Israel since 1972. During the last escalation of violence between Israel and the Palestinians, the U.S. had, according to reports, stuck to same playbook, blocking a joint statement calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Several resolutions condemning violence against Palestinian protesters and the illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank were also reportedly thwarted by the U.S. Of course, we also have laws in place. The Lehi law, for example, that makes sure that if there are units that have committed abuses, we're not going to provide equipment to those units. If there is genuine transparency, accountability, and change that follows from these incidents and these abuses, I think that is very important, not only to our administration, it is also important to the U.S. Congress in making judgments about continuing to assist the security forces, Blinken had explained. But Akinyemi, during the interview, maintained that Nigeria would continue to be disappointed if it expected the same treatment given by the United States to Israel, stressing that the Jewish people in America are a very strong voice to be reckoned with. Again, here is my take. The Jewish people in the United States indeed are a voice to be reckoned with. Are the Nigerians in the United States voice for Nigeria, or they are actually exposing the crimes of the Nigerian government against the people of Nigeria? See the difference? The difference is so clear. The voices that are now coming out, Nigerian voices, are on side with the people of Nigeria, the indigenous people. They are the ones that were protesting in the U.S. and Nigeria went to recruit foreigners, paid demonstrators to counter the genuine aspirations of Nigerians at the UN. He said, look, you will only break your heart if you expect the United States to treat you the way it treats Israel. This is not hate speech on my part. I know better than to do that. But Jewish voters in the United States are very, very critical to the electoral success, especially in presidential elections. And there is no presidential candidate and no administration that goes out of its way to antagonize Israel or to do anything that may be perceived by the Jewish voters as being inimical to Israeli interests. They have a powerful voice in the media, which they will be prepared to use. I wouldn't mention names, so there will be no ad hominem attacks on my part. But there are powerful voices. There is one of the global media in the United States which work for Jewish interests, public interest organizations they won't put it out there. But if you go and look at their profile, which would have been removed, so you would think that they are neutral, whereas they are not neutral. Like hawks looking after its chicks, those voices are looking out for Israeli interests. Akiyemi argued that Israel remained one of the few countries in the world that can afford to be rude to America without serious repercussions. Reason why a former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was rude to former President Barack Obama, who was perceived as not being pro-Israel enough. So there is no basis for you to try to differentiate between American attitude to Nigeria and American attitude towards Israel. That difference is very, very clear, he explained. He said it was a positive move by the Biden administration to remove Nigeria from the list of countries that muffle religious freedom, in line with the new American government's branding of being seen as highly democratic. He stressed that the State Department of the United States had probably found out that the terrorists were killing both Muslims and Christians in the north, reason the country's name was removed from the list of countries of particular concern, CPC. Everybody can see that that churches, mosques, reverend fathers, students in Christian schools as well as students in Muslim schools are all being brutalized, he stated, but added that there is not a doubt that there were religious issues in Nigeria. What the department is probably saying is that we share equally the sufferings of the two religious groups that we have, he posited. On pledges made by the United States during the African tour, he said, "Recall what I said earlier, which is that Americans are first-class speech writers and you've got to deconstruct what you're talking about for the real meaning of what they are saying." However, he said that Nigeria remained an important voice in Africa, stressing that despite the battery Nigeria's economy has received, the country cannot be ignored. Nigeria is self-destructive. There is no two way about it. Nigeria is a country at war against itself. Current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari is the #1 enemy of Nigeria, because they are working overtime to set the country on fire, while thinking that they are flexing, that they are fighting to remain relevant.
Waging an insurgency to try to overthrow the government and rid the country of Christians. Now human rights groups are asking the White House to stop the carnage. After losing ground in Syria and Iraq, the top general of U.S. Special Operations Command in Africa is warning that Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other Islamic terror groups are now trying to take over parts of the continent's most populous nation. Major General Dagvin Anderson says Muslim terrorists have set their sights on Nigeria's southern and northwestern regions, and the U.S. is now sharing specific intelligence with the country.
So this intelligence sharing is absolutely vital, and we stay fully engaged with the government of Nigeria to provide them an understanding of what these terrorists are doing.
Their goal? Eventually turn Nigeria into a Muslim country and force Christians, who make up half the country's population, to either leave or convert.
Christians are in the eye of the target, and they're coming after them.
And the numbers are staggering. August 6th, Muslims stormed 4 remote Christian villages in Kaduna State, killing 22 villagers. July 24th, 21 dead, scores injured, and several Christian homes destroyed by militants. July 19th, 19 people killed when assailants armed with guns and machetes attacked a wedding reception. And the list goes on. Leading human rights groups say what's going on in Nigeria is a genocide.
If you look at what's happened on the last 20 years, George, it's just massive number of attacks against Christians. Look, 50 to 70,000 have been murdered.
For years, the main terror group was Boko Haram, which seeks to overthrow the government here and create an Islamic state.
They go after Christians and moderate Muslims. They push a hard-line Muslim agenda. It is their intention to establish a caliphate and to just rid all of Nigeria and West Africa of any Western influence whatsoever.
Now, there's a new actor on the scene. In Nigeria's so-called Middle Belt region, where the Muslim North meets the Christian South, a terror group made up of Muslim Fulani herders are killing thousands of Christians. More than 1,400 Christians were hacked to death in just the first 7 months of 2020 by Fulani herders.
Unfortunately, the secular media are quite often biased and trying to present this as a tribal conflict rather than religious.
Nigeria's president, a Muslim, has so far done very little to stop the bloodshed. His police and army are also mostly made up of Muslims.
The attackers are never captured. They are not prosecuted. The security services respond very slowly. A full day can go on with attacks happening and no security shows up. And frequently, the government officials will provide cover.
Helpless and vulnerable to almost daily attacks, leading Catholic bishops are now urging Nigerian Christians to defend themselves. Human rights groups are asking the White House to appoint a special envoy to help end the persecution of Christians in Nigeria.
Unless the world takes note and puts pressure, economic pressure, sanctions, visa bans on the officials who are responsible for this travesty and for not reining in the terror, then Nigeria will continue to be a bloodbath.
Meanwhile, King's Group is helping more than 3,000 Christians who lost their businesses, homes, farms or land to Boko Haram and Fulani militant attacks. International Christian Concern has created communal farms to give victims the opportunity to rebuild their lives.
When they get back to work, the family is fed, they have a future, the kids can go back to school. It's a restoration of hope. It really is. And it's much more than just economics. It's the whole community. It's all the parts of life, the emotional, the physical, the mental. It means a lot to them.
ICC and so many other groups trying to bring hope in the midst of all this devastation facing the Christians of Nigeria.
And they are doing it.
They are, absolutely.
Great story, George.
Thank you.
Coming up, new evidence.
Over 2.6 million Nigerians have been displaced from their homes, 37,500 gruesomely massacred in cold blood, 244,000 turned into refugees within a short period of time. This is reported by Gravitas. While our so-called elder statesmen gallivant all over town in the name of global peace talk. Wanting more and a better life for the indigenous peoples trapped within Nigeria enclave does not equate to dismemberment. Rather, we seek to lift ourselves as a people to become better nations, manage our resources better, while lending a helping hand to other surrounding nations who are willing to move forward and live a life that is commensurate to what is found in our other civilized parts of the world. Ahead of the enforcement phase of the sovereign will of the indigenous peoples of Nigeria, NINAS, join the Daughters of Truth Talk Show, an American-based Saturday talk show, as we continue to push forward the conversation that ought to have been taking place more than 100 years ago. Highlights of this show would be: how did we become so insecure? 2, how did we become neck deep in debt to the extent that our indebtedness is now 33.1 trillion naira or dollars? I don't even know. Now is the time for us to set our children on the path of true prosperity, give them sustainable development and a meaningful life. We want to join countries like Singapore to build a civil society, not a military one, where citizens are butchered at the whims, fancies and caprices of one or two bloodthirsty demons who have the rule over our people. Those who think otherwise should please relocate elsewhere, for this is our land. Amen. It's on Saturday, December 18th, 2021. Time is 9:30 Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic time, which is Trinidad and Tobago, 4:30 p.m. local time in Nigeria, 3:30 p.m. London, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join Daughters of Truth Talk Show through the link or the website on Facebook. Just Google Daughters of Truth, you'll find it. And it's also going to be on Lower Niger Radio and Impact Africa Television Network. Here's news carried by the South China Morning Post, one of the largest national circulating newspaper in China. It reports that China is making an offer to send security team to Nigeria. This is in continuation of China's effort to take over institutions and space in Nigeria, just like they have done to Sri Lanka, to Uganda, Zambia, and other countries, poor countries where they are, third world countries where they are going to set foot and spread their tentacles. The West African country has been battling a series of insurgencies, and China has expressed concern about its citizens. China is expressing concern about Chinese citizens in Nigeria, and as a result, they want to send their military advisors, their military people. It's about the institutions. Remember, they've been given loans that are not being paid for. Unpaid loans, loans that are not being serviced. That is a precursor to taking over institutions. That's what China is doing here. Military and security training is a long-established method for Beijing to enhance its influence in Africa. China has offered to send criminal investigation experts to Nigeria to help tackle the country's security problems. They love Nigeria, China. The Chinese ambassador, Kui Jianchun, disclosed the offer on Wednesday during an event at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria to celebrate a Chinese-funded scholarship. China never gives you anything for free. No. China does not give you nothing without something in return. And they're going to finish Africa. Just like they did to Sri Lanka. They took over Sri Lanka as a seaport. The same evil China is opposing UN probe of Tigray abuses by the government in Ethiopia. That's the type of country China is. UN Human Rights Council meeting requested by UN voted to set up 3-member team to investigate alleged abuses in the Ethiopian civil war. Just weeks before, Foreign Minister Wang Yi reiterated Beijing's support for the Ethiopian government because they are getting contracts from them. Current government of Ethiopia gave China contract to build, one of the contracts to build rail line that ran from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, because at the departure of Eritrea, Ethiopia became landlocked. China built that rail line on loan, and they provided the workers too. China. Representatives from the Jaw nationality movement signed the resource control and self-determination. The Jaw ethnic group on Thursday became the first to sign the Niger Delta People's Charter on Resource Control and Self-Determination. The pact was signed on behalf of Ijaw indigenes by His Royal Majesty King Frank Okiabe Agadagba X of Baraun Kingdom. The ceremony took place in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State Capital. A statement by Ovundaeni, Niger Delta Congress spokesman, disclosed. Former President, Nigeria Environmental Society, NES, Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu, Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu, Rivers representative, signed the charter mid-November. A week earlier, Emeritus Professor Ebieberi Joe Alagoa, representing Bayelsa, gave his assent. The 88-year-old statesman lectured at the University of Lagos, UNILAG. The charter solicits over 70 signatures from Niger Delta nationalities, organizations, and the 6 South-South states. The document demands that oil and other natural resources be controlled by the people while pushing for exit out of Nigeria. It will be presented to the world on February 23rd, 2022, at the 55th anniversary of the Niger Delta Republic Declaration by the late Major Isaac Adakaboro. This is quote from Daily Post and reported by Wale Odunsi. Thank you for listening.
Addressed the press on the overall aim of the solemn assembly.
The map of Lower Niger, as can be found on their website, lowernigercongress.org, of 1885, showing how the peoples of the Lower Niger, the ethnic nationalities of the 11 states, to which Nigeria has fractured them, that map to be adopted as the geography of the territory we are discussing. The Ijaw, the Shekiri, the Urobo, the Igbo, all of the ethnics in those 11 states, have adopted that map of 1885 as the formations in which they will relate henceforth. The second decision is that they have mandated a referendum. The solemn assembly has mandated a referendum of the people in which people, just like the Scottish referendum that happened recently, will be deciding whether they want to continue in this union of attrition that Nigeria has proved to be. There's also the mandate for wider consultations with the people ahead of that referendum by way of town halls. and consultation with international stakeholders. The Assembly also decided that an asset protection and guarantee scheme be put in place immediately to take an inventory of the assets of the peoples of Lower Niger situated outside the Lower Niger, so as to avoid the experiences of 1970 in which they fled for their lives at the time genocide was being levied against them from other parts of the country. And in 1973, 3 years after they were dislocated from their places of abode, the government of Nigeria, by decree, seized their assets, called it abandoned properties, and never returned to them. And today we are seeing a repetition of the threat by the same people who seized those assets, against them. Finally, the Assembly also decided that a standing committee, an all-purpose standing committee, be put in place to discuss with those who might not have come here on a continuing basis, both local and international. I think we also decided that people from the Lower Niger who, for some, either by appointment or election, will be required to come to form government or do government business in Abuja on behalf of the peoples of Lower Niger from any part. The Assembly mandated a recall for consultation. They must come home and discuss with the rest of the people, otherwise they will be there entirely on their own. It doesn't matter that some people are rejoicing that the elections are being held and winners emerging, whether by appointment or by election. If you are of the Lower Niger and you are in Abuja to be part of the governance of that territory with the rest of Nigeria, we are requesting that you come home for consultation before you continue in that transaction.
Banners and placards by the ethnic delegations were unfolded, demanding an immediate referendum to determine their political future. The closing remarks and vote of thanks on behalf of the conveners was taken by veteran Niger Delta self-determination activist and head of the Ijaw National Delegation to the Assembly, Elder T.K. Ogoriba.
This will be the last and final part of the 3 series of the Solemn Assembly recording. Ibibio, Ijaw, all the nationalities were represented at the Solemn Assembly.
What can you say about the recent increase in the electricity tariff?
Electricity tariff? It is appalling. That is the reason why I have been in a companions lacuna.
Wow.
Not a recapitulation. But let me tell you this, that it is Leka and Pongwatidos, that in a Lekotla, in an Imbisu, Flakidos, and innovative matters, we are excogitatedly ruminated. We also eat how the revidistical politicals move from budget disappearance to budget doctoration. Now, we are faced with a duplicating, exasperating, a rebarbating, and a homogeneous electricity tariff. And this tariff is emanating with a financial lobotomization. But I pray that this is not ignite a clamorous demonstration. Now, come to think of it, how dare they deplete the citizens of the ossiferous and vociferous modus vivendi? Enough of this vilification and solecism. This is execrably pugnacious, pestilential, and attenuating. Imagine the imbibition of the political rodomotives, which has kept us in an urgent humiliation. Why? Now, Nigeria is in a political somnambulism and molocution. Nigeria is in a financial and economic dantigism. Look at the way the game politics has become a vocabulary. What a political holy-poly. What a political hoity-toity. What a political foodie-toody. What a political hocus-pocus they have come. What a political jabberwocky. What a political publicon. What a political couple they call. Sir, with this concentration, I ask that you accept my pentination circumlocution. Accept my pentination circumabagos, gadulukans, and madulukans. But I will tell you this, I will not koto in their puru. Thank you. I will refuse to koto in their puru. Thank you.
Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has three blocks: the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation. Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has three blocks: the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document
called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
Expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance and dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism. Not surprisingly, states and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination, or even in outright cases, secession. The ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states. While it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
a country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state solely for the protection of their environment. To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people.
Vadale Enige Ehaimo Edion Ikbea Ihuo Isenwohan Niriwoto Sanrive Megotwao Otunatioli Ninas Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination Naigionu Homunareo Ono tunada wegi akoze novade gbeale osibo 2023 na ha bosibore my mo bobo bekishole olonu tunada wegi ebuni majana naturally Nigeria okidonki ebu omulu Okolo da senyegwe emie be ahenya oria agboria memo meoria mi oloki doki ono tunani na sida wege epare chabebu ne botioli constitution ole mane santioli ebuhi ye ebi umulu no ogi ole vuole wala esa mata wege era de nyaura ono kukwole ola ka hia sibori so that do dia begi onorana ole oni constitutional ole buhina ola ka hia sibori ola ka hehe akwesegi aze alwe akoze ramde wege oge no riwi oni buhina me that time aba kpokpano oni buhina wege man nya oto naturally indigenous nationalities mamu ahụ ni ihe Abuja nire a enyama ogiva ge oni buhina maye tali maru bobo ge naze nire Abuja ni a enyama ge ebere woto ribegia igo efe no ruboto emioko igo humo na koko mayeri ahụ ni na nire amie mali oru eke no ebuhi naturally constitutional bobaki no ma wako ta o ma ami gumada sikoko wege ma mu ahụ no sma ma mu ni na ebe ma mo weke oto igo humo na amie mali oge mare ni na olezo no ruboto ogia ene doni go mu no rebegia ami bakia na ye anoru eke no buhi na wege ono gbebera ohi akigbolasa ma dagole ge ami bakia na ye igo na rekoko ma igo mu na rekoko igo na rekebe efe no ruboto amujo bi center natural Abuja ayego mu ewo gale one buhi na natural constitution olera hu na ndamege ekisi ewara ala mi bakia na ye ogine iwege ma na mo boy gbe ma oda ka khomunya asabo himegbe uwabe owaye kiane ewara sabo yonu wabe eye mi wena uha me fi woto ofiwoku uku mu fie gerebegia a sabo na wujede aware wege nyage ma sabo na wujede ewa wo gboria a sabo miole igwe kiri okuku awu moni egwana ro mu igo nina anone bi onebu hina oyeri ahụ nina oni na sita wege owake mare diro anya osas onu se na osacha sebirio oleda wege ukpede ni eneribi ugie uki igbeva alukpe nebocholi 2020 onu tunina sinanda wege onebu hina actually constitutional okiki igbugen na abo onu ebo no sma actually Nigeria na igbugon ki na abo abadaki wo hiene na tari ina sabo arigbe na hia da odo ke action sole ase me ba lu onebu hina ni igbukin na nanya ni na si wege ebe umulu no ebe hoge no ole ada wege ase elu akoze ramde alu akoze ina zeni onebu igbugen na no hoge vuana ole na si revegwo ole mada wege okena remiege aelu akoze o bebe awada alu ni ma si yero ati alu akoze o ona homo ni na sigere ba ha bosibo ro egbe da egbe fuware o mejo to ba o.
Today from the global lane, the dictator topping this year's list as the worst persecutor of Christians.
The regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
Most expensive Thanksgiving meal ever. Will Biden's infrastructure deal slow skyrocketing inflation?
The truth is, it's not fully paid for, and as a result, it will turn out to be inflationary.
Coming soon to the University of North Dakota, gender-neutral dormitories.
If a male identifies as a female, he could essentially be assigned a female roommate.
And transgender indoctrination.
The princess who came to your ball tonight was me.
And FBI terrorism tools used against parents. And it's all right here on the Global Lane. Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrest, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with a Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And, of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom. And they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi is a radical Hindu. his party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus, they believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem because, just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless. If you're traveling over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house this Thanksgiving, or if you're staying home and preparing a meal, you and Granny will need more cash in your wallet for purchasing Thanksgiving food items. According to The Balance, you'll be spending 21% more this Thanksgiving than you did in 2020. And here are some cost increases to note for feeding a gathering of about 10 people. Potatoes, up more than 8%.
On the recent call by one of the conveners of Bring Back Our Girls, Aisha Yesufu, that Muhammadu Buhari should be chased out of Aso Rock. Here's Tony Nadi's reaction to that call. Buhari is merely one of the most poignant symptoms of the deadly element we must find immediate cure for. It will be a strategic error to expend the scarce energies required to extinguish the source of the deadly element on just one of the many symptoms. That element is the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. The remedy lies in taking down the instrument itself, not in trying to oust one of the many evils it enables. Aisha Yusuf is one of the champions of Bring Back Our Girls hoax that foisted Buhari on us all in 2015. She still hasn't found the discipline to learn about what the fundamental problems are with the Nigeria Union, but she is prescribing an ignorant solution that does not scratch even the surface of the problem, and the energies required to embark on that wild goose chase is the same energies required to drive the final push to and past the finish line of the proper solution. So it's the Constitution of 1999 that we should be going for. Once that is dealt with, every other thing will be looked after. Target the head of the octopus and the tentacles will be destroyed. Part 2. With great blessing comes great responsibility, by J.D. Greer. Africa is very blessed. However, Africans are some of the poorest citizens of this world. There seems to be nothing for Africans in Africa, as Africans are all migrating out of Africa. For over 400 years, it's either Africans are being stolen from Africa as slaves, or hardship is forcing them out of their land as self-made slaves. It takes two to tango. This weekend, as we continue to look at the several tentacles used to enslave and hold us down, it will be wise for us to find out if Africans played any role in their enslavement and predicament. What have we done with the blessings of Africa? Why have Africans not felt the blessings of Africa? Why haven't we kept our promises to one another? We allow social injustice, gender inequality, and discrimination to limit our potentials as a continent. We also allowed wickedness and lack of mercy eat deep into the fabric of our society, to the extent that those on top do everything possible to make sure those below do not make it up, while those below do everything possible to pull those on top down to their level. And people now prefer to jump to the top overnight rather than go through a process. That is Saturday, December the 4th, 2021. 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, 4:30 Homeland, 3:30 p.m. GMT, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join the Daughters of Truth talk show through the link and media outlets below. It's www.facebook.com/events. It's also available on YouTube or Lower Niger Radio 24/7. You can Google www.youtube.com/channel.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karian Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin Punitive Expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimums of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today had just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
Expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance.
That's the governor of Bayelsa State.
And dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism.
Not speaking.
States and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination.
God bless you.
Or even in outright cases, secession.
Thank you.
An ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states.
There you
While
go.
it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
The country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state.
That's Professor Benjamin Ogaba,
For the protection of their environment.
President of Ijaw National Congress.
To this end, an autonomous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our rights to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue the target of self-determination until it is achieved.
Amen.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people. Ovietime George, Arise News.
The leakage is continuing and nothing is being done about it. The leakage in Nembe is ongoing. You can see the pipe leaking. Nobody is doing anything about it. Meanwhile, a northerner, Aminu Seira, wrote the following about the South. The Igbo people need to follow exactly what the Ijaw people are doing. We need to follow through with it. Ndị Igbo through Ohaneze needs to come out and make our position known. We're not interested in the next 2023 election. We're not interested in who becomes the president of a dysfunctional country, Nigeria. But we're interested in having a referendum to help us find out from our people whether they want to remain in Nigeria or they want to remain outside of Nigeria. This is what our people are clamoring for, not who becomes the next president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria would do no Igbo any good. It may make a few people billionaires in Naira or dollars, but that's how far it can go. You will still be in jail under the 1999 Constitution if your neighbor, if your town's guy becomes the president. It doesn't change anything about your future, anchored on the 1999 Constitution. Now, this is what this Northerner had to say against the South. Notice how he addressed it, the Southerners. No Southerner will smell the seat of the president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments, says Aminu Seira. We are just watching the actions of the Southerners against the Northerners without taking any decision, without taking any decisive action against them, because we know where we are waiting for them. The North is telling the South that they have the population. Maybe they are counting the sands in the desert to outnumber the South, but we're not interested in the election. We're interested in a referendum that will happen before we even get far. That they are focusing on something else. So he says no Southerner will smell the seat of president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments. We have the number and we are at liberty to decide who becomes the next president of this country. We've watched Southerners humiliate, insult, abuse, kill, and torture our people, and as well destroy the means of livelihood of our people, doing their legitimate business in the South. In all of this, we never revenge because we know, wow, the Northerners are master of liars. These are the people that has been beheading people, destroying businesses and houses and lives across the North. When something happens in Europe, Christians in Nigeria get killed by Islamic extremists and terrorists in Nigeria, in Arewa, Nigeria. These people killed an old lady in Kano just a few years ago. They killed a teacher in Bauchi for removing Quran in the hands of a student that was using it to cheat in an exam. They killed that teacher, a Yoruba lady. Now they are telling us that they don't do nothing to the South. Wow. Anyway. Any Southerner planning to contest the presidential position of this country will receive the highest humiliation and embarrassment he has never seen all through his life. These people hate us with passion, including our religion, and you don't expect us to allow them rule us. This is in line with Ahmadu Bello's position that the South must be treated as a conquered territory, with the minority in the North as their slaves to do whatever they wish, and never allow the South to have the rule over them. That's what this guy, Aminu Seira, is repeating here. We are meant to be at the top, not beneath, right from the origin of this country. We've not been defeated in an election, and it won't happen in 2023. They should continue destroying their region with sit at home while we are planning ahead of them come 2023. If the South does not follow through with what the judges did, I mean particularly Southeast, Ndị Igbo must follow through and make their position known in Nigeria. Ndị Igbo, we are not interested in any further election about who rules Nigeria. There is future beyond Nigeria. There is future beyond present Nigeria that is not working. There is something better. That is what Ndị Igbo should be suing for, not who becomes the next president of a dysfunctional country. Ndị Igbo must not die because of Nigeria, but Ndị Igbo can live outside of Nigeria. Outside current arrangement that is not working. A hijacked arrangement. Nigeria, as presently constituted and administered, is a rogue country, worse than North Korea. Worse than North Korea. I mean, North Korea even have road. Whether it's few, it doesn't matter, but they have road. Maybe there are not much cars on it, but they have road. Their electricity may be epileptic, but it's better than that of Nigeria. Referendum is loading. Referendum, multi-regional referendum is loading.
See how it works. The amendment that allots direct funds to the local government areas automatically removes the control of the governors over the local government areas. Part of what will come with that is that INEC is also taking over the conduct of local government elections over and above the state electoral commissions that were doing that before now. Between the two, the governors are pushed aside. The governors are removed from being in control of the affairs of local government, and that means the communities across the length and breadth of Nigeria. When you combine that with the other amendment that talks about new rules for citizenship and indigenship by registration, you will then see that the grand objective of these amendments is to take hold of control of the grassroots countrywide, of the local governments countrywide, and also make provision for how the invaders, the Fulani, will be documented as indigents and citizens across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Between the two, I tell you, you have lost your sovereignty, you've lost your land, because it is whoever INEC will process that will become council chairman. And it is whatever the council chairman will do that will become what you get to see. The RUGA, the whole purpose is to give a head start to the RUGA that had been rejected in all the forms it had come before. They've come in the name of local government autonomy to curb corruption and all that kind of nonsense. It is for the purpose of giving constitutional framework to the RUGA that they've been planning all this while. That's just what it is. There's no other thing to this whole amendment charade.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINA's campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINA Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINA's alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audio-visuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties will be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. the two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the Ninas Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by Ninas and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the Ninas Alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains. Here is a post shared by Simon Okube Ekwi, and it sounds very prophetic and appears to be on its way to fulfillment unless Nigerians, and by this I mean Southern and Middle Belt, wakes up and do the needful now. The target goal is not to stop people from voting. The goal is for you to run your campaign in your region, in your block, in such a way that your politicians are compelled to close shop. You sensitize your people enough, and to the extent that the people and or through their priests, pastors, traditional rulers, lawyers, NGOs, social influencers, in the marketplace, I add, start calling for multi-regional referendums in place of the Fulani INEC validation of the 1999 repudiated constitution, which opens the massacre gate. If for any reason 2023 holds like people were warned in 2015 and 2019, but they stubbornly followed deception, the harvest of blood will continue and Fulanization and the jihadi agenda will continue. However, those of us who believe in and ardently supporters of Lower Niger Congress and Nina's proposition will continue our work. Just like Kodesa did in South Africa, remember Noah continued to build the ark despite the mockery from those who did not believe that horrendous rainfall, which is full Fulanization and Islamization, will come one day. And that flood did come. It did come. Only those that made it into the ark got saved. I must add that. Another example from history. Britain hates Igbos so much because of their stubbornness and the tough time they gave them while trying to stop colonization. For example, they tagged the 1966 coup, Igbo coup, as a setup and strategy to whip Ndibo. Ndibo lost nothing less than 3.5 million plus 2 million children starved to death. The aim was to wipe the entire Igbo race. Did they succeed? All that has happened, Ndibo received all that whipping, still receiving, but is what Ndibo warned the rest of Nigeria not happening now? I mean, look at the killings going on across the Middle Belt. Look at Kaduna. Indigenous Christians who are actually the owners of entire Kaduna Some of them are now making excuses for the Fulani, as the Fulani are killing their people and taking over their lands. That's the most tragic one. Just like Indibo that sabotaged the war on the side of Nigeria. And those sabotaging it today by killing our people and locking down our places in the name of an imaginary, elusive Biafra that doesn't exist, only in their emotional mind life. That warning and campaign is on again now. Some people, rather than sit down to study and understand this almighty and all-encompassing strategy for the indigenous people's self-determination, have again chosen to distract others with trivialities. Others think Tony Nnadi Esquire, the attorney, is their headache. When the real rainfall starts, everyone will perish and or be swallowed up. It is already happening in the northeast and middle belt, Plateau, Benue, Kaduna, Zamfara, Nasarawa, etc. It's also happening in Oyo State, in Enugu State, in Ebonyi State, in Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, all over the place. These people are causing havoc. Everything cannot be politicized. Thanks, and stay at peace. From the LNC, it's been Stephen. Here's an article on the prophets and the palace. When Dr. Francois Duvela, better known as Papa Doc, held Haiti and his notorious secret police Tonton Makute and voodoo gangsterism, when children in poverty-stricken Haiti had become so plentiful and so cheap that mothers openly sold their kids for 40 cents, an equivalent of less than 200 naira. It was Catholic priests who precipitated the social crisis that snowballed into the fall of that brutal regime. 2. In Idi Amin's Uganda, many of us will know about this because we watched The Rise and Fall of Idi Amin, a movie that captured the atrocities of late dictator Idi Amin Dada. Idi Amin's Uganda, the voice of the church against that demented dictator was so loud that Amin personally shot Archbishop Lowon dead, telling his aides he lost his temper and shot him. 3. When the unbridled tyranny of Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania was raging, the church courageously took the fight to him, and consequently priests and other preachers who criticized his handling of human rights were arrested and sent to institutions like the Dr. Petra Groza Hospital in Bucharest to be diagnosed and treated of bizarre diseases like political paranoia, senile dementia, persecution complex, neurotic behavior, delusion, self-preservation drive, discordant character structures, etc. Just for the listener to know, Ceausescu did not end it well. He was eventually apprehended at the airport and executed along with his wife for the many evils and crimes that he committed against the country of Romania, including extrajudicial killings of his political opponents and all those that criticized him. 4. It was from the pulpit that Martin Luther King Jr. pulled the Negroes out of the pit and altered the contours of racial segregation in the United States. Race is still an issue after the death of Martin Luther King. It is still an issue in the United States, but he did something about it as a man of the pulpit. What about those in Nigeria? What are they doing? They are grinning ear to ear with the powers that be. They are feeling good, moving in their private jets from the money they collected from the poor and the contracts they render to the government. Number 5. In the Old Testament, when Saul became king of Israel and began his vindictiveness and his misrule, Prophet Samuel was a constant thorn on his flesh. You can read this more at 1 Kings chapter 22 from verse 6 to 14. When David, number 6, became king after the death of Saul, Prophet Nathan became the conscience of the nation. Remember how Prophet Nathan confronted David on the killing of Uriah and the taking over of his wife. Seven, through the reign of kings Rehoboam, Abijam, Asa, and kings Jeroboam, Nadab, Baasha, Elah, Zimri, Omri, Ahab, and Ahaziah in Israel. This was after the breakup of the country into two. It was prophet Ahijah, Jehu, Elijah, Elisha, Micaiah, and others who were continually persecuted and even killed because they remained forthright in their watch over those making political decisions. I must add that Prophet Jeremiah was actually tortured, detained. He was in underground detention cell when Israel was invaded by the armies of Nebuchadnezzar that eventually destroyed the country and took them into exile for 70 years. Jeremiah remained steadfast even while in detention. And the king that put him in detention had his eyes gouged out. In the New Testament, John the Baptist had a brush with King Herod after criticizing Herod's taking over of his late brother's wife. John was arrested, imprisoned, and later beheaded with his head on a platter for birthday to the daughter of Herod's girlfriend. Number 9. Almost all the apostles of Christ were dogged after, persecuted, locked up, and some executed, or some thrown into hot boiling oil. Not because they were common criminals, but because of their unrelenting striving to hold power accountable. 10. In the days of yore, when the palace heard that the prophets were coming, the polished oak tables trembled right inside the palace. Today, the church and the shepherds seems to be reading another scriptures. Rather than be the conscience, the church has either given up or is busy hating. 12. Those who are vocal are either supporters of one side of the looters or the other side, either hating because their benefactor is out or supporting because their benefactor is in. None support the masses. Nobody cares about the people. Nobody cares about the people. And it came to pass that even the laity, the congregations, are not in a hurry to ask for more than what they are getting from the pulpits. The pulpit has become the point of duping our people and misleading them. Nay, they want more, but more of the same. Wake up, pulpit. Drop a pinch of salt on the tip of our tongue and let us feel the taste again. Let the pulpits pull us out again out of the pit. This was written by citizen Abajalingo with some input from me, Stephen. While the oil and gas extracted from Nigeria is getting smuggled out of the country, after being shipped out as crude and being refined and returned to the country, it's now getting smuggled out of Nigeria to neighboring countries where it fetches the smugglers more money, while Nigerians don't even have it. Or where they have it, they are now talking about increase, like doubling the price, thereby making life unlivable for the people. So this is the country that some people want to die for instead of going for referendum.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits out of selling Nigerian fuel illegally. Smugglers sell the stolen petrol at significantly lower prices than conventional service stations do. Our reporter Blaise Iyong spoke to illegal vendors and their customers in the city of Marua in northern Cameroon.
Official petrol stations like these are losing business to illegal fuel traders in Cameroon. Stolen fuel from neighboring Nigeria is readily available for trade in the country. For 7 years, Abdulaziz Aduka has been selling illegal fuel in Marua, northern Cameroon. The 27-year-old says he sells at least 1,200 liters of petrol daily.
This illicit fuel has been the main source of income for me and my family. I'm able to put food on the table and take care of my family's needs.
This is one of the warehouses where fuel is stored in this city. The illicit fuel is smuggled to Cameroon through its vast land and sea border with Nigeria, and then transported by vehicle to distribution points like this. Even when Nigerians are faced with fuel shortage, the supply is constant in Cameroon. Cameroon produces its own fuel, but the stolen Nigerian petrol is far cheaper here. Motor taxi rider Sivern has not been to a petrol station for 6 years.
This fuel is very cheap, and that's the reason I prefer to use it. At the petrol station, sometimes, not even sometimes, the price is always fixed around 664 CFA francs. However, the illicit fuel is sold for 350 francs, maybe 400, or when it's expensive, it can be sold for 500 francs. And that's why I use the illicit fuel.
Though the sale of smuggled fuel is illegal in Cameroon, the trade is done in the open. It's hard to walk 300 meters without seeing someone selling fuel in most parts of the country. Abdurrahman Ali makes $40 from selling fuel in a good day. He says the authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
A country at war with itself, like Nigeria, will have her resources getting into wrong hands. Just like the Nigerian government fell into wrong hand, so also other Nigerian resources has fallen into wrong hands from the 60s till this moment. And that's why Nigeria is not at peace. That's why Nigeria is bleeding for a referendum, multi-regional binding referendum to be conducted by the United Nations. Until this takes place, well, this kind of development will continue to be a common feature. Nigeria will continue to experience disquietness at all levels.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits.
The authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
We have people sent by the city council who take money from us and allow us to continue the trade. We pay a little under $4 every month.
These are Cameroonians
Once this
speaking.
fee is paid, we're allowed to do business.
Cameroonians,
No one comes here to stop us.
Cameroonians trading
We're
on
not
Nigeria's
worried about
fuel.
anything.
That's what
The exact
happens to
number
a
of stolen
third
Nigerian
country.
fuel that enters Cameroon is not known. But according to local media reports, the illegal trade is about $5 million a year. It is said to provide good income for smugglers and local vendors.
And the Nigerian Indigenous and Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination are calling for a new constitution that will capture the needs of all ethnic nationalities in the country. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at the press conference on behalf of the NINA's board of conveners, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general election with the 1999 constitution may lead the country to a failed state.
The idea of anarchy, because some people are fixing the constitution, if you don't allow the National Assembly to fix the constitution, there will be anarchy. way of developing a constitution, legitimate constitution for the whole of Nigeria. The way this present 99 constitution is being implemented is not to the best interests of some sections of Nigeria.
Those politicians that are talking about elections under that constitution are telling us that our sovereignty is now with them. I pray they don't find out on the streets, like it happened in many jurisdictions, that our sovereignty is not with them. And talking about the election that is coming, is Nigeria meant for election or election for Nigeria? People are talking about debt. People are talking about impoverishment that has made Nigeria the global capital for poverty. Everything that will fail has failed. And we know that it is this constitution that is directly responsible for everything we complain about.
The constitutional force majeure and the countdown to the enthronement of the will of the people. Being the text of a stock-taking status and next steps statement presented December 19, 2021 by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, at a World Press Conference in Lagos, 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, CFM. Team, terminating the fraud of 1999 protocols. Dear compatriots and gentlemen of the press, whereas A, by a joint multi-regional constitutional force majeure, CFM proclamation, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, declared a union dispute on the ground of grave constitutional grievances, with a 5-point demand and a 90-day period of notice to the government of the Federation of Nigeria, within which formal commitments must be made by the federal government of Nigeria for the resolution of those grave grievances, failing which the people of the Alliance territories may reconsider the limited toleration and allegiance being extended to the disputed 1999 Constitution. An online petition addressed to the UN Security Council was launched by NINAS to keep the international community abreast of the development in Nigeria regarding the aforementioned union dispute. B. For ease of reference, we reproduce here the 5-point demand of the NINAS CFM, Constitutional Force Majeure, which now stands as the 5-point proposition of NINAS to peoples of Nigeria, currently being pursued vigorously by the peoples themselves to retrieve their sovereignty, hijacked since 1967 by the federal government. Unquote. 1. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria acknowledging the constitutional grievances and sovereignty dispute now declared by the peoples of South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. 2. A formal commitment by the federal government of Nigeria to the wholesale decommissioning and jettisoning of the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria, as was done by the government of apartheid-era South Africa in 1990, to commence the process by which the apartheid constitution of the then South Africa was eased out. 3. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria suspending further general elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, since winners of such elections will swear to and govern by that discredited Constitution. 4. A formal initiation of a time-bound transitioning process to midwife the emergence of fresh constitutional protocols by a 2-stage process in which the constituent regional blocks will at the first stage distill and ratify their various constitutions by referendums and plebiscites, and in the second stage negotiate the terms of federating afresh, as may be dictated by the outcomes of referendum and plebiscites. 5. A formal invitation to the peoples of the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria to work out and emplace a transitional authority which shall specify the modalities for the transitioning process, including the composition and mandate of the transitional authority, as well as the time frame for the transitioning and other ancillary matters. At the expiration of the 90-day notice, March 16, 2021, a 30-day period of consultations was extended to the state governors and other elected officials from March 17, 2021, after which another 120-day period of consultations was extended to the peoples of Nigeria and the stakeholder segment of the international community from April 17, 2021. Concluded August 16, 2021. Thereafter, a million-man freedom march was staged at the UN headquarters in New York, September 14 through 24, 2021. During the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. D. The outcome of these notices and consultations has been spectacular and successful as they forced to the front burner a much more enlightened debate around the agitations for a grand reconfiguration of the damaged constitutional foundations of the distressed Nigerian Federation, producing a countrywide consensus against the unitary constitution of Nigeria. E. Specifically, the federal government of Nigeria, in response to the NINA's constitutional force majeure, rushed to the National Assembly for constitutional amendments targeted as some kind of palliative to the grievances raised. But the National Assembly, for the first time, confessed it does not possess the constituent powers required to make or remake constitution for Nigeria. This is the first part of the press conference of yesterday. The second part will follow accordingly. Regionalism or disintegration will solve Nigeria's problem. Cleric. Senior pastor awaiting the second coming of Jesus Christ ministry at Adewale Giwa has called on all Nigerians to embrace regionalism, saying it would solve many challenges facing the country. This is contained in the Punch newspaper of November 29, 2021, today. He also said the plan by the federal government to remove fuel subsidy and increase the pump price for petrol by 2022 was not a solution to the current economic problem of the nation. The cleric stated this at his church in Akure, the Ondo State capital, on Sunday during the 20th anniversary of the church. According to him, Nigeria could only grow if the country could adopt a regional system. He said even without the removal of fuel subsidy, people still find it difficult to live, so the removal of subsidy is nothing but nonsense. What Nigeria needs right now is disintegration, or we go back to the regional system of government. Anything aside that is a failure. Abraham and Lot had a similar problem in Genesis chapter 13. There was a crisis between the two of them. This is very true. This is very biblical. Abraham had to call Lot to resolve this issue amicably. When you go to the south, I will go to the east. When you go to the west, I will go to the north. Lot had to agree with him, and they separated. Who said separation is not in the Bible? Anybody that says that is deceiving himself. Amen. The problem is compounding, and for us to solve the issue once and for all, we need disintegration. Disintegration will address the issue of subsidy because each region will manage itself. That is the truth, nothing but the truth. Giwa, however, cried out that there were attempts to silence the church following different threat messages he had been receiving. Nigeria. The pastor said, "They cannot stop me from saying the truth, but the issue of the church is that they are divided. There is wide division amongst us. Some pastors are being antagonized for saying the truth. The same problem we are having in Nigeria is the same one we are having in Christendom. The insecurity issues due to the failure on the part of the government. With the amount of security vote being taken by the governors, they have been able to utilize it. Have they been able to utilize it very well? If the security vote is being managed very well, kidnapping will be a thing of the past. 2023 election is not our problem now. They should put aside that election. Amen. They should first address salient issues like insecurity, hunger, and lots of issues affecting this country. Only God knows what will happen in 2023. I must add that we need, there is no need for any further political activities, but we need a referendum urgently. And that is where NINAS comes in. NINAS presents the template, the model, the processes that will be followed to save more lives of Nigerians and restore dignity and peace among all our people and silence all the evil that is going on all over the place so that the cleanup process will start. That is what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Abnormalities and insanities. Thinking Nigeria, but God does not utter confusion. A 14-year-old cannot be admitted into university to study, but a 13-year-old can be married. Former governor actually traveled to another country, Egypt, to marry a 13-year-old. Yerima of Zamfara State. A school certificate holder cannot become a director in the civil service, but a school certificate holder can become president and commander-in-chief of the entire country. The country is among the major oil-producing countries in the world, but it imports fuel it consumes. It imports the fuel that it consumes, an oil and gas producing country, Nigeria. The country has the highest number of foreign doctors in the UK and North America, but its leaders travel abroad for their medical needs, like medical tourists. The country shoots armless protesters, but holds peace parleys with bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists. The country rehabilitates terrorists, but their victims languish in refugee camps. Victims of the terrorists are in fact, they bomb them from the air. The Nigerian Air Force bombs them from the air. God did not create any country. He located human beings in different territories and gave them all empowerments to survive. Whatever they turn out to be is entirely their choices and decisions. UAE and Qatar are deserts converted to paradise. Nigeria is paradise converted to hell. Nigeria is the epitome of confusion, and God is not the author of confusion. We can right this wrong. It is our difficult but surmountable task. Yes, we can, through multi-regional binding referendum vote. That's the solution. If we don't skate around it, we can get to that solution in hours. And then we can plan on how to get ourselves cleaned up so that the healing process will start. Anything else is just dressing the
Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous. Accusing some Yoruba leaders of supporting Kanu, he said, God will punish them and throw them on into the pit of hell.
They are urging you, fooling people to destroy our land. Sunday Boho is there. They are not destroying Lagos, Oshobo, and Ibadan, or anywhere else. But they are telling you to destroy Igbo land, and you are happy destroying our land. He also heard some unprintable insults at Obasanjo for allegedly supporting Kano. I am an Igbo man. I've never denied, and I will continue to be. Me too. You are not more Igbo than me, so stop this nonsense. I will chase you everywhere, every corner of the way, and bring you to book. And I'm doing it. I don't just talk. My mouth and my hand and leg work together. I told you I would destroy IPOB. All the best of IPOB are with me. Those other people will come and join me too because they know I stand on the platform of truth. I support Asari Dokubo here 100%. He makes perfect sense. It's reality. Dokubo's outburst comes as a rumor circulated on the social media quoting Obasanjo to have said, "With what I saw at UK Parliament, I can boldly say that Nnamdi Kanu has gotten Biafra." It was posted on Tuesday by Daily Times Nigeria on their verified Facebook page with a picture of Obasanjo attached. However, this piece of information cannot be confirmed. This was reported by Sahara Reporters. I mentioned Maxwell Adeleye, who was secretary to a faction that is actually part of NINAS, because Shade Olukoya is still a founding member of NINAS and a great lady that I respect and highly esteemed in NINAS movement. That Yoruba is part of NINAS, and they are doing it the right way. They are defending the interest of all the nations, South and Middle Belt. The nations, the federations, the countries in the South and the Middle Belt as one. I got their back. I will support them. I will continue to support everyone as one family, as one. But this particular element that is supporting Nnamdi Kanu, that is actually bringing destruction to Igbo land, reducing Igbo land to a dysfunctional environment. Supporting them is working against the interest of the Southeast. I was in Warri. I had to quickly leave the Southeast for Warri when Nnamdi Kanu had court cases on Monday, which was, now it's official. It's every Monday lockdown of the Southeast. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, when Kanu appeared in court, the entire Southeast was also shut down. People were killed at Umuchu. People were killed at Ogais, I understand. People were killed at Ekulobia. Cow sellers, meat sellers had their tables upturned and their meat burnt and the Okada destroyed by these enforcers of this sit at home. And IPOB tells us that they are not their members, and some morons somewhere actually believe that cock and bull. IPOB, Ima Powerful, the elusive Ima Powerful that has no face, tells us that IPOB have nothing to do with it, and we take it line, hook, and sinker. It is not poisonous. It doesn't kill. It's the gospel truth. This is working against the interest of Ndi Igbo. Ndi Igbo, wake up from your slumber. Tetano Nora, stop taking deception for real. Join the movement that is actually getting you somewhere. And that is the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That group that contains South-South, entire South-South, and Niger Delta, Middle Belt. A greater portion of Oduduwa Nation. Because all these few people that are calling for Biafra, they are pro-Tinubu. Maxwell Adeleye, I dare you to make a release against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Make a release, news release, calling out Tinubu as an ex-con, like ex-convict of the United States justice system. Call Tinubu out on that. If you are real, if you are going for genuine actualization of Oduduwa nation state, just like we are looking at Lower Niger Territory as well as Middle Belt nations emerging simultaneously through binding multi-regional referendum. Have a nice day. This has been the voice of Lower Niger Territory. I must add that anyone that is calling false messiahs for us is not with us. They are against us. It's a press statement from Nina's Alliance. Nina's Alliance is intact and focused on its stated mission, despite the resignation of its erstwhile chairman, Professor Banji Akintoye, and the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa. This is a statement by Nina's Board of Conveners issued December 1st, 2021. Gentlemen of the press, an emergency conclave of the Conveners of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, was held today, December 1, 2021, to review, amongst other things, recent developments in one of our alliance organizations, Ilana Omo-Oduwa, the resignation of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, and the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS Alliance. This statement is to address the deluge of inquiries that was poured into the NINA Secretariat from concerned members of public regarding these developments. 1. Let us record that the Secretariat of NINAS, while reaching out to all sides involved, had on the 18th of November 2021 issued a statement to calm altercations arising from an Ilana Omo-Oduwa press conference addressed November 18, 2021 by the Deputy Chairman of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, Otumba Shade Olukoya, concerning months of lingering difficulties within Ilana Omo-Oduwa, bordering on certain actions and liaisons of the leader of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, Professor Banji Akintoye, that could imperil the self-determination campaign of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, inviting Professor Akintoye, therefore, to step back from his role as Ilana leader in order to abet the many conflicts and controversies emanating from the aforementioned actions and liaisons. 2. While frantic mediation efforts were still being made by the Secretariat to douse tension, Maxwell Adeleye, who described himself as Communications Director of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, issued and massively circulated in the media outlandish falsehoods in which he avoided the well-known issues rocking Ilana Omo-Oduwa and claimed, amongst other things, that the sum of $350 million naira was disbursed by Abuja to procure the Ilana press conference of November 18, 2021. Adeleye also deliberately created the impression that NINAS was somehow behind the Ilana press conference of November 18, 2021. 3. Unfortunately, and to our utter shock, Professor Banji Akintoye, who knew for certain that these claims of Maxwell Adeleye were just fabrications, went on to corroborate the fabrications in a virtual meeting of a Yoruba global audience the next day, putting names and motives to Maxwell's falsehoods. In that virtual meeting, Professor Akintoye said that the money from Abuja came from Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and given to Otumba Shade Olukoya for the purpose of dragging him, Akintoye, off the stage. To compound matters, Professor Akintoye went on to allege that Otumba Olukoya had been pressuring them in Ilana to help work Vice President Yemi Osinbajo into becoming the next president of Nigeria. We do hope that Professor Yemi Osinbajo will take up this matter with those who crafted and circulated this tale. 4. The statement issued by Maxwell Adeleye on behalf of Professor Akintoye and 43 others, November 30, 2021, conveying the resignation of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, as well as the exit of his faction from Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS Alliance. Even more egregious falsehoods. I'll go over that 4 again. The statement issued by Maxwell Adeleye on behalf of Professor Akintoye and 43 others, November 30, 2021, just yesterday, convened the resignation of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, as well as the exit of his faction of Ilana Omoodua from the NINAS alliance, contained even more egregious falsehoods. The false impression was deliberately created by the said November 30, 2021 statement that there was a type of self-determination being pursued by NINAS and LNC that was different from the type that Ilana Omoodua was pursuing. This is strange because the objectives, roadmap, and strategy outlines of NINAS are very clearly stated in all of NINAS public communications over the years, particularly the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation. Combined with the earlier falsehood that Abuja had procured the November 18, 2021 press conference, it is clear that the orchestrations of the departed faction of Ilana were targeted at deceiving the public into believing that NINAS was somehow working for other objectives apart from its clear-cut and unwavering pursuit of self-determination for all the indigenous nationalities of the Alliance territories, being the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. Number 5. For the records and for the avoidance of doubt, Professor Banji Akintoye was first introduced sometime in 2018 to NINAS by Otumba Shade Olukoya, who had been involved with the processes for many years. While our initial discussions were going on, the emergence of Atiku Abubakar on the as the presidential candidate with restructuring credentials, unquote, sucked in a great number of people towards the 2019 election in what became known as articulation at the time. And so it was that our new associate, Professor Banji Akintoye, went off with his other associates in the articulation gambit. We moved on to the historic NINAS Joint Multi-Regional Freedom Park Proclamation of December 11, 2018, which firmly set the basis for the Constitutional Force Majeure of December 16, 2020. The engagements with the policy beltwares of Washington, D.C. took the whole of January to July of 2019 and was followed by the August 2019 visitation of the UN Special Rapporteur on Nigeria into Nigeria to investigate widespread extrajudicial killings. It was only in the last quarter of 2019 that Professor Akintoye contacted Otumba Shade Olukoya to fully join the NINAS fold. The chairmanship of NINAS fell on him on account of the zeal, clarity, and commitment he displayed towards the NINAS propositions. It is therefore not true that Professor Akintoye provided leadership for NINAS since inception, as claimed by Maxwell in his November 30th, 2021 statement. Professor Akintoye came 2 years ago into a process that took over 22 years to get to where it is now. There is no doubt whatsoever that Professor Banji Akintoye meritoriously advanced the NINAS campaign, particularly in Yoruba land, reaching out to his associates across the country and substantially shattering the long-standing jinx around the Igbo-Yoruba collaboration, which he said was Chief Obafemi Awolowo's solemn prescription in the last days of the sage, who was Professor Akintoye's political mentor. Credit for this feat will forever go to Professor Akintoye, and we wish him good health and longevity, even as he veers off in another direction in search of the destination we all identified in NINAS. 6. In closing, the NINAS Board of Conveners is pleased to announce to all the organizations across the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria which have been clamoring to join NINAS Alliance that modalities has been in place to admit all organizations that publicly and fully subscribe to propositions and prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation into regional delegations to NINAS. I'll go over 6 again. It's not done. In closing, the NINAS Board of Conveners is pleased to announce to all the organizations across the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria, which has been clamoring to join NINAS Alliance, that modalities has been in place to admit all organizations that publicly and fully subscribe to propositions and prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation into regional delegations to NINAS. These modalities will be made public in the second week of December 2021 by the NINAS Secretariat. Signed for NINAS Board of Conveners, Tony Nadi, the Convening Secretary, December 1, 2021. There are revelations that when they come to light, you chuckle, you pinch yourself to actually say, is this really happening? What is going on? Here is an interesting development in Nigeria. Fraud in Buhari government as 1.5 trillion, 9 million traced to Nimasa boss Basha Jamo's personal accounts. United Kingdom investigators have busted another corruption scandal in the President Muhammad Buhari-led administration involving Nimasa boss, the Nigerian Marine Administration and Safety Agency Nimasa Basha Jamo, where various sums of money have been banked. Point blanket news investigation revealed that 1.5 trillion was found in a Fidelity bank account. Curiously, the Fidelity account had over $1 billion naira in it. Hamza Ibrahim Jamo. With BVN, the investigation also exposed other infractions by the agency's boss, which also included award of contracts without due process. The investigation focused on fraud, money laundering, and breach of Nigeria's Code of Conduct Act. They broke every rule. Global investigators in United Kingdom equally has investigated the bank, Alhaji Jamo, of inflows from Nigeria. The central bank is involved. Every arm of government was involved in moving this money, large millions of dollars and naira. Most baffling is that CBN transferred millions of dollars into personal accounts of Bashar Yusuf Jamo. Records have shown that Bashar Yusuf Jamo set up a company, Talent Enterprise International Limited, with registration number. Everything is in the open, in violation of the Code of Conduct Act of the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. According to the report, Bixby Oil Limited has also paid money into his account, and the following payments has been fully documented. I will play this one more time. Nigeria is a rotten place. Bashar Jamo's personal accounts are bearing billions of naira and millions of dollars, with Muhammad Buhari's full knowledge. This is the change. Yeah, 1.5 trillion naira and over $10 million traced to personal account of Bashar Jamo. And a young man that is working in Buhari's government, who is also father-in-law of Sabiu Yusuf, Tunde. Their BVN number, their account numbers are all listed. They are armed robbers. Fela spoke about them prophetically, and now it's all happening. The beggars from Sahel are robbing Nigeria to the bone. Every rule has been broken. The guy is moving every money from Nimasa into his personal account, in violation of the Treasury single account policy. He's putting money into his personal account as against into the Nimasa account. These people have destroyed Nigeria. They need to go. We need to have a binding multi-regional referendum so that each can go their way without this foolishness continuing. Look at Tunde, a young man controlling billions of dollars from oil and gas they have nothing to do with, while Delta is on fire, while Rivers is burning with heat. This is Nigeria. This is Nigeria that must be rejected, that must go through that surgery they are so scared of going through. Otherwise, it will go down in a heap. The plan and intention in Nigeria is to permanently take over the entire political space, using the combination of brute force and guile. The caliphate strategy is to maintain tight control of political power via the imposed constitution where the key economic assets and levers of power are confiscated. The same constitutional impositions guarantee exclusive control of military power and all firearms, and those are used to facilitate the terror against the ethnic nationalities by the government and the terrorists. The North do not mean well for Nigeria. Nina's alliance repudiates everything about the 1999 Constitution. In the face of the alliance defeat of the Caliphate title deed, which is the Constitution of 99, they already the rest of Nigeria to another round of elections in 2023 under the repudiated 1999 Constitution is the only viable strategy left in the hands of the Caliphate now. It's up to us to defeat them and make sure that they never rise up again. The alliance mechanism is to tackle the North. The alliance mechanism is exploiting the aforesaid delegitimization of the 1999 Constitution. Let us win the war peacefully. Stop the march towards elections of 2023. All political parties must shut down now if they are really for the people and not for themselves. Whatever form of insecurity you can think of, Nigeria has it aplenty. Whether it is food insecurity, educational, health, economic, electricity, job, developmental, physical insecurity, they are all there and increasing by the day. The type under consideration here is physical insecurity from Fulani militia or Fulani terrorists and from Islamist terrorists, aka bandits or Boko Haram. And there are reports that at times these two groups of killers carry out joint massacres. They carry out joint operations. What one believes are the causes of this type of insecurity depends on the amount of research, if any, that one has done, plus, most importantly, on one's level of morality. There are two broad opinions for the causes of this insecurity. Some say that it's due to bad governance, while others say it's an agenda to eliminate the indigenous peoples in order to grab their lands. Whichever of these two opinions, the big question is, why are Nigerians preparing for general elections in 2023, why there is such a raging insecurity? Included in that question is the fact that in Nigeria, general elections are violent events in themselves, with the use of thugs and killers in a do-or-die contest that in itself also adds to the already present insecurity. By now, with the long history of mankind behind us, Nigeria would be expected to know what is good for community. For instance, the basic knowledge that security is an essential ingredient for economic growth and national. Not only does that attract investors, both domestic and foreign, but it puts people's minds in the right frame of calmness in order to innovate and progress. Right now, with all the kidnappings and armed killers moving about freely, even simple traveling has become so very stressful, and not just because of the terrible condition of the potholed roads. In December 2020, the influential U.S. House of Representatives nonpartisan Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission held an important hearing on conflict and killings in Nigeria's Middle Belt. What was clear from that hearing is that increasingly evidence was pointing to genocide unfolding in the Middle Belt. Reports from various sources and events in Nigeria since then show that this slaughter for land grabbing is spreading at an alarming rate. In fact, in the presentation made by Baroness Cox during the hearing, she provided a slide with information that as at May 2020, 350 Igbo villages had become occupied by Fulani herders and Shua Arab mercenaries. The slide also stated that as at that time, Boko Haram had killed 43,000 people and Islamist Fulani had killed 19,000. In that same hearing, it came out that Nigeria has no effective civilian security, no effective police protection, and terrorists appear to enjoy freedom of movement. All this means that organized criminals are terrorizing Nigerians across the land. This hearing had confirmed what Nigerians knew through experience. It is that Nigeria is a terrifying place, and thousands who can are fleeing the country, heading mainly for Western countries. A difference between the people of Western countries and the people of Nigeria is in how they each deal with existential threats. The way that violence and evil are spreading in Nigeria and the horrific manner that entire communities are slaughtered, and with even children maimed and raped, then hacked to death, is alarming. Yet, there has been no adequate response so far from the majority of citizens, especially in the Middle Belt, if I must add. Under such an atmosphere of massive insecurity, the regular news being promoted by government, by mainstream media, by NGOs and CSOs, by church leaders, by scholars, and by influencers is that Nigerians should begin to prepare for elections in 2023. It is as if the massacres going on in the country mean nothing. It is as if the lives of the slaughtered mean nothing. It's as if the plight of those displaced by the extreme violence means nothing. Over 3 million Nigerians are scattered in IDP camps in Cameroon, Chad, Niger Republic, and other places. Nigeria has over 3 million of her citizens in refugee camps. Sometimes they are called internally displaced people, IDP. Previously, in September of 2019, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Extrajudicial and Arbitrary Executions, Agnes Calamity, had described Nigeria's arrangement as an injustice pressure cooker that gives rise to extreme concern, and warning signs are flashing bright red. Experts have clearly shown that it is the imposed 1999 Constitution, a forgery that creates injustices, enables insecurity, and facilitates corruption. Those approaching elections of 2023 will renew the life of that illegitimate 1999 Constitution when the winner swears an oath of office to uphold it, defend it, and govern by it. Those pushing for election 2023 seem blinded to realities. Their hearts are fixed on the personal gains they get under the illegitimate 1999 Constitution and not on the horrors and tortures that victims of massacre enabled by that Constitution have gone through and would go through. They are so held captive by selfish interests that they fail to see that the only thing that happens to a brutal and barbaric country is the complete collapse, then termination of such a place. So, It is judged as sensible to prepare for election 2023 with such raging insecurity going on. I will take that again. So, is it judged as sensible to prepare for elections 2023 with such raging insecurity going on? Or should concern for victims of insecurity and citizens lead citizens to say, let us suspend preparations for elections 2023 to first deal decisively with the killings as has been mapped out by the non-violent NINAS movement using the orderly process of constitutional force majeure based on United Nations processes and international law. Visit www.ninasvoice.org. This is an article, opinion from Ndidi Uwechu of NINAS. Thank you for listening.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would have followed the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS Alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS Alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
Dr. Okpara arrives at Umwahia Ibeku, his hometown, for a civic reception in his honor. He's accompanied as usual by his wife, Mrs. Adama Okpara. Mrs. Okpara is a dutiful housewife, humble and unassuming. Prayer before the reception. In the address of welcome, read by the Secretary of the Umwahia community, tribute is paid to Dr. Azi Kiwe for appointing one of their sons as his worthy successor. A tiger skin and a cow for the premier. Tiger skins are a traditional gift for gallantry. Mrs. Okpara, in her turn, receives a woven native cloth from the women's section. In response, the Premier says that he is the servant of his people, and no servant is greater than his master. On behalf of his wife and himself, he thanks the community for its fine gifts and the kind sentiments expressed in the address of welcome. A Bende traditional war dance. The Bende are a warlike people with a long history of victories over their enemies in days gone by. What joy and comfort for the Premier to be able to turn from official cares and worries to the parents who laid the foundations of his career. The Premier ends his first official tour by attending Students' Day at the Uzwakoli Methodist College, his alma mater. He has a reunion with former colleagues and makes new friends. Eastern Nigeria, side by side with the other members of the Federation, is forging ahead. Its young Premier, Dr. Michael Okpara, pursues a policy based on the philosophy of live and let live and a decent life for all. The people of Eastern Nigeria respond wholeheartedly also to his appeals for agrarian evolution. Farming has become the order of the day in the eastern region, and communities are voluntarily offering land for the farm settlements proposed by Dr. Okpara's government, bringing hope for a better life, not through mere slogans, but through deeds, and building up agriculture as the only solid basis for true development. Like her premier, Eastern Nigeria is young, progressive, and open to the world.
Important clarifications today, November 22nd, 2021, regarding campaign platforms. Originally released February 13th, 2021. This public communication dated February 13, 2021 is being reproduced today, November 22nd, 2021 to provide background information on the emergence of the Nigeria Indigenous Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, from a clear, cohesive strategic intervention process that dates back to the 1999 imposition of the current Nigeria Constitution. In summary, post-Nadeco 1994-1998 and after the countrywide deep consultations that took over 5 years, the Pro-National Conference Organizations, PRONACO, 2005 to 2006 was a sovereign conference initiative involving all the nationalities of Nigeria to restore, upgrade, and reinforce the Aburi Consensus of 1967 as basis of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. The MNN Movement for New Nigeria 2006 through 2017 was the implementation phase of the PRONACO Consensus, excluding the Sharia Caliphate, which is the 12 Sharia states in the Ariwa, which had unilaterally seceded from the Secular Union of Nigeria, beginning with at year 2000 when they started declaring Sharia law in the north. The 2007 through 2019 legitimacy suits against the fraudulent 1999 Constitution was instituted by the arrowheads of Movement for New Nigeria, while mobilization continued to rally the non-Sharia rest of Nigeria, South and Middle Belt, into stepping up to take back their sovereignty, hitherto hijacked and confiscated by the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria erected upon the 1999 Constitution. The MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 set the parameters for that recovery. Guided by the imperatives of the relevant international protocols, the regional self-determination processes mandated by the said MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 culminated in the regional solemn assemblies of 2015, 2017, and 2018 in Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Makurdi, covering all the nationalities of the Alliance territories. It was the completion of these regional solemn assemblies in 2018 and by the mandates of those regional solemn assemblies that the processes previously being driven by the MNN Alliance organizations since 2006 were taken over by the Alliance of the various regional people's organizations, since the self-determination they all seek is a people's right. Hence, the transmutation of the MNN Organizations Alliance into the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, or NINAS, in the last quarter of 2018. This was the February 13, 2021 clarification note on campaign platforms. The Lower Niger Congress, LNC, is a platform aggregating the self-determination initiatives of the pre-1966 Eastern and Midwestern regions, South, South, and Southeast, currently fractured into 11 states. As outlined in the first few paragraphs of the Aladima Epistle of 2012, the LNC has a core that reached out and built an intra-regional alliance within the nationalities of the Lower Niger, then the multi-regional alliance that brought in the Yoruba and Middle Belt, MNN, that later bettered NINAS, and the international alliance that extended to the policy beltways of Washington, D.C. and New York. The Movement for New Nigeria, MNN, was an alliance of self-determination organizations across the South and Middle Belt, enlightening and mobilizing the people ethnic nationalities of the South and Middle Belt being the alliance territory. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, is an alliance of the people's indigenous ethnic nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt, who, in response to the invitation of the self-determination organizations of the alliance territory, stepped forward for the assertion of their self-determination rights of the peoples of the alliance territory, since it is a people's right, as the name shows. MNN was a special purpose vehicle and a decoy to rally those enslaved in Nigeria together to dismantle the apartheid-like 1999 Constitution. That task was substantially completed by the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure. It is now safe to inform us that in reality, MNN was actually a movement for no Nigeria, and the strategic decoy objectives of presenting the MNN platform as movement for new Nigeria has been fully achieved, and so shall gradually retire the mention of MNN in our public communications and instead focus the attention of the public to NINAS as the alliance that has emerged from the years of painstaking work to lead the people of the alliance territories into the extrication of their sovereignty that has been hijacked and confiscated by the caliphate proprietors of one Nigeria, who seized the carcass of the defunct Federation of Nigeria to erect the toxic one Nigeria since the 1966 demise of the Federation of Nigeria. The MNN decoy strategy information was shared with all the Biafra agitation groups in confidence, but that trust was heinously breached by Nnamdi Kanu, who instead chose to hoist that movement for New Nigeria name tag before his hoodwinked gullibles as evidence that the LNC was working for, heavily financed by the Fulani, to preserve one Nigeria and frustrate the restoration of Biafra, unquote. Knowing for obvious reasons that the LNC was not going to respond to this falsehood from inside Nigeria. The LNC laser beam onslaught against 1999 Constitution was also deliberately presented by the rogue franchise merchants to their gullibles and the rest of our people as proof that the LNC was only after Constitution amendment. These are some of the deep roots of the heavy debilitations the LNC had to endure and reason why any dealings with the clear-minded criminal called Nnamdi Kanu is ruled out. With the 1999 Constitution distressed, the peoples of Southern and Middle Belt Nigeria, cooperating under the aegis of Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, have stepped in to extricate their sovereignties from the defunct Federation of Nigeria in readiness for fresh protocols within the context of their inalienable right to self-determination. Let us please be guided so we don't confuse the public and inadvertently continue to arm the rogue Biafra franchise with propaganda materials. This was issued by Tony Nadi of the LNC NINAS on February 13th, 2021. Thanks for listening. November 25th, 1969, like 52 years ago, English singer, songwriter, musician, and peace activist John Winston Lennon protested against Britain's military involvement in foreign conflicts, especially in Nigeria, by returning his Member of the British Empire MBE medal with an attached letter to the Queen, Elizabeth II, the current Queen of England. It reads, Your Majesty, I am returning this MBE in protest, this Member of British Empire, in protest against Britain's involvement in Nigeria-Biafra Civil War, against our support of America in Vietnam, and against cold Turkey slipping down the charts. With love, John Lennon. This is how John Lennon protested against British genocide in Biafra over the oil and gas that is in the Delta. That's all the British interest is all about in Nigeria. It's about the oil and gas. And that's why, in fact, they don't even mind the entire population getting wiped out, the Africa population, just for them to get to the animals in the wild and the oil and gas in the field. That's the whole thing that led to the genocide. And today, 52 years later, we are still on it. the demand now is for referendum to take place. And the enemy is doing everything to strengthen the hand of their slave agents, those advancing their slavery in Nigeria, those still sustaining the British Empire in Nigeria. The British are the one waging proxy war against Nigerians, against the Nigerian indigenous nationalities. That's why they are empowering the North, the Arewa, and they are continuing in their criminality in Nigeria. While the government of Nigeria is doing everything to destroy the country, to humiliate especially the Igbo people within the country, another group, the IPOB, has become essentially partner with the government in making sure that the lives of our people are messed up. That's why you have sit-at-home orders that are being enforced by criminals who were released from prison illegally, and they are roaming the streets, shooting and killing people, going about their normal businesses, disturbing lives, making sure that our people have no peace, that our people have no plan. In fact, next week they are planning on having people shut in from Monday through Thursday. Those days, Nnamdi Kanu will be appearing in the court for scheduled hearing. Now you wonder, is this group working for the good of Igbo people or for the destruction of the Igbo nation? Your guess is as good as mine. Because we've allowed failed state leaders to call the shots in our country, everything has been destroyed and reduced to nothingness. Poverty, insecurity, among other challenges, is what our people are beset with these days. And yet they consider themselves messengers and deliverers of our people. Noam Chomsky had this to say: education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans were convinced that it was required. Isn't it amazing that some members of IPOB actually find grounds to justify the nonsense they are doing? Sometimes they go into denial mode, but we know what's going on. We can't be fooled. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself. It's obvious and jumps right out at you that Muhammadu Buhari successfully has implemented his Fulanization and jihadi plan without hindrance from any quarters in Nigeria. And to this end, Marvelous Marvels NATO had this to say: Buhari is aware. He is deliberate about his goals and objectives. When you make excuses for Muhammadu Buhari on the premise that he has been unaware of everything happening under his government, then you are very ignorant. I must add that some people have actually stated that Muhammadu Buhari is suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's, both of them, dementia and Alzheimer's. Unfortunately, we have people who are calling the shots using his name, and they are running the country aground, doing all sorts of criminal activities in the name of government. Ruga was a long-term strategy of Buhari, and the only way to implement it was to murder indigenous people by importing and arming his Fulani kinsmen beyond Nigeria to come and dispossess people of their lands, and they are succeeding daily. As I write this, the Fulani herdsmen have occupied large swaths of land in the Middle Belt and some parts of the South under military and police protection, and those lands have become theirs permanently, except the inevitable happens or the people pick up arms against them. Secondly, Muhammad Buhari's plan was to build northern economy to the neglect of others. He started by closing the southern borders to revitalize the moribund Trans-Sahara trade route in the north for his kinsmen, while the patronizers of Nigeria-Benin trade routes groan and mourn under severe hardship. The railway construction from Katsina to Niger Republic was in furtherance of his economic and trade terrorism against Nigerians, especially southern and middle belt Nigerians. A project that adds little economic value to 95% of Nigerians, but aimed at enriching his Fulani kinsmen in the Niger and beyond. Note that the people he used in implementing these projects are mainly Southerners. People like Rotimi Amaechi, the Minister of Transport. The same people who insult, malign, and ridicule every step taken by Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to expand the economy for all Nigerians, but now support the pursuit of parochial interest for current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Thirdly, he succeeded in transforming himself into a despotic leader by exploiting the selfishness, wickedness, and insensitivity of Southern Judas goat politicians who are ever ready to throw their people under the bus for their political career. The implication is that the major political players dare to declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Just like Dave Umahu did on Monday, Bola Ahmed did on Friday, like they are taking turns to go and present themselves before the emperor. They are looking to become the next president of a country that is moribund, a country that needs nothing other than constitutional reordering, like regional, multi-regional constitutional vote that will have to happen in this country if peace were to reign in the land. These guys have no idea what is happening. Yeah, they dare not declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Buhari is the Lord who will determine who to run or who not to run. Finally, he managed to fool you into thinking that he wasn't aware of all the extrajudicial murder going on in Nigeria by the official Fulani security, that is the Nigerian army, the Nigerian police, the DSS, and all other security arms that are engaging in extrajudicial killings. Buhari is not ignorant. He is a deliberate murderer, a strategic wicked fellow. How can you claim that this man is unaware when he has deliberately and strategically taken everything for his kinsmen and turned you into a slave? Buhari appointed all the major security heads to be Fulani for them to rule this country, to run this country aground, to render the entire citizens slaves right in our ancestral lands. Don't make excuses for Muhammad Buhari through your ignorance. And again, I repeat, education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews or that Nigeria killed more than 3 million Biafrans during the Civil War. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans and Nigerians were convinced that it was required to do so. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself in 2022. Now, what's the solution? The solution is embracing the gospel of NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, the message that gives hope, the message that restores vision to the blind people of the southern and middle belt Nigerians, to seek, to press, to demand for a binding multi-regional referendum that will lead to breaking of chains, the breaking of the bondage upon which our people are presently held. Thanks for listening. This has been the Voice of Liberty, the Lower Niger Territory Radio. God bless you. The land everywhere at every level. Somehow Buhari's regime has ushered in death in such a manner that no longer shocks, saddens, or some occasions, but never shocks anybody. On the streets, on the farms, in the villages, in towns and cities, in the woods, now schools and colleges. Even in churches, death has become a national totem, hanging in the Nigeria space and signifying the most tragic period in the country's history since the Civil War. If only current National Assembly had teeth and were alive to its responsibilities, for being fully rubber-stamped, the NAS shares in no small way the failure of this government. From all indications, the Buhari presidency has been at least complicit in various forms of death, and NAS has stood idly by and at times cheering when one hears a senator, Smart Adeyemi, on the floor of the state, calling for Nigeria to invite a foreign power to take over internal security responsibilities of the government. One wonders if such a call was coming out of mischief or ignorance, or if the Murumiri pandemic has hit the Senate. Which country outsources its sovereignty to a foreign power? Which foreign power is willing to send its boys and girls without cost to die patrolling the streets and woods of a foreign land? The Senate knows, or ought to know, that the impeachment and removal of even a threat thereof of a very incompetent president will bring a big change of attitude and policy, and some serious crackdown on insecurity, with banishment of debt as a totem of our national policy. Such a change would be for the better, but sitting there with heads buried in the sand, speechifying hollow and anger insults our intelligence. Death came to Bowen, a school in Lagos, because the kids there see death on television every single day. It became the new normal for them. Here is Smart Adeyemi and what he had to offer. In fact, let's begin with the child that got killed in Lagos school. He had already been crippled before his family was called to come and pick him up. He couldn't stand on his feet before dying in a school where he's supposed to be taken care of. He was beaten mercilessly. Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria is a shame to humanity. Let's get to Smart Adeyemi's contribution to this.
I rise to support the motion. I'm Smart Adeyemi, and I represent the good people of Kogi West. And like Mr. President, we attest to it. I part the masses of this country. And each time I speak from the language of the man on the street. Mr. President, insecurity is a serious problem today in Nigeria. And there comes a time when you cannot but speak the truth, irrespective of the sentiment you may share. Today, Mr. President, all of us have been threatened. Our families, our nation, our state. Order. A lot have been said this morning, Mr. President, and I want to thank you for giving us time to speak expressly on this issue. Like my sister was saying, there comes a time when talk will talk itself. There comes a time when truth will become like a torchlight in the midst of silence. So you are forced to talk. Mr. President, we need not run away from the fact that more than ever before in the history of our nation, this is the worst instability we are facing. In fact, this is worse than the Civil War. Are you in PDP? Mr. President, the solution is very simple. Today there are a lot of misgiving, a lot of misinterpretations of what is happening. Some people believe some people in government are supporting this move. Some people believe some people sponsor those who are destabilizing our nation within the country. The answer is very simple. We cannot pretend that we are capable of confronting the situation in our hands. America, as powerful as they are, when the pandemic came, got to the point that China had to come, they came to their rescue. We shouldn't pretend that we needed foreign support now. Let nobody deceive us, Mr. President. A lot of billions of naira have been voted for security services. Nothing is coming out of it. We wouldn't wait until our nation gets bombed. Let us shout and call for foreign support. I am a APC man and I've been supporting my party, but the president should get to know that it has gotten to a point that we who are supporters, who are members of the APC, we can no longer keep quiet. The president must rise to the occasion. You will not see the truth and you are afraid to say it because you will die. We must open, Mr. President. The nation is on fire. The president must rise to the occasion. It costs us nothing to get foreign support. We must rise to the occasion. We must bring in people to save this country, or else we will be consumed. Every one of us will have a chapter for history. Whenever the history of this period will be written, whatever is our position, we have a chapter. We cannot keep quiet any longer. It has gotten to a point that we cannot sleep with our two eyes closed. We are not free. Our children are not free. The president must rise to the occasion. There is no nation that is so powerful that doesn't need support of other nations. Individual cannot say you will leave the world without any other person with you. So we must rise. The situation is our security system has collapsed. It has failed. And because it has failed, we need to look for foreign support. It costs Nigeria nothing. Forget the ego, forget the superiority of Nigeria in African nations. Today, we are facing serious problems. If our nation is to survive this period, I'm not in doubt that the security architecture we have today cannot cope with what we are facing. Every part of this country is threatened. From the north to the south, nobody is safe. Nobody can travel 50 kilometers in our nation. I feel like shedding tears for a country that we grew up, where nobody harasses you when you travel from Lagos to Maiduguri. I done it in times past. Today I cannot travel from here to Kaduna to Niger State where I was born. The president must know that this is a bad time for our nation. We must look for foreign support to save this nation. This is my position, Mr. President. We must rise to it. They are killing people in the east, in the west, in the south, in the north. We should shut down the National Assembly. Let's shut down. If we cannot save this country, we stay in our homes. Our country is bleeding. People are in poverty. There's no food. People are hungry. Insecurity is threatening us. We cannot pretend. It's better we're not here. Than for us to not here. People are dying. Every day Nigerians are dying. We must rise to the occasion. As for me, Mr. President.
We're still dressing the surface of the wound without dealing with the core symptoms. Nigeria's problem is the constitution. Let's subject this country to referendum. It's a peaceful call. It's a democratic demand. Skirting around it cannot heal Nigeria. Skirting around it or trying to avoid it will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria for the long term? Referendum vote. And that's what Ninas is calling for. It will happen in the Middle Belt, in the Lower Niger Territory, and in the Oduduwa Nation. This is the most patriotic step to take. Unfortunately, do those in government have any chest for this? Are they even thinking? Or they are partying every day like nothing is going wrong with the country? Well, your guess is as good as mine.
All the politicians have failed. We have to come back to the drawing board. If there is no issue of failure, what brought back the agitation of Biafra? Because we have failed. People share the same mind with me, but they are afraid. Some are emotionally inclined to their religion. Some are emotionally inclined to their tribe. That is why people kept quiet. Will everybody now use Islam to say what he wants? So people can easily use Islam to say it is against the tenet of Islam to call a failure. Were they absent when Jonathan was criticized by Muslim clerics? Gradually I learned that the problem we have in this country that is going to consume all of us if we are not careful is extremism. The best option in dealing of banditry, Boko Haram, whatever, is to crush them.
Here's a very interesting article from Nigeria. A Catholic priest has just been sent on an indefinite leave of absence. He has just gotten suspended. Catholic priest gets suspended. A Catholic priest has been sent on an indefinite leave of absence by the leadership of the church over some discriminatory remarks. This, I understand, took place in Benin, in Edo State. The priest was said to have banned the use of Igbo songs and choruses in any of the church's activities at the Holy Trinity Church, Ewu Owa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. Reverend Father James Anelu was said to have argued that the Igbo people tend to dominate the church everywhere you find them, and as such must be contained. Wow, this guy is better a politician than in the priesthood. So why don't he just resign immediately before the Catholic Church fire him? They should fire him immediately. The Catholic Church has suspended Reverend Father James Anelu, the parish priest of Holy Trinity Church, Ewowa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. In Lagos State, the Punch reports that Reverend Father Anelu was suspended by the church leadership for banning Igbo songs and choruses in his parish. In a disclaimer, the Catholic Church of Lagos, Alfred Martins, directed Reverend Father Anelu to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence. This guy is a racist right inside the church. He does not represent Jesus or God or anything, whether it is the idol of Benin, he does not represent nothing. But he's a little racist. He's as guilty as the slave dealers, those who took our people by slave ships and put them in camps like slaves in chains. Those who threw our people in the ocean as they were taking them to the North Americas, to Europe and the Caribbean islands, even as far as to Australia. The Arabs, who did it? All of them. This guy is like them. The white people who did it, the Caucasians, the Europeans, the North Americans, they are exactly like this Mr. Anelu or whatever he's called. Yes. Sources said Anelu cited a case in his Benin diocese where Igbos dominated the activities of the church to the extent of securing a seat as bishop of the diocese. What is wrong with this guy? He reportedly claimed that the Spirit of God recognizes only the geographical languages of the parish. Can you imagine how people limit God, how people make God look so little? This guy is a little mind. He believes that God is only restricted to geographical languages of the parish. When you have a population that can follow in the song of worshiping God, well, what is this guy looking for? Is he of this world or the world that is to come? Is he having any hope of after this life? Like, why so racist? However, in a letter dated February 7th, 2022, Archbishop of the Lagos Diocese, Martin, said Anelu, it has come to the notice of the church that Anelu made some completely unacceptable comments about Igbo songs being sung in the church. If Igbo people cannot find the church as a place of sanctuary, what is the place of Ndibo in such churches? If the church cannot be a place of refuge for Ndibo as citizens, as tribe, as a nation, Ndibo are like more than 10 times the size of other smaller countries. The population of Ndibo is country in 10 times, like that. I can name countries: Monaco, Jamaica, Cuba, a lot of places, Fiji, a lot of places in the Caribbean islands. Their population are not 1/10 of Ndibo in Nigeria, including the territorial cover of Ndibo. Martin said that the unsavory remarks by Reverend Father Anelu do not represent the Catholic Church's position on the common brotherhood of peoples of all tribes and religions. Well, Catholic Church has done well by doing this. But they should relieve this guy of everything in the priesthood. He should be fired immediately. For this reason, he has been asked to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence to give an opportunity for a thorough investigation of all the matters relating to his ministry on the parish. This guy should be fired from every Catholic church location in the world, not just in Nigeria, so that he can go do something else and possibly repent, because he's not a person of the religion that he claims to be representing. The leave of absence takes effect from Tuesday, February 8, 2021, to your further notice. The Archbishop further urged all Catholic faithful to continue to hold on to their faith in God while worshiping the Almighty as one and happy family that cannot be separated by race, language, or culture. The Catholic Church took a good decision here, but they need to fire this guy. They need to fire him. The traditional materials seen in the viral photos are
hello, my brothers and sisters. It's showtime. Well, today, from Ibom People's Radio, the topic is UK MPs to debate sanctions against Nigeria. Today, Wednesday, December 11th, 2021. As a matter of fact, this is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. UK time. So this is going to start in about an hour or so. So basically, what are we talking about here? MPs from news reports would hold a debate today. United Kingdom members of parliament from the House of Commons will hold a debate on the Magnitsky sanctions and human rights abuses in Nigeria. This debate, as usual, will be held in Westminster Hall in England. The debate will be led, reportedly from the reports, by Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament. Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament, will lead this debate on sanctions, on how to sanction greedy, inept, and murderous Nigerian officials. So we have a couple of questions to address here. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? A lot of people don't know what this is. I'll give a quick background. The second question we're answering, how does it apply to Nigerian officials and UK laws? The third question is, how does it affect Akwa Ibom? We are here to advocate for Akwa Ibom people, for 7 million Akwa Ibom people, for self-determination, for economic independence and political independence. That's what we are here to advocate for. So we take these Nigerian issues and see, does it affect Akwa Ibom? Should Akwa Ibom care about the Magnitsky Act? Should it care that the House of Parliament in London, where a lot of decisions are made on even the very Nigeria, should it matter? Should it matter in London? This is where the president goes to get his health care, gets everything. Nigeria politically depend on their former colonialists in the United Kingdom. Does it matter? The question is yes. I will go on to respond to the 3 questions I posed today. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? Well, this is really a bill that was passed in the US in 2016. It authorizes the US government to sanction other countries where they believe the officials of those countries, not the nation itself, but the officials of those countries are human rights offenders. It allows the government, the US government, and in this case, the UK government, to freeze their assets and ban them from entering the US, in this case, the UK. Because the UK is actually adopting the Magnitsky Act of the US whole. So, if you are from a country which the US does business with, and you have human rights abuses, such as what Buhari and his Fulani-led government is doing, So it allows that government, in this case, it will allow the UK, this debate today will allow the United Kingdom to freeze the assets, as you can imagine, all those fancy houses in London and UK, by Nigerian officials who have stolen money. Everybody's aware of this. Essentially, grab the whole of Nigerian oil resources money and packed in the UK. It allows the government to freeze this. If the government can prove, if like what Chris Bryant is doing today, ascertain, if it can ascertain that that government has human rights offenders, which we do. We have political prisoners today, a lot of political prisoners that Buhari put you in prison. If you say a single thing against the insecurity in Nigeria, against ISWAP, people who Buhari calls his Fulani brothers from Mali, from Niger Republic, coming into the country, if you say anything, you are thrown into Buhari's gulag. You are thrown into his gulag. So those ones, human rights abuses, to freeze the assets. Freeze the assets. Freeze the assets in England in this particular case and ban them from entering the UK. I could give them a list. I could give a list. I could help them here. Starting from the Chief of Staff himself, Professor Sulu Gambari, to ministers like Lai Mohammed, which people refer to as Laya Mohammed, because he lies a lot about government policy. In fact, he even lied recently about the killing of young people in the NSAS debacle, where young people were murdered at the gates of Lekki Toll. So that's what it allows them to do. So that kind of answers my second question. How does it apply? It applies to Nigerian government officials. It applies to the ministers who have enabled the killing, has enabled the stealing, who own property in England. We have a list of all of them. We are going to submit this to the United Kingdom. We have the list. Nigerian officials should not be allowed. People like Malami, the Attorney General. People like Issa Pantami, who is a terrorist who trained in Sudan, a self-confessed terrorist who trained in Sudan, is running the communications ministry in Nigeria. Basically, is in fact in power to decide who comes into Nigeria and who doesn't. And he has allowed, according to him, not me, his brothers, Fulanis, to flow into the country, causing the serious insecurity in Nigeria today. So how does it affect Akwa Ibom? Simple. Akwa Ibom resources are used to fund this.
Yes.
So if you go to Hyde Park in London and see those houses, 30% of the value of those houses belong to Akwa Ibom. Why? Because Akwa Ibom finances the Nigerian economy by 30%. This is accurate. This is simple. I don't mind pushback on this. I welcome it. Feel free to write about this. And I'm very, very ready to respond. So we are waiting the results of this. But we have sent input. I know I've sent input to the House of Commons myself on behalf of our organization. Quick input. But we have details. We have let them know that we are ready to supply them details, to give the names of every Nigerian officials who have abused human rights, specifically the Inspector General of Police and all that, and those of them who have stolen money and are parking them in England itself. That is the whole idea of the Magnitsky Act. It has been adopted by a lot of countries now. So if you do what people like Buhari is doing in Nigeria today, you can be stopped. You wonder, why is it a big deal? They are afraid. These people, all their children are in England and the US. All their money is packed over there. They don't love the Nigeria they claim to love. They are all scared and they will run. When the country is about to break up, watch, all these men and women will run away. They don't have anything in Nigeria, so what do they care? So, which is why people like us are calling for self-determination. We are calling for self-emancipation, not restructuring. Self-determination, which means we decide where we want to be. Akwa Ibom is not part of this. Akwa Ibom is not part of the destruction of Nigeria. Akwa Ibom, very, very rarely will any Akwa Ibom people be affected in this, what is being debated now. We have a list of those who will be affected. I gave you some names already. I could give more. Thank you very much. This is all. This is our only message today. Magnitsky Act being debated in the United Kingdom House of Commons. Nigeria will be affected. Nigerian officials like Laya Mohammed, Nigerian officials like Isa Pantami, Nigerian officials like Sule Gambari, the chief of Nigerian officials have to be made. Seize those assets, return them to Kwa Ibom State where they belong. Return them to Kwa Ibom people. Let them decide what they want to do with it. Let them decide whether they want to be part of this country. To be part of this country, which every single day you hear one terrible issue or the other affecting a country in which people are insecure, the education is done, all the doctors are fled. This is all I have to say to you this morning. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Goodbye.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principles for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Awolowo attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there's any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and NINAS is right on the mark.
Because what you are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken this to the South African appetite. Tell us the process to get into what we are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this?
South Africa in 90 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk, he now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society, because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Ijaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now says, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, it's relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
No, I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1960s, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask
those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference already on, and steps being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they have conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
if at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohaneze people, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum.
Been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to 75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the Arewa is not speaking for
anybody.
No,
they all have vested interests. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. There is none of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see
there's no waiting.
No, because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him. I commend him.
To prove you right or wrong, is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing who are going to a meeting in which sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked, in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse, would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this. It is either all or nothing. Do you think
there is no halfway? There is no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people. In saying that we the people, we are saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja to the exclusion of the owners. if you come to the provisions inside the Constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices of the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the Treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
Samadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and yes, it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is
to
allow the ethnic nationality
and have this discussion without what you are saying, and this scales through. What does that mean?
Abata held a conference. But Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nnadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going, is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work. Concluding part of Tony Nnadi's address at the Aladima meeting at Enugu some time ago.
Biafra was declared on the 30th of May in 1967. 3 days before, Lagos announced the creation of a River State and Southeastern State that have become Akwa Ibom and Cross River today, such that you go to where you want to solve the problem at the UN, the people of River State or Akwa Ibom will be telling you that they were not in your eastern region that became Biafra on the 30th of May in 1967. And as mischievous as it may all be, it will be factually correct until you find an answer to it that is satisfactory to them, which was why the LNC started by going around to sit down with them. We went to the Jaw, the Anang, the Efik, and they bought into it to say we will be a region of 70 million people standing together to recover what Nigeria took from us. And if others are willing to walk along, the Yoruba will have no quarrel with, the Middle Belt will have no quarrel with. The only problem is the strange civilization Sharia and then 12 contiguous states, the Caliphate. And if anybody says we don't have a problem emanating from that, that person needs to do some more study. Between them and the British joint venture, they don't belong here. They came by jihad, they got the northern part and had it for 100 years before the British got here. They came from the Atlantic front, conquered and deceived. They met halfway in the Middle Belt area, the Lorry-Benue axis, and like two robbery gangs, after one target, they formed a joint venture to capture that target and share the benefits. That was what became Nigeria in 1914. That caliphate was part of how it was all worked out. We were not told until it was announced. It was resisted here, but there were Dobas up north in Sokoto and Zungeru to celebrate that merger. And that joint venture is still taking 3 million barrels of crude oil every day, ready to kill whoever stands their way. That was what consumed 3.5 million people in Biafra. That's what led to all the arrangement to tie us up and down. 80% of the oil Nigeria is selling today, Umanu Igbo. Has anybody been to Boni here before? Has anybody been to any other language in Boni? Okrika, Degema, and all of it. So what they did in 1960 was to begin this pretense that there was some Niger Delta somewhere. Yes, there's a Boni language, there's a Joe language, but in all of what they have put together to divide up that place so that we're not on speaking terms anymore, it's just to make sure that we're not able to even know what is wrong with us. And therefore, we've come to where this constitution will go down. Those planning elections on it, those planning to renew it for another 4 years by holding elections on it, are going to have to contend with all of those who have repudiated it. Those repudiations were not matters of accident. They were worked out, programmed, and sold to the grassroots. And today, while they plan their election, the reason we've been in one retreat after the other, those who are going to make things happen in their places, we say, we will not accept one more electoral round to renew our enslavement for the same reasons. Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Governor Mbeki, and all of them rejected apartheid. There was also the Bantustan regime in which some blacks in South Africa were persuaded to take it slowly, like some of our people talking restructuring. Let's go, take whatever we can find and not die. No. We say this document will go, and our strategy for shooting it down, because it's been talk and talk, nobody has seen much of action. The action around it is that those who reject it are rejecting election, and if elections are shut down, this document will not survive another month from the point that happens. And we're talking about 2018. We know security people are here. In fact, some of them are streaming live to Abuja. But it doesn't matter. We are convinced that it is within our reach to shut down this instrument of enslavement. And that was why we had to identify with the ADF when they said that our people are not in search of how to fix Nigeria. We want self-determination, that we reject this constitution as basis of Nigeria, and that we must go to a referendum to decide whether we're going with Nigeria or with ourselves. I think if all we take from this convention and this celebration is for our people to know that such is coming, that would have been a great achievement. Thank you very much.
That has been Tony Nnadi of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, speaking at the convention of Aladima ADF, Alibo Development Foundation, at Enugu a few years back. I hope you gained a few insights as to why we need a referendum in Nigeria and why Nigeria is the way it is. Nigeria was set up to manipulate a particular people, to divide them, to sow the seed of discord among one people, telling Olobiri people, Boni people that they are not Igbo, meanwhile they are Igbo-speaking people. They are the same people. Nothing divided them. They are one people. But for it to work for Nigeria, they had to divide them. Now our people have to actually wake up from their slumber and see the reality on ground, that all this thing has been designed to manipulate them. The 3 million barrels a day oil that is being lifted by Nigeria, which is now going for over $90 a barrel at the international market. It has not profited the people of Ijo. It has not profited the people of Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogoni. In fact, they have received massacres, genocides. So the earlier we subject Nigeria to referendum, the better for all of us. Nigeria government isn't only in bed with the terrorists, but they are enabling them, protecting them, and the president doesn't speak against them because they are his tribesmen and members of Islamic movement that wants to overpower Nigerians and institute Islamic State across Nigeria, not just in the Arewa part of Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Just yesterday, Tuesday, over 30 passengers in a bus got burnt in Sokoto. And these are most likely southern travelers in that state that got burnt. You will never hear the president speak against them. President Buhari fails to describe Sokoto bus burning of 30 Nigerians by bandits as terrorism. This is being reported by AtlanticPosting.com on December 8th. Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make light of the significance of the mass murderous campaign of some killer tribesmen. His tribesmen, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, who had been categorized in the Global Terrorism Index as the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world, by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country. It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over $300 million just a few years ago. The military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should not only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people, bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters, at least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same government, that the same terrorist Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all this extra collusion in the against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and taken to hospital. The two residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor, and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking about the fact that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests, where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payments. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of NINAS. Referendum. The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of these days, and soon too.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS Alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS Alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
The hashtag NSAS report. Finally here, a lot of people, even though it's not been officially released, says it brings closure and a step towards healing for some of the victims.
Well, so many things have happened in this country that you don't know exactly where to begin to have an analysis, when it does appear that the government actively encourages the killing of its citizens, when the Constitution of Nigeria says the primary purpose of government is to protect lives and property. And I was waiting since 2-3 days to hear one fellow who answers Garba Shehu Garba, who is a principal, is a senior advocate, always defending herdsmen and anybody who kills people in Benue and Plateau. And I haven't heard anything that Nigerian citizens were killed. Federal government hasn't said anything. A Supreme Court judge was almost kidnapped and attempted an attempt on her life. The federal government hasn't said anything. The Attorney General is there wishing things and wishing down what he probably supposes. So, things are getting so confused that the only way to put it is that someday everybody will sit down to a banquet to face the consequences of his or her actions. That is the only preview, that no matter what it is, you must sit down at a banquet, either at God's judgment or even here on earth, to be able to answer the responsibility entrusted upon you by people, and you fail them. Because you are guilty of the good you never did, or you failed deliberately not to do. So, and there are so many examples of them in this country, that NSAS is another, obvious thing. But thank God, with the courage of the judge and of Lagos State government, everybody knows, it's an APC top government. Yes. A performing government of APC too. Not just that it's an APC, it's a performing government of the situation notwithstanding. And they had the courage to say it. That shows you again, there are two governments. Somebody is running this government.
How do you think the government at the center, the APC at the center, will perceive the Lagos State government and the way? Because one would have expected, going by the way things are done in Nigeria, the pressure would have been mounted on by the Lagos State government on the panel, not to come out with this kind of report, which they came out with.
Well, it is obvious, if you hadn't been back when I was here last, I did say that two people are running the government of Nigeria. It is now very clear. Malami, the Attorney General, and Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information. Because repeatedly, Malami had done things that, in a normal situation, he should be in jail. The president of this country nominated Mago as chairman of EFCC, and Malami wrote a letter to the National Assembly that he was corrupt. The president resubmitted the name again, and he wrote the same letter again. He's still the Attorney General of the Federation, and the senior legal law officer and advisor to the president of Nigeria. And look at what has happened with the $480 million. Where do you begin? His office was supposed to be involved in the attempted kidnap of Justice Mary Odili.
Allegedly.
Well, whether you call it allegedly or not.
Because he has denied.
Who in this country people deny something? The people who were caught, are they from the moon? What has the federal government done to ascertain who came to that judge, to the magistrate, who gave the magistrate instruction? Somebody must have given him an instruction to do what he did. Nobody is interested in those things. So if Mary Odili had died, this is the story we'll be telling in this country. One of the finest in this country. If those hooligans had done something, we're all sitting there and say, oh, that's the way God wanted her to go. That's the typical Nigerian attitude. So I don't think President is in charge. There are people doing his dirty job for him, and I think he's comfortable with it. But unfortunately,
would you call it dirty job, or would you say he is excluded from the main conversations of governance? Because again, you are only as good as what your team tells you.
Well, I don't know whether, how else do you describe what Malami is doing if not a dirty job? Because it is convenient. They call it defense of the presidency, but is that defense of the presidency? What Shehu Garba is doing, is that defense of the presidency? When you remove truth from facts. You know, there's somebody I told that the best form of revenge is not to be like the one who committed the offense in the first place. Because time heals, reveals every secret. If you take time, the truth will be coming out. I don't know how he's going to end up, but it is unfortunate that this is what Nigeria is. But tell me how these citizens of this country can be patriotic with things like this, killing young boys and girls, students of higher institutions by their own government because they are demonstrating for what? Police brutality. That would have expected government to be interested. At least have a national inquiry. Let there be scapegoats, scapegoats, authentic scapegoats, not made up scapegoats.
Yes, I was going to
that
say
you
that.
could use as an example to show that you are protecting your sons and daughters. And everybody has a right to demonstrate. In fact, I used to tell somebody that demonstration, protest, is a catalyst for dialogue. Once you protest, somebody must pay attention. And in paying attention, you invite the person to discuss. You know, it also follows what is happening in the Southeast. How can a young boy who was not born during the Civil War, in prison, languishing there, and Igbos religiously? In fact, somebody was telling me, a good friend of mine, was telling me that we should stop going to church on Sunday, used to work, and then go to church on Monday, because the compliance Igbos have for Monday now is total. Nobody is interested. They tell you to hell with the money they will make on that day, just to make a point. Whether that point they're making is positive or negative, they're not interested.
But people like Fadam Baka has come out to refute that and say that it is causing more problems for the Southeast.
I don't listen to anything Fadam Baka says. Since he started selling Chimaroke will die, that person will die. That is not the job of a priest. It's a fake priest for me. No person who is a child of God, not to talk of a priest, will say that somebody will die. That's not what the Bible tells us. So since that incident, Chimaroke is still in the Senate. He has not died. So why should I take him serious? He says anything he likes, and there are people who are deceived. They call it adoration. I don't waste my time talking about such people. Absolutely not.
All right, Chief Dano Lassie, let's talk about Anambra governorship election. We had a number of discussions before that election, counting down to that election. It's now come and gone. You had some predictions about that election, and you're thinking about that election as well. Are you satisfied with the outcome?
Satisfied would be an understatement. Because on two different occasions, twice here and one on Chinese television, I said, how do you begin to look at? Not because he attended my university, which is about the best in the country, I must unapologetically say.
Modestly so.
The best and the first.
Then.
Still best.
Then.
Still. So, and when you look at his pedigree, where he's coming from, it is difficult. Apart from the candidate of PDP and that of the Labour Party, brilliant guys, and I said it on TV that they're brilliant, and each of them I told them their shortcomings, why they will not make it. It's difficult to see how you place in a civilized community a former advisor to the government, consultant to World Bank, governor of Central Bank, who stabilized the banking industry. People, we have short memories or convenient amnesia in this country, that there were times banks collapsed in this country. And those who were governors of Central Bank, they're still existing. People lost everything. I bought shares of more than 30 million naira in a bank, Oceanic Bank or something. It collapsed. I lost it up to today. I had 1.5 million shares. It came down to 50,000. What do you call it? But this young man came in, stabilized the banking industry. How many years now? Nobody is afraid to put his money in the bank. Isn't that a credit? That you believe that somebody like that will, do his excellent best, because he's a first-class student. You don't expect anything less, So when you put him, comparatively looking at my brother, the APC candidate.
Smile through the new year with a healthy, bright smile.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back about 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered in several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. furtherance of the Protocol Consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union. In 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
The U.S. Center for Security Policy declares that Nigeria under Buhari is in SLS situation and recommends immediate intervention before it explodes. The speaker in the following article is Frank Gaffney, introducing the segment of coordinated press conferences in Nigeria at the National Press Club, Washington, D.C. on January 17, 2019, with the theme Nigeria at Breaking Point, where Tony Nnadi of the LNC made a lead presentation. Below in the comment section is also a clip from Tony Nnadi's presentation. Enjoy listening.
Again, the purpose of this event is to try to make sure that the Congress of the United States, the administration, this country, our friends and allies around the world, and not least, of course, people of goodwill in this country and elsewhere, are on notice that Nigeria is at risk of disastrous collapse, that the forces that we've just been talking about are in the process of taking down a country that is the most populous in Africa, with horrific implications, not just for the immediate vicinity, the Lake Chad region as it's known, but for that continent and almost certainly others beyond. Congressman Wolf mentioned Bono, talking about a catastrophe that would make what has happened to Europe in the past few years, as a relatively small number of people migrated there with unbelievably chaotic consequences, look like a day at the beach by comparison. But we're on notice. And the question is, do we have to wait until this horror is upon us before something is done about it? Or do we take steps now to try to prevent that? And I don't think any of us is saying that this is a panacea, but the appointment of the appropriate individual with the requisite authority. I just wanted to underscore what Congressman Wolf said about having the President of the United States essentially personally empowering Senator Danforth to lead the effort on behalf of our country to alleviate that situation. That has to be done again, and it has to be an empowering of a person with the stature and the capabilities needed to do two really vital things. One is to pull together the government agencies that have responsibility for pieces of a problem like Nigeria. The Defense Department, as well as, of course, the State Department, USAID, the UN mission of the United States, the National Security Council, and others, to come together with a common, appropriate, and much needed policy approach. And then secondly, at least as importantly, to be able authoritatively to represent what that approach is to the government of Nigeria. So they know who they're dealing with. They know that this is in fact the policy, and they can't go, looking for people who will provide some sort of alternative that might not require as much of them. So it's those two vitally important things that have to be done. And on behalf of, again, the Save the Persecuted Christians Coalition and team, I just want to say I think this is a moment of truth, a moment when we will find a difference being made by an administration that is about making a difference on behalf of religious freedom and those who are being denied it around the world. And let me just take a moment to say, as bad as this situation is, it is just one of the areas in the world in which particularly Christians are suffering. By some estimates, it's as small a number as 215 million Christians being brutally persecuted. By others, it's as high as 500,000. 500 million. This is on our watch. It is unconscionable. It must be challenged, contested, and if possible, stopped. And that's what this coalition is about. And I pray that we will be able, with the help of people like Congressman Estes and Congressman Wolf and the Archbishop and our coalition and countless others, to see this problem sorted by the appointment at the earliest possible moment preferably by the end of this year, because these elections are approaching, of an individual with the requisite authority of the President of the United States and the assignment of making both the U.S. government policy coherent and clear and effective, and communicating that, again, authoritatively to the government of Nigeria, who in the end is ultimately responsible for preventing this catastrophe.
Idea, but it won't help. It'll just formalize the reality that poor countries can never repay their loans.
Senator, are you saying that you're opposed to debt relief for impoverished countries?
No, we should forgive the debts, but that's not going to help those countries very much.
Okay. What will?
Tax cuts. Some African tax rates are the highest in the world. In Tanzania, the 30% rate kicks in at $475 of income. Plus, they have a 20% value-added tax. It gets added to everything you buy. Those high tax rates make it impossible to build capital in those countries. So nothing gets built, not factories, not roads, not anything. Poor African countries have the lowest wage workers in the world. And yet a company like Nike, for instance, can't put a factory in one of those countries because of the oppressive tax rates. Taxes have killed any possibility of economic development. They've killed any hope of these countries ever helping themselves. And that leaves them completely at the mercy of charity and loans. And here's the worst part. You know why those countries have such high tax rates? Because of us. To show us that they can raise enough money to pay back their loans. But taxes can't raise any money if they kill the economies. So it turns out that the tragic, unintended consequence of our good intentions toward Africa, our kindness, is that we have encouraged those countries to lock themselves into a gruesome economic depression. If we don't...
You see the dilemma of African countries. We borrow and continue to borrow to service the interest. Beggar nations. That's what Africa has been reduced to. And that's why China is taking over, gradually and steadily.
Urge those countries to cut their tax rates, they will never grow their economies. People will live lifetimes of unemployment. Disease will be rampant. Poverty will be permanent. And children will be hungry. And our charity will never be enough. Never.
Those that were shot at Lekki 2 Plaza in Lagos last year, October 20th, were hungry for justice, hungry for security, hungry for peace, hungry for development and hungry for normalcy, hungry for a normal country. They got shot, and their blood was washed away by way of cover-up by Major General Muhammadu Buhari's government. How could that satisfy the aspirations of the people to be free in their own country?
They worry me, make you give me joy. We don't say I hungry,
Budgets are bloated up to cater to the needs of the president and his vice and other ministers. I mean, corruption got taken to the next level by those who came to fight corruption. All tied to the 1999 Constitution. Everything that is happening to Nigerians is tied to the slave document known as the military-imposed 1999 Constitution. It has no progress attached to it. It's only destruction and ruination of the country. Nigeria government isn't only in bed with the terrorists, but they are enabling them, protecting them, and the president doesn't speak against them because they are his tribesmen and members of Islamic movement that wants to overpower Nigerians and institute Islamic State across Nigeria, not just in the Arewa part of Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Just yesterday, Tuesday, over 30 passengers in a bus got burnt in Sokoto. And these are most likely southern travelers in that state that got burnt. You will never hear the president speak against them. President Buhari fails to describe Sokoto bus burning of 30 Nigerians by bandits as terrorism. This is being reported by AtlanticPosting.com on December 8th. Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make light of the significance of the mass murderous campaign of some killer tribesmen, his tribesmen, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, who had been categorized in the Global Terrorism Index as the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world, by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country. It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over 300 million. Just a few years ago, the military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims, as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should know that only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people. Bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters, at least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity and in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same government, that the same terrorist Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all these extrajudicial killings and state collusion in the act of terrorism against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for the Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and that 7 people had escaped with injuries and taken to hospital. The 2 residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor, and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification, how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests, where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payments. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of Ninas. Referendum. The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of the, and soon too.
AQIM, meaning Al-Qaeda in the Islamic West. This group had one aim: overthrow the Algerian government and set up an Islamic State. And to achieve this aim, the AQIM began collaborating and funding a smaller militant group in neighboring Nigeria, a group which now beats the Islamic State in being the most lethal terror outfit perhaps in the world, the Boko Haram. It literally means Western education is a sin. This group emerged in the year 2002 but gained prominence in 2009 after it turned violent. The AQIM provided the Boko Haram with weapons. The Boko Haram had different motive. It wanted Nigerians to reject Western education, science and modern literature. To enforce its will, it started razing villages and slaughtering people, kidnapping children. It then used these abducted children to carry out suicide attacks. In 2013, this group kidnapped 276 schoolgirls. In 2020, it kidnapped close to 300 schoolboys, and last week it kidnapped nearly 317 schoolgirls again. It's an endless cycle of kidnappings and an endless cycle of violence. Since May 2011, the Boko Haram has killed 37,500 people and displaced 2.6 million people. It has turned 244,000 Nigerians into refugees. And in the same period, the Boko Haram has also inspired several fundamentalists to form their own terror outfits. I could name a few: the Ansarul Islam, Ansaru, the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, and Nusrat al-Islam. In the last 6 years, these groups have increasingly synchronized their operations and carried out multiple terror attacks across Africa. You may not have heard of them, but you must have come across these headlines, the ones that they made. The 2015 Chad suicide bombings carried out by 2 women and 2 children. The 2016 Ouagadougou attacks, where 2 former Swiss MPs were killed. The 2016 Grand Bassam shootings, where 19 people, mostly expats, were killed. And the 2018 Ouagadougou attacks, where the French embassy was attacked. And this is besides the many more raids and crimes that these terror groups commit on a daily basis. So what's driving them? Is it just ideology and religious belief? Well, yes and no. The problem is religious as much as it's financial. You see, poverty, corruption and underemployment are also to blame here. This is where the Boko Haram operates. The Lake Chad region, one of the poorest regions in the world. It is part of the Chad Basin, an area of severe environmental degradation. This is part of the Sahel, a region with no stable governance. This narrow band of land that stretches from the Atlantic Ocean in the west to the Red Sea in the east, this is hot, dry and vast. Region. The average temperature here is 35 degrees. These are rampant. Poverty is widespread. These people have proven to be vulnerable to radicalization. The likes of Boko Haram and the AQIM expect their vulnerability. With the absence of proper governance or stable jobs, they lure young arms, joining their ranks and making a quick buck. So how do they do it? How do they make money? Through ransom, extortion, looting banks, imposing taxes and kidnapping. According to one report, 26% of the global kidnapping cases in 2013 were in Nigeria and were carried out by the Boko Haram. The same report says that in 2011, the AQIM in Mali received $5.4 million per hostage on an average. And let's not even talk about high-profile kidnappings. According to Vicky Huddleston, the former US ambassador to Mali, France had to pay $17 million in ransom. This was for the release of 4 French citizens in 2010. $17 million US. A lot of us would turn in our retirement papers for that sort of money. So the terror groups were raking in the cash. Then came the pandemic. 2020 was a blessing in disguise for them. The Wuhan virus confined most of us to our homes, but for terrorists in West Africa, it provided an opportunity to consolidate and expand. The Boko Haram, in collusion with other terror groups, now controls large swathes of land in Nigeria, and it's extending its reach in Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, even Sub-Saharan Africa. What is the world doing? Not very much. France, which once had colonies in West Africa, is the only country that is extensively engaged in combating terror in this region. It has deployed close to 1,100 military personnel and is helping local forces in pushing back terrorists. But the rest of the world is doing very little. Why? Because most world leaders are making self-interested calculations when it comes to West Africa. They consider it to be a supposedly distant threat, one that has no bearing on the future security of the rest of the world. So they're busy carrying out airstrikes in Syria. What I'm about to say next could be politically incorrect, but it's time someone said it. Africa may not have the same strategic significance as West Asia right now. It may not have the kind of oil that West Asia has, but it is the continent of the future. It still contributes almost 10% of the global oil output, 90% of the world's platinum supply, 90% of the world's cobalt supply, half of the world's gold supply, 2/3 of the world's manganese, and 35% of the world's uranium. Africa is critical to world economy and security, and terrorists in West Africa are setting up new fronts in failed states while the world is looking the other way. They're expanding in all directions, posing a serious threat to the economic powerhouses in Africa. They could soon control or destroy these resources and hold Africa's economy hostage, the reverberations of which will be felt around the world. And we are putting money as the thrust of this argument because human rights violations have long failed to move the world. So if it all comes down to money, the world should still be worried about what's happening in Africa.
Even the French involvement is also suspicious because they could be supplying weapons to both sides. They could be supplying weapons to both sides. You never know. They did it during the genocidal war of Nigeria and against Biafrans in 1967, 1970. They were supplying weapons to both sides to keep the fire burning.
Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, you know, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, you know, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. You know, we work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, you know, look, the Taliban has been, you know, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with a Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless.
On insecurity, the governor of Benue State points directly to the right direction, that the federal government of Nigeria is an accomplice. By Autumn, February 10, 2022, today. Benue State Governor Samuel Autumn on Wednesday said the reason for his constant cry was that he was not elected to preside over displaced persons or dead bodies. Autumn stated this when he received in audience the Director General of the Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, Mrs. Cecilia Gaya, who couldn't come by herself but was also represented by Goodluck Audu. The governor said, having foreseen the danger herdsmen invasion on communities might pose to the nation, he decided to raise the alarm, and his administration came up with the anti-open grazing law. I must add that Benue State has seen a lot of killings by the Fulani jihadists, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, brought into the country, and some paid by the governor of Kaduna, Nasser El-Rufai. He admitted it on a live TV appearance that he traveled to countries in Africa to pay these people money to stop killing, yet they are coming. So he was funding them to come and do their job that way. And the federal government opened up the borders for these criminals to come in and kill people all over the place, going as far as the Akwa Ibom, southeast, south-south, middle belt, lower Niger territory area, Oduduwa land.